My parents guilt-tripped me into a simple backyard ceremony. But when I found out they paid for my sister's lavish wedding, I decided to flip the script. I never thought my wedding would destroy my family. Not for its excess or controversy. Quite opposite. My gracious parents insisted on a simple, quiet, humble affair. No venue, photographer, or big guest list. Just a homemade arch in my parents' backyard and a Costco shake if we were fancy. I reluctantly agreed because I've always maintained peace. The nodding, low-demanding one. Something snapped inside me when I learned what they did for my sister. This was the first time I stopped being the easy child. My name's Ethan. I'm 32 and the firstborn to, we're doing our best parenting. The type you know. Who gets off-brand shoes while your younger sibling has Nike in 4 colors by 10, the one who is praised for being mature when it meant doing everything alone. That doesn't mean my childhood was bad. My parents weren't evil. But there was always a hint of favoritism. One current was named Chloe. Younger sister Chloe is 2 years younger. Since I can remember, my parents have revolved around her. For Chloe, every school play, birthday party, and scraped knee was a production. She was always sensitive, needed more attention, and had meltdowns while I was told to be strong and understand she doesn't mean it. And I did. I played the role they gave me, smiled, got good grades, worked part-time jobs to buy my own car, and put myself through college. When I got engaged to Sophia after 6 years together, I thought it might be the last time they celebrated me. They didn't. My engagement to Sophia wasn't grand. I proposed on a weekend hike with her with a ring I'd saved for over a year. She wept. I wept. It was perfect. My parents weren't happy when we told them. Concern. My mom said, "Weddings are expensive," with passive-aggressive worry. "You're not thinking of doing something big, are you?" My dad said earnestly. Sophia glanced at me. "Money's tight, Ty. Maybe think about something low-key. Backyard, family only. Keep it humble, you know." I swallowed my disappointment and nodded. We'd been researching affordable venues and photographers to keep things affordable while still having a special day. "Yeah," I said, "we can figure something out." Not to pressure them. I knew they were broke, but I foolishly assumed they'd help out occasionally. They didn't. Whenever I mentioned a wedding detail in the following weeks, they had a reason to reject it. "We can get flowers at Costco, speaker and playlist for music. No DJ needed. Stand-up seating, I doubt it'll last." Every conversation was a negotiation where we were unreasonable for wanting more than a potluck under their string lights. The worst part was the tone. It implied we were selfish and that asking for anything beyond paper plates and backyard folding chairs was burdensome. Sophia initially tried to understand. She didn't grow up with guilt tripping, so I could tell it confused her. She offered compromises, DIY options, and fun, but was dismissed every time. My mom would say, "You're not one of those brides who needs everything perfect, right?" Half laughing but with that edge. Sophia smiled politely, but her enthusiasm waned. In the early stages, asking my mom to borrow the backyard to confirm was the final straw. She blinks like it's a silly question. "Of course, that's the whole idea, right? We're saving you the cost of a venue," she added. "But we won't be paying for any cleanup or catering. You'll have to handle all that. We're just offering the space." People say your wedding should be about you, but mine was starting to feel like a handout. I assured myself we'd make it ours. That love counted. Something kept pulling me. A strange gut feeling I couldn't shake. A feeling of silence. That feeling persisted, especially after Chloe's engagement. It happened 4 months after our announcement. On a yacht during a weekend trip to the coast, Chloe's boyfriend Jack, a nice but spineless guy, proposed. They had Instagram photos, champagne toasts, and a highlight reel before leaving the boat. Mom reposted all photos. Dad commented on them all with heart emojis. Sophia and I watched from our apartment on our second-hand couch, drinking wine from mismatched glasses. Sophia remained quiet. I quieted. When we called to congratulate Chloe, she was ecstatic. "We're thinking of doing something really magical," said. "Like a vineyard or something rustic but elegant, you know?" I nodded, trying to cheer her up. We weren't asked about plans. She never inquired about our well-being. Next time I saw my parents, they buzzed. "Chloe's venue is so beautiful," my mom said. "And they found this photographer with the most amazing portfolio. Expensive, but totally worth it." I saw. "Wait, you've seen the venue?" "Oh, we went with them last week. She said they needed help with the deposit, but it's going to be stunning. A real fairy tale." "Help with the deposit?" I said nothing. "Yes," I nodded. Let rest. I didn't want to assume. However, Sophia's mother, who lives 2 states away, called the following week to offer assistance. Her regret was her inability to do more. Sophia, bless her, went into tears. My mind raced as I stared at the ceiling that night. It didn't make sense. My digging began quietly and casually. A few texts and conversations led to what made me queasy. My parents helped with more than Chloe's deposit. They paid for most things: catering, photographer, live band, venue, custom invitations. Finally, they gave Chloe and Jack a 2-week Italian honeymoon package. $22,000 for first-class flights, boutique hotels, private tours. That was all. I stared at the email number. Not supposed to see. She accidentally CC'd me on a chain with her travel agent. My hands shook. They said they couldn't afford a photographer, chairs, or a simple venue. They pressure us into having our wedding in their backyard with a Bluetooth speaker and deli meat folding table. Now they were sponsoring Chloe's Italian fantasy like a royal wedding. I didn't cry. No screaming. I didn't yell at them. I sat in the dark, feeling something cold and sharp inside me. I stopped being the good son. Smiled instead of confronting them. I nodded. I let them think the backyard wedding continued. I even asked for help choosing a modest ceremony dress shirt. I planned another event while they planned Chloe's Cinderella ball. No one expected this. Before that, you must know how far they went to humiliate me. It got worse. Much worse. Wish I could say I confronted them immediately. That I confronted them, demanded answers, and reclaimed my dignity in righteous rage. But I didn't. Played along. I was raised this way. Not to disrupt. Do not look up. Maintain peace. Maintain a smile. And I did. The intimate backyard setup tablecloth color texts made me smile for weeks. Nodded as my mom sent me clearance fairy light photos. Heard my dad complain about the cost of mulch for their garden, where we were supposed to get married. They treated us like another landscaping task. Chloe's wedding posts flew across social media, featuring gold foil invitations, bridesmaid proposal boxes with luxury skincare, and a champagne brunch in a limo dress shopping trip. My parents smiled, held dress bags, and toasting with champagne flutes in every photo like they were in a Hallmark movie. I pretended throughout. Pretending ignorance. I pretended gratitude. I pretended I wasn't falling apart. Sophia noticed. Of course she did. After another passive-aggressive call from my mom about keeping expectations low, she closed her laptop mid-search for affordable wedding alternatives and asked, "Ethan, why are we doing this?" I didn't know. No good anyway. I couldn't surrender. Not yet. Not until I saw how deep the rabbit hole went. It happened at Chloe's bridal shower. Sophia and I weren't invited up front. The mom said it was for her close friends and Chloe wanted it to be intimate. I advised Sophia not to take it personally. This was probably better, I said. Reduced awkwardness and tension. Though she nodded, I could tell it hurt. Sophia doesn't overact. She's considerate and quiet. She doesn't ask much, but being excluded hurt. I noticed she didn't look up when passing Chloe's latest Instagram post. My mom front and center, holding a sign that read, "Mother of the Bride." Then, as if the universe wanted to emphasize, a boomerang of matching silk robes and custom cocktails with a dozen smiling women. The next day, Chloe texted. Not to apologize or include us, just to brag. "Shower was amazing," she said. "Mom and Dad went all out. You wouldn't believe the cake. Had this edible gold stuff on it. Legit." I stared at the message for a minute before taking it down. I remained silent. I couldn't. Not without saying something wrong. However, Sophia's sister Lily called 3 days later to say she had been at the same venue for a friend's baby sprinkle the day before. "Did you know your future in-laws booked out the entire rooftop space for Chloe's shower?" said. "It was insane. I saw photos. Looked like a mini wedding. DJ." My chest cracked. I was told music wasn't funded. That a Bluetooth speaker would work. That chairs were unnecessary. People can stand? They spent thousands on a bridal shower. I started documenting everything then. I wasn't sure what to do with it. Just needed a record. When my parents talked about Chloe's wedding plans, I started saving texts, screenshots, email confirmations, budget spreadsheets, and voice memos, unaware that they were casually admitting to spending money on her that they didn't have for me. It was petty, but it was the first time I had real proof that I wasn't crazy, that I hadn't imagined the favoritism, and that I wasn't being dramatic, as my mom always claimed when I brought up the double standard. Dinner with family followed. I thought my parents invited us over to finalize our backyard wedding. Sophia hesitated. Are we seriously going to sit there and pretend this is okay? Said. I agreed because I needed to finish. I kept gathering evidence because I still wanted to believe there might be an explanation, accountability, or apology. Instead, I was insulted. As usual, dinner began awkwardly. Small talk, food compliments, my mom talking too much, my dad sipping wine like he couldn't wait to leave. Eventually we talked about my wedding, or what was left of it. So my mom folded her napkin neatly. Have you decided what kind of plasticware you want? We found some gold-rimmed plates at Dollar Tree. They're actually really elegant, Sophia said. Plasticware? Well, we assumed you wouldn't want to rent china or anything. It's just a backyard ceremony. I began and stopped speaking. You said you'd help with rentals. She tilted her head. Sophia said, we'd host. That's already a big expense, Ty. Staring at her lap. Her hands clenched. Dad joined in. I erred by mentioning Chloe. Neither aggressive nor accusatory, just gentle. A test. I just find it kind of confusing, I add. That Chloe's shower had a band and catering and custom signs, but we can't even have chairs without it being a problem? The room quieted. My mom froze wine mid-sips. Well, she said slowly. Chloe's wedding is different. How? She's the bride. It's more traditional. Sophia's also a bride. Mom rolled her eyes. It's not a competition, Ethan. Honestly, I hate how everything has to be tit for tat with you. Sophia sighed. She had sparkling eyes. We're not trying to compete, we just want to be treated fairly. Dad scoffed. Chloe didn't ask for a backyard wedding. I realized it wasn't about money. The issue was value. They thought Chloe deserved more. Real bride Chloe. Chloe deserved praise. The dinner ended soon after. Sophia left without saying goodbye. I hardly thanked for dinner before leaving. We drove home silently. First time since we got engaged, I saw a scary crack in Sophia. This doesn't feel like a wedding, she whispered. It feels like charity. I decided that night. We weren't married in the backyard. We wouldn't stand under a rusted garden arch while my parents sat in lawn chairs and pretended to help us. While they handed out Dollar Tree plates and reminded us of our humility, we would smile. No, we'd marry, but not on their terms. I didn't tell them because I wanted them to feel in charge. I wanted them to think they were in charge. I wanted them to keep talking, bragging, and showing their favoritism. The final betrayal arrived in my inbox a week before our backyard ceremony. The email was from Chloe. Quick favor. I expected another brag or a last-minute RSVP question and clicked it. I saw this instead. Hey big bro. So, we need a little help. Jack's cousin just dropped out of the groomsmen lineup, and I was wondering if maybe Sophia could sit this one out and let Jack's buddy, the hot one from New York, LOL, walk with your friend Oliver instead. He already has a suit, and it'll look better in photos. Promise it won't be weird. Let me know. Kiss, Luke. Allow her to skip her wedding. I couldn't breathe. Not just the audacity. It was casual cruelty. She treated Sophia like an extra, a placeholder, an obstacle to her photos, as if our wedding wasn't real and we were just a speed bump on her road to wifehood and Instagram fame. I remained silent. No call. Sophia didn't get the email. I stared at it for hours. This was when the plan came together. Not just change the venue. No way was I reversing our wedding. I would give them joy, dignity, and celebration in a way that was so obvious they couldn't deny it. The best revenge needed an audience, so I had to let the backyard wedding burn longer. My mom's phone call started the next chapter, and what she said was the final nail in the coffin. I don't remember sleeping that night. Sitting in bed, I stared at the ceiling. Sophia curled up beside me, quiet. My phone was face down on the nightstand. I still remember Chloe's email like a branding iron. Let her sit this one out. Like Sophia was sidelined in our wedding her dress rehearsal. That phrase festered my ribs. Next morning, I called in sick. Not physically sick, but hollow and disoriented, like a wave that hadn't receded yet. Sophia kissed and glanced worriedly before leaving for work, but she didn't press. She sensed my need for space. Much of that day was spent walking. Moving through neighborhoods I hadn't seen in years, past empty baseball fields and forgotten parks, with no destination or plan. It was strangely comforting to be silent. I needed thought. Maybe I needed to stop thinking because all my thoughts went in one direction. How did I allow this? How could I tolerate this treatment? I wore my peacekeeper badge proudly for years. Like being agreeable meant strong. But sitting on a bench by a duck pond that smelled like wet leaves and regret, I finally asked myself a question I'd avoided for decades. What did being a peacekeeper get me? No respect, no support, no seat at the important table. Each birthday I'd quietly ignored because Chloe needed more attention that year came to mind. Every family dinner where I hid my opinions because it wasn't time. I didn't brag about every job offer. To avoid overshadowing her, I downplayed every accomplishment. At the edge of my most important day as an adult, I was again asked to shrink, minimize, and make room for her. I confessed to Sophia that night. We split a pint of Rocky Road on the floor of our living room while the TV played a show we didn't like. I opened the email on my laptop. Her face fell as she read. "She wants me to sit out of our wedding," I said. Sophia looked up at me, eyes wide, whispering, "Ethan, this is insane." I didn't argue. For once, I didn't excuse them. I opened a spreadsheet I'd been working on quietly in my spare time. Venues, food trucks, affordable photographers, freelance DJs, and a modest but workable budget were included. Sophia glanced at the screen. "You've been planning this?" "Yeah." I kept my voice steady. "Because I don't want them anywhere near our real wedding." Suddenly something changed. She put down the ice cream and hugged me. The first time in weeks or months I felt seen, not just tolerated or included out of obligation. Seen. From that night on, fall became rise. We secretly worked. Every night after work and weekend, we worked on the details. A last-minute cancellation at a small vineyard an hour from the city gave us one slot. The owners, an older couple semi-retired, offered us a ridiculous discount after hearing our sanitized story. Sophia's cousin, a side gig photographer, offered to shoot the whole thing for half his usual rate. The officiant was our old college friend Naomi, and my co-workers gave us a handmade arch that one built in his garage because, "You've been carrying everyone else on your back for years. Let us carry something for you." The pace was slow. It was quiet. Though built on betrayal, it was ours. I never felt so alive. Schedule conflicts, budget cuts, and the vineyard's generator failure that week made us think we'd lost the slot were all setbacks. Despite everything, we continued. Though there was plenty of love, every moment was driven by something sharper, a determination to change the narrative. Sophia taped a pink cardstock checklist to our fridge. Every box we checked felt like a small rebellion. Create guest list, buy rings, write vows. No family but real. Invitations, sound system rental. We invited friends who had seen us grow, mentors who had guided us, and colleagues who supported us. No unknown plus ones. No duties, just love. I continued to imagine the backyard wedding. Parental texts about potluck signups continued. My mom sent me a blurry Pinterest photo of a donut cake. My dad worried about the sprinkler system disrupting the ceremony. I told them I'd investigate and everything was fine. Instead of being cruel, I smiled through every lie because I knew they didn't deserve to ruin the real version. Pressure increased as the date approached. My mom planned a family unity candle. Chloe demanded a brief speech. Nothing major, promise. She even asked if I could include Jack's nephew in the ceremony to make it feel like a family. Nodded, took notes, promised to return. Sophia bought thrift store decorations and hand-painted signs. Craft paper, string lights, and half-glued centerpieces wreaked havoc in our kitchen. We were exhausted and glowing. My mom called a week before the real wedding, 3 days before the fake one. My phone buzzed as I left the grocery store. Without thinking, I replied. "Ethan," she said. "We have a problem." I stopped beside my car. "What kind of problem?" I was talking to Chloe and she mentioned something odd. She said she saw a Facebook post from one of Sophia's coworkers about a wedding at a vineyard next week, and it had your name tagged in it. My stomach dropped slightly. I told everyone to be quiet, but they're excited. Posts occur. I spoke quietly. "That's weird. Probably just a mix-up." "Is it?" she asked, focusing. "Because Chloe said the vineyard was the one she toured last year. The one she wanted before she settled for the winery downtown. Are you two planning something you haven't told us about?" I paused. Enough to make her wiggle. "Of course not," I concluded. "Why would we do that?" There was silence. A suspicious hum. "Okay," she confirmed. "It would be extremely hurtful if something like that were happening behind our backs." "Wouldn't want to hurt anyone," I said, hanging up before she could continue. Sophia and I wrote our vows that night. We sat on our balcony with string lights above us and the city murmuring below. She read hers first, crying, cracking on the part about building something no one could take away. I didn't cry when it was my turn. But I felt a stillness and peace I hadn't felt in years. Choosing your own story felt like this. My dad texted me a backyard photo 2 days later, the night before the fake wedding. The arch tilted. The chairs clashed. A wind-blown plastic tablecloth covered a folding table. Under it, a grocery store bakery's single-tier cake in a plastic box. "Almost ready for your big day," he wrote. I stared at the image for a long time, not angry or sad, but relieved that I no longer needed their love. Something better was waiting for me one day away. I packed my suit, but they didn't know. Sophia's dress hung at the vineyard. Another friend's free camera crew was on site checking angles and lighting. They never hosted the wedding they thought they would. However, the one we built in its place was quietly, powerfully unfolding without them. They'd soon discover how far I'd gone to redeem myself. After the vows, the first dance, and the sun setting below the vineyard hills, I had one last surprise they would never forget. I woke up before sunrise on the fake wedding day, from the electric tension of knowing that every moment from now on was part of the setup, not nerves or excitement. That today wasn't wedding day. It was Act 1. Mom texted me while the sun was barely rising. "Happy wedding day. Can't believe it's finally here. We're setting everything up. Don't be late." She posted a photo of Chloe in workout clothes holding a stapler and an iced coffee next to the arch, pretending to help. Folding chairs were out. A breeze blew Dollar Tree banners. Half-mowed grass appeared. I got the afterthought wedding they always thought I deserved. They didn't know that the real wedding was already underway 3 hours north in a secluded vineyard between two gentle hills. Sophia and I drove up the night before to pretend to be apart. Sophia checked into the vineyard's small guest house while I stayed with our friend Naomi and her wife. We wanted airtightness. No digital footprints, suspicious activity, or countdown. It had to unfold like a magic trick. Now you see? Now not. I turned off my phone after reading the text. After that, I was unreachable. Everything worked magically at the vineyard. Not storybook-like, but built on sweat, trust, and showing up when it counts. Sophia's cousin Michael checked light angles with his camera lens. Naomi reviewed her script under the arbor our friend Daniel stained and carved. Sophia and I hand-tied ribbon sashes on sturdy whitewood chairs in neat rows. Wildflowers, mason jars, hand-lettered signs, and the food truck we hired to serve dinner smelled like fresh-baked bread. It wasn't lavish, but ours. All attendees wanted to be there. Nobody was guilty. No modesty. Don't pretend modesty hides contempt. Just joy. Absolute joy. I was in the dressing room putting on my tailored navy suit, which I'd saved for over a year. Naomi peered in. "You ready to nuke some bridges?" She grinned. I grinned. "No, I'm ready to walk away from the ashes." The ceremony wasn't live-streamed. Not the point. We recorded it. Michael's drone provides high-quality aerial footage. He wanted to do it as a gift, and we knew what that footage would become. Wedding began at noon. During Sophia's wedding to a soft-string rendition of "Can't Help Falling in Love," my mom was pacing her backyard, texting furiously, at 12:01. Chloe stormed around her patio at 12:15, demanding answers from empty chairs while we exchanged vows under a sunlit canopy. By 12:30, when Naomi declared us husband and wife and Sophia kissed me with tears in her eyes, I imagined my dad scratching his head and saying, "Well, maybe they got lost." It was nearly poetic. Everything was ready except us. We left. I turned my phone back on after the ceremony while guests mingled and the food truck heated up its griddle. Imagine opening a dam. 9 voicemails, 52 missed messages. 9 from my mom, 3 from my dad, 1 from Chloe saying, "Are you freaking kidding me?" I didn't respond. I requested a favor from Michael. "Can you pull together a short teaser cut?" I asked. Like 1 minute. Quick, emotional, but clean. I wanted to feel like a movie trailer. He grinned and started. I loved that about our group. No lengthy explanations were needed. The assignment was understood. He had it when the reception reached full swing. Perfect teaser. Beginning with a drone shot of the vineyard in golden sunlight, Sophia walks through the vines in her dress, cutting to our vows. "I choose you every time." We kiss. Wide shot of everyone clapping, laughing, music, and dancing under lights to a soft instrumental score that built to wait. Elegant. Intimate. Beautiful. Not to Instagram or Facebook. I watched it once and uploaded it. I uploaded it privately to YouTube. A video called, "To Those Who Said We Couldn't Afford Joy," no tags, no description, no fanfare. I copied the link and sent it to my mom, dad, Chloe, our extended family group chat, and every RSVP'er. Yes. To the backyard wedding. No caption, just link. The reactions could wait, so I turned off my phone again. I wouldn't let them ruin our night. Under lanterns we danced, toasted, and walked slowly through the vineyard. Sophia's dad's speech made people laugh and cry. Naomi read a book quote we both liked. Our guests signed our guest book with names, love letters, inside jokes, and drawings. While the DJ played our song and Sophia pulled me close, I whispered, "Can you believe we did this?" She looked up at me, beaming. I can now. The fallout hit me the next morning. I used my phone for breakfast. Messages kept coming. Some confused, some furious, some stunned into silence. But none dared say what I thought they would. The video proved my cruelty, so no one accused me. Differences were evident. You felt it. The point was that it's not the climax because the teaser was only part 1. The worst was yet to come. Michael edited the entire video. Every moment of this 20-minute masterpiece is cinematically clear. It would end with something special. A speech. My reception gift. We stood with Sophia and our friends and chosen family, glass in hand. The one where I thanked everyone who helped us build this from scratch. I told the truth without bitterness or rage. I said, sometimes the people who say they love you the most are the same ones who clip your wings in the name of humility. But love that demands silence and smallness isn't love. This is control. We won't let anyone control our joy celebrations. They had no idea that speech would go viral. Not after seeing the teaser. Not when they called and left nice-sounding but sour voicemails. Not after Chloe posted a black and white story saying, "Some people are just ungrateful." I didn't respond either because I wasn't done. Final act was coming. When it hit, they felt everything we felt, twice as hard. I didn't intend virality. I wanted to marry. Making a point was my goal. People notice when you do both with grace, clarity, and receipts. Full wedding video dropped 3 days later. Michael frantically edited and sent me the final cut with the subject line, "Ready to set the internet on fire." It started with a wide vineyard sunset shot. Soft focus guests arriving. Sophia adjusting her veil in the mirror, little trembling in her fingers. Fixing my tie. Naomi shoulder clapping. Slow build, steady beat. Just enough trimming was done to keep the ceremony flowing. But every word, glance and tear remained. Our honest vows. Sophia cracked, "You are my home no matter the house." I shook. I spent years shrinking so others could shine. You taught me that love doesn't ask you to be smaller. The reception followed. Dancing, laughing, glass clinking, and wine-dark hills lit up. Sophia twirling barefoot in grass. Dad hugging me, whispering, "Thank you for loving her the way she deserves." Naomi toasting with 3 inside jokes and a Princess Bride quote. And finally, the speech. I held my glass like a lifeline under the arbor, the stars bright above us. I want to thank all of you for being here, I say. Not just physically, but truly present. Every person here chose us, not out of obligation, guilt, or expectation, but because they wanted to. That matters more than I can say. Some nodded. Some crying. There's something that happens when you're the easy child, I said. You get good at making things easier for everyone else. You learn to smile through disappointment, to shrink your joy, to make room for someone else's ego. You become the background character in your own story. End. But then something changes. Maybe it's love. Maybe it's finally being believed. Maybe it's just enough. And one day, you decide that you're done making yourself small. I let that linger. I won't name names, I said calmly. But this wasn't the wedding I was supposed to have. I was supposed to stand in a backyard next to a plastic table covered in potato salad, surrounded by people who thought I should be grateful for the bare minimum. I was supposed to stay quiet, be humble, be cheap, be invisible, the crowd murmured. I raised my glass to building your own table and inviting people who know how to sit at it. Applause. Some stand. Sophia weeping. I kissed her forehead. Just like that, the video went black. They tried to cancel the wedding. A tale of love, family, and self-determination. Toxic family, golden child, wedding, emotional speech, family drama, standing up for yourself, backyard wedding lie, viral wedding video. It reached 5,000 views in 24 hours. Over 1 million by week's end. The comment section became a digital bonfire every hour. I don't know you, but I'm crying. This is how you take your power back. Your parents should be ashamed. You did everything with class. Can't believe they tried to gaslight you out of your own wedding. The oldest child who always had to smile signed, "Glad you made it yours." This hit me in the gut. The speech. I stood and clapped at my desk. Bravo, someone put this in a movie, please. It was featured in wedding blogs, reaction TikToks, and a BuzzFeed roundup of 10 weddings that rejected toxic families. I ignored media hype. I didn't value fame. I quietly watched as the people who always made me feel small realized the world wasn't on their side. Fallout started with a group chat explosion. My mother messaged first. "You made us look like monsters. You humiliated this family. How could you do this to us?" I said. My dad called me 3 times in an hour. I sent everyone to voicemail. His voice went from calm to bitter to desperate. "Ethan, this is getting out of hand. You need to take the video down. Your mother hasn't slept. Chloe's furious. People are asking questions. Do you really want to burn every bridge over this?" "Yes. Yes, I did," Chloe DM'd. She didn't appear subtle. "You manipulative little snake, you're jealous. You've always been jealous. Just because you couldn't afford a real wedding doesn't mean you get to trash mine." I studied the message. I debated responding. Considering sending her the receipts, spreadsheets of the money our parents spent on her events while saying they were broke. I didn't because her rage proved it. My revenge went beyond a viral video. Next came the real blow. Sophia and I wrote thank you notes to everyone who attended our real wedding. Personalized, considerate. Each had a photo of that day frozen in time. She twirled barefoot under the arbor. Our first dance. She wiped her eyes. Memory. We didn't write my parents. We sent them something else. Wedding video on DVD. White envelope. Old school. No return address, just a post-it note saying, "Since you missed it, Chloe got a copy too." We never heard back. My aunt, my dad's sister, who'd always been kind to me, called a week later. She reported my parents' damage control. That they told everyone they would help, but Sophia and I wanted to do it alone. They were surprised by our decision. "They're trying to rewrite it," she said. "Thanks, but no one's buying it. Everyone saw the video." She paused. "I'm proud of you." That meant everything. Sophia and I settled into married life with peace I didn't expect. No drama, guilt, or fallout in our home, just the warm, steady hum of something we built from scratch. Not everyone was excluded, not all at once. We let things fade. No more Sunday dinners. No more group texts. We declined Chloe's wedding 2 months later, complete with an Italy honeymoon and luxury photographer. That weekend we hiked in the mountains off the grid. We weren't bitter when the photos of the custom flower wall, glass dance floor, and Chloe's third dress change circulated. We felt nothing because we won our wedding. It went beyond viral. It symbolized the quiet, thunderous reminder that love and joy don't need permission. People who use tradition to hide mistreatment don't deserve your silence. You can make others feel big without shrinking. Choose your ending. Sometimes the best revenge is living a life so full of love they can't rewrite the story without you. You've stopped reading theirs. My mother-in-law bought iPhone 17 Pro Max for all grandkids except mine. She is adopted, she said. So I cut her off, and she will never meet my new son. Reddit, hello. Due to her adoption, my daughter was purposefully left out of a family gift by my mother-in-law. I therefore disconnected her from the rest of the family. Absolute mayhem ensued. This is the complete tale. I'm a 36-year-old Finn who has been married to my 35-year-old wife, Aria, for 9 years. Ella, our only child, is 8 years old. After years of infertility issues, which I won't go into because that isn't the subject of this story, we adopted her when she was 9 months old. Audrey, Aria's mother, has always been one of those ladies who believes her viewpoint is more important than anybody else's. You are aware of the kind. The type of person that unexpectedly shows up at your house and rearranges your kitchen cabinets because they think it would be more efficient that way. The type of person who, after her own children became catastrophes, offers uninvited parenting advice. Audrey has a total of 3 children. Aria is by far the most successful and oldest. She bought our house when she was 30 years old, works as a civil engineer for 6 figures, and generally has her life together. Next up is Mark, Aria's 32-year-old brother who works in sales. He's a decent man, but not very exceptional. The youngest is Michelle, Aria's sister, who is 28 years old, works part-time at a salon, and her husband handles the majority of their household expenses. This is where it becomes pertinent. Mark's 2 children are 10 and 12 years old. Michelle has a 7-year-old child. At family get-togethers, Audrey won't stop talking about her biological children, all of whom are the result of flawless textbook pregnancies. Audrey expressed her thoughts rather clearly when Arya and I first began the adoption process. Little remarks here and there, nothing explicit enough to call her out on. Are you sure about this? What if the biological parents come back? Alternatively, sometimes these fertility issues resolve themselves if you just relax and stop trying so hard. Arya was particularly annoyed by that second one. For 6 years, we had been trying. 6 years of frustration, doctor visits, intrusive procedures, and growing debt from ineffective treatments. And Audrey's wise medical counsel was to simply unwind. As if all the aunts and distant cousins who believed they were being helpful hadn't told us that. We were ecstatic to be matched with Ella at last. This adorable 9-month-old has the cutest smile you've ever seen, along with these enormous brown eyes. On a Tuesday, the adoption agency gave us a call. That Friday, we met her, and by the next month, she was ours. When we got Arya home, she sobbed nonstop for almost 1 hour, tears of joy. The kind that makes you understand that, in the best manner conceivable, your life has just altered forever. Audrey's response at meeting baby Ella. "Oh, she's lovely. Will you keep her original name or change it?" Isn't a conventional grandmother's way of saying, "She's beautiful," or offering congratulations. Just this strange professional inquiry about her name, as if we were adopting a puppy. In honor of my wife, we gave her the name Ella Rebecca. Audrey didn't say anything about that either. Everyone in the family noted Audrey's strange emotional remoteness during the first 9 years of Ella's childhood, but no one wanted to confront it head-on. She would attend Ella's birthday celebrations, but she would spend the entire time swooning over Michelle's or Mark's children. She would purchase Christmas presents for each of the grandchildren, but Ella's purchases were consistently notably less incredible, less considerate. Mark's oldest child received expensive or remote control car one year, which probably cost $180. A tablet was given to his younger child. Michelle's child received an abundance of art supplies. Ella received a $25 Target gift card. Arya took note. I took note. When Ella was old enough to evaluate her gifts against those of her relatives, around the age of 6, she even began to notice. However, what were we to do? Point the finger at a grandparent for not showing our child enough love? Nobody wants to talk about that. We attempted to deal with it in a roundabout way. Arya would talk about how Ella cherished her time with Grandma Audrey and that they could spend more time together alone. Audrey would wholeheartedly concur but never act on it. She would take Michelle's child to get ice cream or Mark's children to the zoo, but she never had time for Ella. 3 weeks ago, during what was meant to be a pleasant family dinner at Audrey's house, the breaking point occurred. All 3 of Audrey's children, their spouses, and all of their grandchildren had been invited. Perhaps once a month these meals are held, generally to commemorate a special occasion, or simply because Audrey enjoyed having everyone together to remind herself that she had successfully reproduced. We arrived at approximately 5 p.m. on a Saturday. There were already the other families present. While the grown-ups gathered in the kitchen, children played in the backyard. Quite a typical scenario. Audrey called all of the grandchildren into the living room about 20 minutes after we got there. She appeared to be preparing to announce that she had won the lottery, as evidenced by the enormous smile on her face. She said, "I have something special for my precious grandchildren," and reached under the couch to retrieve a shopping bag. She distributed boxes one by one. iPhone 17 Pro Max packaging. The most recent model, which cost roughly $1,200 each, had just been released. Mark's 2 children received one. Even though Michelle's child was only 7 years old and had no business owning a $1,200 phone, she still bought one. As she waited her turn, Ella was bouncing up and down with excitement since she had seen her cousins receive such wonderful presents and imagined she would also receive one. After giving Michelle's 7-year-old the final phone, Audrey turned to the adults and began discussing the phone plans she had set up for each device. Ella just stood there, perplexed. She was 8 years old and found it difficult to comprehend what was going on. She glanced at Audrey, then at Arya, then at me. "Grandma Audrey," Ella murmured. "Did you forget mine?" The room was silent. Every adult paused in the middle of their sentence. All of a sudden, Mark and Michelle were fascinated by their shoes. I felt my blood pressure rise as Audrey cast a phony, contrite grin down at Ella. My wife's face turned pale as she said, "Oh, sweetheart, these are for my grandchildren. You understand, right?" As she took in what her mother had just spoken in front of everyone, I literally saw the color drain from her cheeks. Arya whispered, "Mom," in a trembling voice. Audrey dismissively waved her hand and said, "Ella is your grandchild." She responded rather casually, "You know what I mean, Arya. These are for my real grandchildren, the ones who are actually family." It didn't sound like she was telling an 8-year-old that she wasn't truly a member of the family. Rather, it sounded like she was explaining why she had chosen chocolate ice cream over vanilla. Ella started crying, but it wasn't the kind of crying children do when they don't get their way. The kind of tears that come from real emotional pain, the grieved, devastated kind. She sobbed and hid her face in Arya's leg. Arya picked her up right away and gave her mother a look I had never seen her make before. It was terrible to see the mixture of deep hurt and pure wrath. "We're leaving," Arya stated bluntly. "Oh, don't be so dramatic," Audrey said. I knew this woman was dead when she said, "She'll understand when she's older." This is about blood family, Arya. You can't expect me to treat an adopted child the same as my real grandchildren. I remained silent. Didn't have to. Without saying anything more, I simply took Arya's hand, picked up the diaper bag we had brought with Ella's belongings, and left the house. Michelle and Mark remained silent. Their husbands remained silent. Unaware that their grandmother had just caused psychological harm to their cousin, they all just stood there and watched us go while their children fiddled with their new phones. It was a terrible drive home. Arya cried all the way. In her vehicle seat, Ella sobbed herself to sleep. I kept replaying that scenario in my mind while gripping the driving wheel until my knuckles turned white. My real grandchildren. I couldn't stop thinking about that. For 9 years, Ella was a member of this family. 9 years of family dinners, holidays, and birthday celebrations. For 9 years, Audrey called her grandmother, asked when she might spend sleepovers at her house like her cousins did, and drew pictures for her. Audrey had made it quite evident that none of that mattered to her in a single, casual statement. There would never be true family with Ella. She was only the child that Arya and I had brought home when we were unable to produce biological children. Arya and I had a lengthy discussion about what to do next that evening after we had managed to calm Ella down and get her into bed. Arya kept saying, "I can't believe she did that," as she paced our bedroom. I can't believe my own mother would hurt Ella like that in front of everyone, in front of the other kids." "What do you want to do?" I responded. Arya said, "I want to never speak to her again. Right away." Then she stopped. "But I don't know if I can actually do that. She's my mom and Mark and Michelle are still going to those family dinners. And Ella's going to wonder why her cousins get to see Grandma. But she doesn't. The thing about my wife is this. She is one of those individuals that consistently see the best in everyone, even if they don't deserve it." For 9 years she had been rationalizing Audrey's treatment of Ella, telling herself that things would improve and that Audrey simply needed time to get used to having an adopted grandchild. However, I had had enough of making excuses. I said, "Arya," very cautiously, "your mother just told our daughter that she's not really family. In front of everyone she bought 1,000 phones for kids who don't even need them and deliberately excluded Ella because she's adopted. That's not something you come back from." "I know," she said quietly. "I know. But what am I supposed to do? Cut off my own mother if she can't treat our daughter with basic human decency?" "Yeah, that's exactly what you do." We were up until 3 in the morning, discussing it. Arya wavered between wanting to cut Audrey off entirely and wanting to give her another chance to make amends. I was aware of what would occur if we let her the opportunity. Audrey would say something like, "I'm sorry you were upset," but she would never really own up to her mistakes. She would then anticipate that everything would return to normal and we would be back to where we were. Arya had come to the conclusion that we needed to establish some firm boundaries by the time we finally went to bed. Audrey's residence will no longer host family gatherings, no more spending time with Ella unattended. And Audrey needed to know exactly why those boundaries were being established. Audrey called the following morning. Arya remained silent. An hour later she made another call. No response once more. Then the texts began to arrive. Audrey first, followed by Mark and Michelle. Every variant of, "You're overreacting. And she didn't mean it that way. And family is important. Don't throw it away over a misunderstanding." As if it were possible to misunderstand. Arya finally texted Audrey back saying, "These are for my real grandchildren. What you said to Ella was cruel and unacceptable. Until you can apologize to her directly and acknowledge that she is your grandchild, your real grandchild, we won't be attending any more family events." 10 minutes later, Audrey responded, "I will not be apologizing for speaking the truth. She's not my biological grandchild, and everyone knows it. You're being ridiculous and teaching her to be entitled." That was all. The last nail in the coffin of Audrey's relationship with our family. I saw Arya's face tighten in a way I had never seen before when she showed me the text. This was the lady who had spent 9 years attempting to win her mother's approval, who had gone to great lengths to meet Audrey's tastes and opinions, and who had offered justifications for years of covert partiality. And Audrey had ruined that relationship in a single text message. When Arya said, "We're done. I'm done, she'll never meet our next child. She'll never be alone with Ella again. And I'm not going to any family events if she's there." We'd decided we were done with the adoption, so I inquired, perplexed. "What next child?" "We're going to adopt again," Arya firmly declared. "Maybe 2 more kids if we can afford it, and Audrey will never meet any of them. She wants real grandchildren. Fine, she can focus on the ones she has. Mine will never have to feel that rejection." In that instant, I loved my wife more than I had in years. We disregarded every call and message from Audrey's side of the family during the course of the following week. Mark attempted to mediate the situation by proposing that we all get together and have an adult conversation. Michelle sent this lengthy letter of shame about how family is forever, and that we cannot allow one argument to destroy us all. Arya's answer to both of them was straightforward. "Your mother told my daughter she's not real family and bought expensive gifts for your kids while deliberately excluding mine. If you think that's acceptable behavior, then we don't have anything to talk about." They didn't react to that. We received an invitation to Mark's oldest child's birthday celebration at Audrey's house 2 weeks after the iPhone incident. As if nothing had occurred. For the first time since we had left, Arya gave Mark a call. She said, "Is Mom going to be at the party?" Mark said, "Well, yeah, it's at her house." As if it were clear. "Then we won't be there." "Come on, Arya, you can't keep avoiding her forever, just apologize and move on." Arya's voice became frigid. "Apologize?" she asked. "Apologize for what exactly? For making such a big deal out of nothing? Mom feels bad about the whole phone thing. If she feels bad, she can call Ella and apologize to her directly. Until then, we're not coming to any events where she'll be present." "You're being unreasonable. According to Mark, the kids miss each other. Then you're welcome to bring them to our house anytime, but I'm not exposing Ella to someone who thinks she's not real family." Mark ended the call. Without us, the birthday celebration came and went. Instead, it was the 3 of us that took Ella to an amusement park that day. She enjoyed eating expensive theme park fare and riding the cat roller coasters. Never inquired about her cousins. Audrey began acting shady at that point. She started sharing on social media how devastated she was that certain family members were choosing to harbor resentment rather than forgiving and moving on, and how her own daughter was silently punishing her for a minor error. How terrible it was for her to be cut off from her grandchildren's life, and how essential family is. "Praying for peace," she said in one of her posts. "When you raise your children with love and they turn around and take your grandchildren away over a misunderstanding, it breaks your heart." Inquiring about what transpired, Arya's pals began emailing her screenshots of these posts. Some of them took Audrey's side, arguing that Arya had to forgive her mother and be the greater person. Others wrote supportive notes as soon as they understood. Those that supported Audrey were given a thorough account of what had truly transpired. It was intentional cruelty to a 7-year-old child, not a miscommunication or little error. After that, the majority of them soon altered their minds. Audrey's social media effort, however, did have an impact. Members of the extended family began attempting to mediate. Audrey hardly ever had regular conversations with Arya's aunts, uncles, cousins, and even the siblings of her late father. They all received the same message. While giving all the other grandchildren pricey presents, Audrey informed Ella that she was not her biological granddaughter. "We'll talk about mending our connection if she expresses her regret to Ella and admits her mistake. We are shielding our daughter from emotional assault till then." After that, the majority of them gave up on mediating. Arya quickly shot down the "but she's your mother" guilt trip that some of the elder relatives attempted. "Being someone's mother doesn't give you the right to hurt their children," she said to her Aunt Margaret over a particularly contentious phone chat. "If my own mother can't treat my daughter with basic respect, then she doesn't get access to her. It's that simple." Audrey unexpectedly came up at our place 3 weeks after the incident. Ella was watching cartoons in the living room on a Saturday morning as Arya and I prepared brunch. We were anticipating a delivery of groceries, so I went to answer the doorbell without looking through the peephole. Rather, I saw Audrey standing on our porch with a wrapped gift in her finest church attire, as if she were going to a funeral. "I'd like to speak with Arya," she remarked formally. I said, "She doesn't want to talk to you," and started to shut the door. "This is between me and my daughter. You have no right to keep us apart. Actually, I have every right to decide who comes into my house, and you're not welcome here." Audrey's calm face shattered a little. I'm her mother, and you told our daughter she's not real family. So, no, you don't get to show up here and demand anything. I brought a gift for Ella, an apology gift. She doesn't want your gifts. You couldn't even treat her the way the other of your grandchildren were treated. Then Arya heard the rising sounds and came up behind me. I watched something die in her eyes as she turned to face her mother, who was standing on our porch. That final glimmer of optimism that Audrey would somehow put everything right. Arya asked bluntly, "What do you want, Mom?" Audrey remarked, "I came to apologize," while displaying the wrapped present. "I bought Ella an iPhone too. I realized I made a mistake, and I want to make it right." The problem with too little, too late apologies is as follows. An apology is better than none at all. Because they demonstrate that the individual is aware of their mistakes and only cares about correcting them when they are subject to repercussions. "You think you can show up here with a phone and everything's fine?" Arya replied. "I'm trying to make amends." Audrey made a defensive statement. "Isn't that what you wanted?" "From the beginning, I wanted you to treat my daughter as your granddaughter. I didn't want you to tell a 7-year-old that she isn't true family, nor did I want you to purposefully leave her out of a family gift in front of everyone." "I didn't say that," Audrey objected. "Yes, you did. You said the phones were for your real grandchildren. Everyone heard you." "I misspoke. I meant my other grandchildren. It came out wrong." "No, Mom. What you said was precisely what you meant. The less expensive Christmas presents, the missed birthdays, and the fact that you take Mark's and Michelle's children on special outings but never invite Ella are all examples of how you've been treating Ella differently from the day we adopted her. I'm done making excuses for you. I've been doing it for 9 years. Audrey's cheeks flushed. "I've tried with that child. It's not my fault we don't have a connection." I said, "That child has a name. And the reason you don't have a connection is because you've never tried. You decided the day we adopted her that she wasn't really your grandchild, and you've treated her accordingly." "She's not my blood," Audrey abruptly said, abandoning her courteous demeanor. "I'm sorry, but that matters. It matters to me. I can't help how I feel." "Then we can't help how we feel about you being in our lives," Arya muttered. She closed the door and said, "Goodbye, Mom." For an additional 7 minutes, Audrey stood on our porch pounding and yelling Arya's name. Until she eventually departed, we disregarded her. Arya's phone was inundated with texts that afternoon from Mark and Michelle, who were upset that we had rejected Audrey when she attempted to apologize. They said that by punishing their mother for a sincere error and destroying the family, we were being obstinate and unkind. Arya was tough yet measured in her answer to the family group chat. "This isn't about harboring resentment. Rather, it's about shielding our daughter from someone who has made it very clear that she will never accept her as true family. Mom came here today not to truly apologize, but to try to buy her way back into our lives with a gift. She told me straight out that she can't connect with Ella because she's not her blood. She called her that child instead of using her name. You are free to keep up your friendship with Ella and us, but we will not be going to any occasions where Mom is present, and she is not allowed in our house." "This is ridiculous. She's your mother," Mark retorted. "You're being so dramatic over a phone," Michelle continued. Arya gave one last response. "This isn't about a phone. This is about 9 years of favoritism and emotional neglect toward my daughter, culminating in her being told she's not real family. If you can't understand why that's unacceptable, then we don't have anything else to discuss." Then she turned off the group chat. A new normal was established during the course of the following month. On social media, Audrey persisted in her martyrdom campaign, portraying herself as the victim of an unappreciative daughter who had taken away her grandkids due to a single error. Her version was accepted by some. The majority of those who were aware of the truth didn't. After a couple of weeks, Mark and Michelle gave up on mediating. They kept bringing their children to Audrey's family dinners and sharing joyful family pictures that blatantly left out Arya's family. I would observe Arya's emotional processing after she saw these pictures. She was hurt that her siblings preferred to stand behind their mother. We were relieved that we were no longer exposing Ella to that setting. Sorrow at losing the family she had known as a child. One evening, after seeing a picture of Audrey at a restaurant with all of the grandchildren but Ella, she asked me, "Do you think I did the right thing?" I answered, "Absolutely," without thinking twice. "You protected our daughter from someone who was hurting her. That's exactly what a good parent does." "But what if Ella grows up and resents me for keeping her from her grandmother? If she grows up and we explain that we kept her away from someone who told her she wasn't real family, who treated her worse than her cousins, who couldn't love her the way she deserved, she's going to thank you." Arya gave a nod. However, it was evident to me that she continued to feel guilty over severing ties with her own mother. About 7 weeks after the iPhone incident, the true turning moment occurred. After years of knowing Audrey through different social circles, Aria's friend Grace called with some intriguing news. It seems that Audrey had been informing members of her religious group that Aria had taken Ella in order to harm her. That Aria wanted to punish Audrey for not being supportive enough during the process, which is why we decided on adoption rather than continuing reproductive procedures. That we were waging a fictitious family war with Ella as a weapon. The story was plainly crazy, but Audrey was spreading it to everyone who would listen, portraying herself as the victim of our ruthless manipulation while at the same time refusing to admit that it could have been wrong to tell a child she wasn't true family. After hearing this at a church potluck, Grace called Aria right away to let her know that Audrey was spreading these rumors. She had even claimed that, rather than because Audrey had done anything wrong, we were keeping Ella away from her biological grandma out of resentment. The story has been entirely revised by her. Grace responded, "Everyone at church thinks you're this horrible daughter who adopted a child just to exclude your mother from her life." After thanking Grace for the heads up, Aria sat silently for a while, taking in this new information. "It's wild. She's never going to admit she was wrong," Aria replied at last. "She's never going to apologize to Ella. She's never going to see her as a real grandchild. This is who she is." "Yeah," I said, "she is that person. Are you okay with the fact that she is no longer in our lives and that we are truly done?" After giving it some thought, Aria nodded. "Yes, I believe I am. It aches, but I don't mind because Ella deserves better than to be treated like a second-class citizen because we adopted her. We're done because, to be honest, I deserve better too. I've spent my entire life trying to live up to my mother's unachievable standards and make her proud, but she still decided to harm my child." Their relationship ended with that talk, not with a dramatic walkout, a closed door, or a blocked phone call. This silent acknowledgement that Audrey would never be Ella's ideal grandmother, and since we would shield Ella from that letdown, it was okay. We were able to return to our regular lifestyles 2 months following the iPhone event. After a few weeks, Ella stopped inquiring about Grandma Audrey, and we continued to engage in our own family activities. We would bring her school classmates home for playdates, take her to the park, and host movie evenings. She was content. What was important was that Aria continued to have a tense relationship with Mark and Michelle. The easy sibling relationship they had previously shared was gone, but they would occasionally text each other about unrelated subjects. Aria couldn't forgive them both because they hadn't defended Ella when it counted. We also began to seriously consider re-expanding our family through adoption during this period. We had always discussed the possibility of having 2 children, as Aria had indicated that first evening. However, Aria was adamant about adopting once more following the Audrey incident. "I want Ella to have a sibling who understands what it's like to be adopted," she said. "Someone who gets it. And I want Audrey to know that we're building our own family without her." We began the process of adopting a second kid. Because we had been through it before, we were considerably more confident in our abilities this time. Michelle called Aria 4 months after she had cut off contact with Audrey. She was on the verge of not responding when something prompted her to do so. Michelle said, "Mom's in the hospital." Without hesitation. She had a heart attack. Aria's face turned white. This was still her mother in spite of everything. "Is she okay?" inquired Aria. "She's stable. They did surgery. But Finn, she's been asking for you. She wants to see you." I could see Aria's internal conflict as she looked at me. There was a part of her that wanted to run to the hospital, the part that was Ella's mother, the part that had seen our daughter cry when she was told she wasn't really family, but that part remained strong. "I need to think about it," Aria replied. "I'll call you back." We had a conversation after she hung up. It was unclear if Audrey's behavior had changed as a result of this medical emergency or if it had only momentarily eclipsed the effects she had been dealing with. "If you visit her at the hospital, she's going to think everything's forgiven," I said. "She's going to expect things to go back to normal." Aria, "I know," she said. "But what if she dies and I never talk to her again? What if this is my last chance?" "Your last chance to do what? Hear her not apologize again? Watch her not acknowledge what she did to Ella? You've given her so many chances already." An hour later, Aria gave Michelle another call. "Ella isn't coming, so I'll visit the hospital, but it doesn't imply we're making amends. Nothing has changed regarding our boundaries, but I still want to make sure she's all right." "Fine," Michelle responded with a sigh of relief. "Just come." That night, Aria visited the hospital. Ella was contentedly unaware of the drama unfolding at the medical facility across town, so I stayed at home with her. 3 hours later, Arya arrived home looking worn out. I inquired, "How is she?" "Stable. Recovery will take a few weeks, but she'll be fine." Arya kicked off her shoes and slumped on the couch. She inquired about Ella. "What did she say?" "She said she missed her granddaughter and wanted to see her." I informed her that Ella wasn't present. She became angry and claimed that I was denying her grandchildren when she had a chance to pass away. Her grandchildren, in the plural. Yeah, that's what I said too. I questioned whether Ella was now her grandchild. She became upset and said she had never stated that, and that I was exaggerating the situation after I had been telling her for months that she wasn't actually family. Of course she did. I told her I didn't want to revisit the past. All I wanted to do was check on her. She attempted to make me feel horrible about being a bad daughter, leaving her when she most needed me, and all the typical things. I informed her that I was heading out and that she could give me a call when she was prepared to truly apologize to Ella. After that, I departed. "How do you feel?" Arya considered it. "Relieved, honestly. I thought maybe the heart attack would have changed something. Made her realize life's too short to die on this hill. However, she is the same. I can now be certain that we made the proper decision." A week later, Audrey was discharged from the hospital. Since she was still having trouble climbing stairs, she temporarily moved into Mark's single-story home while she recovered. During this period, Mark tried one more time to encourage Arya to reconcile with their mother. He called and left a lengthy message about how everyone was being harmed by this resentment, how family was vital, and how Audrey was growing older. Arya replied by SMS, "We're done until Mom truly apologizes to Ella and promises to treat her like the rest of her grandchildren. You may accept it or not. It's not a grudge. It's a boundary. Mom damaged my daughter and won't own it. However, this is no longer debatable." Mark remained silent. Arya and I finished the home study for our second adoption 6 months after the iPhone incident. After receiving approval, we were added to the child match waiting list. We kept it a secret from Arya's relatives. Not Michelle, not Mark, and most definitely not Audrey. They had given up their right to participate in these special times, and this was a decision made by our family. When we gave us clearance, Arya's pals threw her a little party. And Ella was delighted about perhaps being a big sister. That was all the assistance we required. After 7 months, Audrey wrote a letter to our home. An actual handwritten letter, as if she were someone's grandmother in a historical drama, rather than a text or email. Audrey sent a 3-page letter outlining her thoughts on everything that had transpired. How Arya's overreaction had caught her off guard. How she had been turned down when she tried to apologize. How family members ought to forgive one another. How she didn't want to pass away with this divide between them as she grew older. She never once expressed regret for referring to Ella as not real family. She never once acknowledged the suffering she had inflicted. She never once accepted true accountability for her deeds. After reading the letter, Arya placed it in a drawer without answering. All she said was that she still didn't understand. We were paired with our second kid, Cooper, a 4-year-old boy who had been in foster care when his parents' rights were terminated, 8 months after the iPhone incident. Despite having a difficult beginning to life, he was said to be kind and strong. When we first met him 3 weeks later, it was obvious that he was destined to be our son. He was first reserved and cautious, but he soon warmed up to Ella. Within an hour of meeting, they were playing together. Since Cooper was already in state custody, his adoption procedure proceeded more quickly than Ella's. He moved in with us full-time after 2 months, and the finalization was set for a month later. What a wonderful big sister Ella was. She showed Cooper about the house, helped him get settled, and was incredibly kind when he had rough days or battled nightmares from his traumatic history. The majority of Arya's extended family was not informed of the adoption, nor was it publicized on social media. It wasn't exactly a secret. We just weren't sharing our life events with those who had shown themselves to be unsupportive. Arya's close friends were aware of us, and joined us in celebrating. Cooper was welcomed right away by my family, who were ecstatic. That was sufficient. A month or so after Cooper moved in with us, Audrey learned about it via a mutual acquaintance who had seen us out with both children. Over the course of one evening, she made several calls to Arya's phone before she answered. Audrey's voice was harsh with outrage as she asked, "You adopted another child and didn't tell me?" Arya gently questioned, "Why would I tell you? You made it very clear that adopted grandchildren aren't real family to you." "That's not what I said. You have 8 months to make amends and apologize to Ella for what you said." "No. You no longer learn about our family because you have spent that time rewriting history and playing the victim. I have a right to know my grandchildren. No, you don't. You should concentrate on your current grandchildren, Mark's children, Michelle's children, and the ones you see as true family. You cannot deny me access to my grandchildren. They're not your grandchildren, Mom. You made that clear. Goodbye. Aria blocked Audrey's number and hung up. When Audrey learned about Cooper, the consequences quickly became apparent. She increased the intensity of her social media campaign once more, posting about how she had been cut off from her grandchildren's lives and had not even been informed about their new family members. There were many who pitied her. The majority of those who were aware of the true tale were able to identify manipulation. Mark called Aria to scold her for not telling their mother about the adoption. Aria reminded him that by treating adoptive grandkids as inferior, their mother had made a fool of herself. Michelle sent a lengthy text message explaining that Audrey was becoming older and would not be there forever, that family members should forgive and move on, and that harboring resentment only affected Aria. Any further attempts at guilt-tripping were stopped by Aria's response. I blame Audrey, not me, for choosing her pride over her relationship with my family, when she had the option to treat Ella with basic respect if she wanted to be a part of our life. Additionally, I won't subject Cooper to the same rejection and partiality that Ella went through. Both of them deserve better. The current day. Our family of 4 is doing well about a year after the iPhone tragedy. 3 months ago, Cooper's adoption was completed. He's adapted to his new life quite well, and we're thrilled to see him and Ella grow up as siblings. Holidays are observed with Aria's close pals and my side of the family. We establish our own customs and go on family vacations. The drama, partiality, and ongoing emotional control that accompanied keeping up a connection with Audrey are not missed. Maybe once a month Aria and Mark have quick, insignificant chats about unimportant topics. Since the Cooper adoption announcement, she hasn't spoken to Michelle at all. As the martyred grandma who was brutally cut off by her unappreciative daughter, Audrey maintains her social media presence. Some individuals accept her account of what happened. The majority of those in close proximity to the situation are more knowledgeable. 8-year-old Ella occasionally inquires about Grandma Audrey, but she doesn't appear to be troubled by her departure. My family and Aria's chosen circle of acquaintances provide her with a large number of grandparents. She never needs to question whether she is truly family since she is content and cherished. 3 years ago, I walked out on my toxic family. Now, I'm a tech success. My sister tried to expose me at Grandma's party, but the truth shattered her. When I last saw my sister Catherine, she was smirking at me across our parents' mahogany dining table. My mother sobbed into her handkerchief as my father's nasty remarks resonated. I always knew you wouldn't amount to anything. That night, 3 years ago, was the breaking point. The last time I allowed my family to make me feel insignificant and worthless. My mother, hoping between dramatic sniffles, implored, "Sweetheart, we just want what's best for you. If you just listen to Catherine about the job at her firm." I cut in, my voice surprisingly steady despite the wrath building inside me. The entry-level administrative role, where I would fetch her coffee. Catherine's gorgeous, irritating smile did not change. "Everyone needs to start somewhere, little sister. Some of us simply start higher than others." The old aching knot in my stomach tightened. For 24 years, I had been trapped in Catherine's shadow. She accumulated accolades, I collected criticism. Every one of my accomplishments was compared to hers and deemed wanting. Every mistake I made became a family legend, whispered and repeated. I replied calmly, "I already have a job. I'm doing well in a technology startup." My father Richard scoffed as he swirled his whiskey. "Are you talking about playing with computers? Meanwhile, your sister runs charity organizations that make a meaningful impact in people's lives." I couldn't help but mutter. "Making changes to her bank account, you mean?" The hush that ensued was deafening. Catherine's flawless smile had finally shattered. "What are you implying?" she growled, her eyes flaming. My mother swooped in before I could react. "Emma, apologize to your sister right now for everything she has done for you." "Done for me?" I truly laughed. It sounded strange, even to my ears. What exactly did she do? I challenged myself, but only to ensure that I never forgot my station. That was it. My father slammed his glass down, sending echoes through the room. "That is enough. You've always been jealous of Catherine's accomplishments. If you worked half as much as you do now, you'd be whining." "I work 50 hours every week," I screamed, standing up abruptly. "I'm in charge of development on a huge project. But you have never asked about it, have you?" "Sit down," my mother said, her voice stern. "We aren't completed." "Actually," I said, clutching my pocketbook, My hand shaky but my determination firm. Yes, we are. I took a deep breath. I'm done being the family's disappointment. I'm tired of you worshipping Catherine while treating me like I'm broken. I'm just finished. Catherine, ever the manipulator, spoke forward. Her voice full of feigned concern. Mom and Dad. She's just having another one of her episodes. Remember back in high school when? Goodbye. I cut her off as she walked towards the door. Do not try to contact me. My father's icy, threatening voice followed me. If you walk out that door, don't expect any aid if you fail, which you will. I hesitated in the doorway and turned around for one more glance. My mother's mascara-streaked face, my father's firm displeasure, and Catherine's sickeningly satisfied smirk. They were a flawless family image, as they always had been, with one obvious terrible flaw. Me. I said, "Watch me." A promise and a curse, and I locked the door behind me. 3 years had passed. They went 3 years without saying anything, but they did build something they couldn't take away. Of becoming someone they don't even recognize. My phone buzzed this morning with a message from my cousin Ben, ending 3 years of tranquility. Hello stranger, you won't believe it, but Grandma Clara's 75th birthday party is next month. The whole family is arriving. Catherine is in charge of coordinating everything and has some wild plans. She has been inquiring a lot about you. I glanced at the message as my coffee grew cold alongside my laptop. My office window provided a view of the downtown skyline. The identical view that had appeared on magazine covers advertising my company. The same view that my family would never think I possessed. Another communication from Ben flashed up. You should come and show them who you are now. My finger was hovering above the delete button, but something stopped me. Perhaps it was time. It was time to show them just who Emma Walker had become. My phone buzzed again when they were not watching. This is a news alert. A tech innovator has been named to Forbes' list of the 30 under 40. The screen reflected my own face. I had insisted that they leave out my middle name from the piece. My family never reads technology news. I remembered Catherine, who was curious about what I'd been up to, arranging something outrageous for Grandma's party. My sister always enjoyed a good show. Well, I said to myself, a gradual smile creeping across my face. Let us offer her one. I typed a brief response to Ben. Tell me more about the celebration. Someone's been looking through your social media, he continued, settling into the chair across from my desk. And I am not referring to the regular tech journalists. I minimized the quarterly reports on my screen. Let me guess, I murmured, a familiar chill running up my spine. My sister. Daniel leaned forward and lowered his voice, despite the fact that we were alone in my office. But you have a chatty cousin who messaged you about the party. She informed me that Catherine has been showing everyone images of you outside some posh condo in Manhattan. Interesting, given that I've never mentioned anything about where you live. Exactly. Daniel had been my right hand since the early days, when we were coding in a basement. He understood everything, including why I had kept my accomplishment hidden from my family. She employed someone named Emma. A pie. I felt the same old chill. The one I used to have before family dinners. You're sure? Remember Ethan from IT security? His wife works for an investigative firm. She heard your sister's name mentioned during a briefing. My phone vibrated. Another message from Ben. OMG, you have to hear what Catherine just said to everyone in the family group chat. She claims you've lied about everything, says she is proof you are not who you claim to be. I showed Daniel the message. He whistled lowly. She's attempting to prepare you for something huge at that party. Allow her to try. I rose up and walked towards the window. People 12 stories below appeared to be ants moving between skyscrapers. She wants to expose me. Fine. But she might not like what she discovers. What are your thoughts? Before I could respond, my assistant Olivia buzzed in. Miss Walker, your two are here. The venture capital gathering. Thank you, Olivia. Daniel completed for me. Okay, finish this later. He nodded, walked towards the door, and then hesitated. Just take care. Okay, I understand it. Looks like you're planning something. After he went, I opened my laptop and checked my private email. I received 3 fresh messages from family members I hadn't spoken to in years, all asking variations on the same subject. Was this true? Had I actually pretended to be successful? I selected delete for all of them. My telephone rang. Grandma Clara's phone number. My finger lingered over decline, but something compelled me to answer. Hello. It's about time you picked up. Her voice sounded precisely as I recalled. Sharp and clear, with no bullshit. Your sister is telling everyone that you're a con artist. Is she here now? Do not play coy with me, girl. Are you attending this party or not? I paused. Do you want me there? I would not have asked if I hadn't. A pause. Something isn't right about this. Catherine is overly enthusiastic, like she's preparing a public execution rather than a birthday party. That sounds like her. Emma. Her tone softened somewhat. What actually happened 3 years ago? My email pinged before I could respond. A fresh message. There was no topic line from an address I didn't recognize, only a photo attachment. I opened it and felt my blood freeze. I was heading into my office building yesterday morning with a coffee in hand. The angle indicated that it was taken from across the street. I have to go, Grandma. I will consider about the celebration. I hung up and enlarged the photograph. A faint watermark can be seen in the corner. Man. Investigate. My phone vibrated again. This time the text came from an unknown number. Interesting career path for someone who started dabbling with computers 3 years ago. Your sister says hi. I should have been afraid. Instead, I felt something different, something tougher, colder, that had been accumulating for 3 years. I dialed Daniel. Remember the contact you mentioned? The one whose wife works for the PI firm? I need to meet today. My building is under surveillance. Daniel is snapping pictures. If Catherine wants to play detective, that's okay. But she overlooked something crucial. What is that? I looked at the shot again, seeing my fancy suit and my company's emblem clearly apparent behind me. I'm no longer a terrified little sister. And I have riches that she cannot imagine. What are you planning to do? Last night, I thought of Catherine's sneer and how many times she had torn me down to build herself up. About the lies she was telling now, attempting to destroy whatever she imagined I'd become. I'm going to let her finish her investigation, I added gently. And then I'm going to show her what a real takedown looks like. The truth was coming. All of it. And this time, I'd be the one smirking across the table. Aaron Matthews' office looked precisely like one you'd expect from a private investigator. Weathered leather chairs, filing cabinets, and an old desk. The man himself was a surprise. Crisp suit, piercing eyes, and a manner that suggested he'd rather be anywhere else. Miss Walker, he remarked without standing. I believe this is about the surveillance photos. You assumed, right? I sat across from him, mirroring his posture. Want to know why you're photographing me for my sister? He gave me a long look. Professional courtesy prohibits me from discussing other clients. Professional courtesy did not prevent you from emailing me the photo. A faint smile appeared on his face. That sure, I did lean forward. So, either you're playing both sides, or something about this case compelled you to contact us. Which is it? Aaron unlocked a drawer and took out a large manila envelope. Your sister paid me to prove you were lying about your accomplishments. She was insistent that I unearth evidence of fraud, dishonesty, and possibly even criminal behavior. And he paused. And instead, I discovered this. He slid the envelope across the desk. Take a peek. Inside, there were paperwork, photos, financial records, my company's valuation reports, pictures of my penthouse, my vacation property in the Berkers, press clippings about my tech inventions, and all I'd worked for, all in black and white. Aaron commented quietly, that's an impressive portfolio. Self-made, clean, and legal. The opposite of what your sister was looking for. So, why show me? Because when examining you, I discovered something else. Something that shouldn't be there. He took another, thinner envelope from his desk. This was incorrectly filed in your sister's background records. I don't think she realizes I have it. My hand shook slightly when I opened it. There was only one page inside. A bank statement from Catherine's humanitarian organization. Red flags appeared instantly. Irregular transfers, inconsistent quantities, and monies flowing to personal accounts. Is this what I believe it is? Aaron nodded. Your sister has been embezzling from her own charity. Start with little sums and work your way up to larger ones. The probe regarding her activities began 2 months ago. She does not know. Not yet, but she will. He leaned back. Here's the thing, Miss Walker. I do not like being used. Your sister has paid me to destroy you. They told me lies about who you were. Instead, I discovered someone who created something real. My phone vibrated. Another message from Ben. Catherine is telling everyone she will expose you at Grandma's celebration. She claims she is proof you are living a lie. I showed Aaron the message. He actually laughed. She plans to submit my report during the party. He stated he believes it will disgrace you. Make it clear to everyone that you are a phony. Instead, she will give proof of your legitimate achievement to your entire family. He motioned to the envelopes. Take both of them. Consider this an apology for the surveillance. I stood and gathered the documents. Why are you truly assisting me? Let's just say I have a sister too. He smiled grimly. And sometimes, karma requires a little shove. I called Daniel from outside of his office. So, he asked. It's better than we expected. Catherine isn't only attempting to expose me, she is going to accidentally reveal herself. What do you mean? She has been stealing from her charity, Daniel. And she is about to deliver me evidence of both my accomplishments and her crimes in front of our entire family. A low whistle. That is poetic justice. I laughed, recalling all of those family dinners, smirks and sharp remarks. What is the best part? She's paying for her own demise. Can you identify where she acquired the money to hire Aaron Matthews? Don't inform me about the family trust account. The one she always felt I wasn't responsible enough to use. My phone vibrated again. I received an email from my mother. Emma, please do not come to the party. Avoid exacerbating the situation. I removed it without replying. 3 years ago, I left their table feeling broken. This time, I'd walk in knowing exactly who I was, and more crucially, who Catherine was. Daniel? I asked, climbing into my car. Remember how you said I was planning something? Yeah, I'm not anymore. I looked at the envelopes on my passenger seat. I'm just going to let Catherine's plan play out exactly as she intended. Sometimes the best revenge is letting people destroy themselves. The party was just a week away. For once, I was eagerly anticipating a family gathering. Holy shit, he said quietly, spreading Aaron Matthews' documents on my office table. This is comprehensive, I said, watching him flip through pages of my life's work. Forbes features, property documents, and corporate valuations are thoroughly documented. Catherine wanted proof. She got it. But it wasn't the proof she desired. Daniel displayed a glossy photo of me presenting at a technology convention. This will backfire spectacularly. My phone flashed up. Another communication from Catherine. The first direct interaction in 3 years. I hope you're ready for Grandma's party. Little sister. It's time to show everyone who you truly are. I showed Daniel the message. He snorted. She has no idea, right? None. I took up the second envelope, which contained Catherine's secrets. But here is the actual bomb. We spent the next hour going through the charity's financial records. The trend was evident. At first, withdrawals were little, but they gradually increased in size. Money allocated for children's programs was siphoned to personal accounts. Luxury purchases are disguised as operational expenses. Look at this. Daniel pointed to a specific transaction. She hired Aaron Matthews using charitable monies. Not only that, I opened my banking app. She also took $10,000 from the family trust account, which she oversees, on the same day. Can she do this legally? Number. It requires approval from all beneficiaries. I laughed bitterly. She presumably assumed I'd never know because I hadn't touched that account in years. Olivia popped her head in through the open door to my office. Sorry to interrupt, but you must watch this. Catherine just shared something in your family's Facebook group. I brought it up on my laptop. There it was, a lengthy, seemingly sincere post about keeping the family safe from fraud and sharing hard realities. She had even tagged Grandma Clara. Daniel said the words while bending over my shoulder. Look at them. Dozens of relatives offer their support. My mother wrote, "It's for the best, sweetheart. She needs help." My father added, "Some people can't handle the truth." Only one comment jumped out. "Grandma Clara is cautious about the truths you seek, child. You might not like what you discover." Grandma knows something, Daniel remarked. Grandma always knows something. I shut the laptop. That is why Catherine is performing this at her birthday celebration. She believes Grandma's approval will justify her attack. My phone vibrated again. Aaron Matthews, this time your sister simply demanded the final report. She says she needs it for a family presentation. I thought you should know. I typed back. Let her have it. Daniel lifted his eyebrow. Are you really going to let her do this? Watch, I replied, bringing up the trust account information on my screen. Catherine was really bent on exposing me. She's becoming sloppy. Look at these transfers. She's been stealing for months, assuming no one will notice. But you did. Number. I smiled. Grandma did. 3 weeks ago, she asked for an audit of all family funds. That prompted the probe into Catherine's charity. So, when Catherine presented Aaron Matthews' report, she was giving evidence of my achievement to a grandma who was already aware of her dishonesty. I leaned back. Sometimes the finest vengeance is simply sitting back and watching. Olivia appeared again. Miss Walker, the board meeting starts in 7 minutes. Thank you, Olivia. I stood, smoothing my jacket. Daniel, could you please finish reviewing these? I'd like to know every aspect before the celebration. Yes, but he hesitated. Do you really intend to expose her in front of everyone? I recalled all the times Catherine had humiliated me during family gatherings. All the smirks, the subtle insults, the way she presented herself as the successful sister while portraying me as the failure. No, I said finally. I am going to let her expose herself. My phone flashed up one last time. I received a message from Grandma Clara today with my party invitation. It says you're coming. It's about time, girl. Bring that backbone. I know you've grown. I grinned and typed. Don't worry, Grandma. I am not the same person who left 3 years ago. Good, she said quickly. Because neither is your sister. And only one of you will like how this party finishes. Looking at the records on my table, which proved both my rise and Catherine's fall, I knew which of us it would be. I contacted Daniel as I was heading to my meeting. Make sure that records are kept safe. The party is in 7 days, and Catherine isn't the only one who knows how to deliver a presentation. Sometimes karma needs a little assistance, and other times it simply requires an audience. The notes began to arrive a week before Grandma's party. First there were my mother's daily guilt trips. Please rethink coming. You will simply embarrass yourself. Why don't you just let Catherine help you? We're only trying to keep you safe from yourself. Delete. 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 I was in the middle of a board meeting when Ben called 3 times. You need to hear this, she added as I finally walked out to respond. I just overheard Catherine on the phone with Aaron Matthews. She intends to conduct this presentation shortly after Grandma's cake. Says she'll safeguard the family from your falsehoods or something. Did she mention what the lies were? No. But Ben lowered her voice. She's acting strangely. Emma appears to be manic. She keeps checking her financial accounts on her phone. She tried to access the trust fund again yesterday, but Grandma had locked it down for routine auditing. I smiled. How did Catherine take that? She hurled the phone across the room. Perfect. The pressure was getting on her. Thank you, Ben. Keep me posted. Back in my office, Daniel was waiting for additional information. Your sister just attempted to enter the building. Security stopped her. I moved to the window. 12 floors below. I could just see Catherine's distinctive red coat as she stormed to her car. What did she want to talk about with the CEO? Daniel grinned. I guess she doesn't recognize you. My phone vibrated. A text from Aaron Matthews. Your sister is getting desperate. He asked me to explore deeper. Find something more destructive. I informed her that the report was definitive. I was ready to respond when another call arrived. Grandma Clara, I replied. Are you busy? She asked. Never too busy for you, Grandma. That's good because I'm outside your building. I froze. What? I saw your sister making a scene down here. I figured it was time to talk. A pause. What a nice office you have. Corner suite. I'd say 7 minutes later, Grandma Clara sat across from me, looking precisely as I remembered, elegant, sharp-eyed and unmoved by the vista that had most people gasping. So, she explained, setting down her tea. This is what you have been hiding. I was not hiding. Save it. She waved her hand. I've known about your success for several months. What I want to know is why you allowed people to think otherwise. I met her gaze. If I had told them, would they have believed me? No, she admitted. They'd have concluded you were lying. Just as Catherine does today. She grinned faintly, despite having seen the proof. Do you know about Aaron Matthews' report? I know a lot of things. She brought out her phone and handed me an email with an audit report on your sister's charity. Interesting read. Don't worry, Grandma. I will not spoil her big presentation. She stood adjusting her jacket. Please tell me one thing. Are you prepared for this? For Catherine's attack. Number. Her gaze remained fixed on the fallout. Because after this is done, nothing in this family will be the same. Before I could react, my phone flashed with a message from my father. Your mother is in tears over what you are putting Catherine through. I hope you are happy. I showed it to Grandmother. She read it and laughed. Actually laughed. Oh, they don't know what's coming, do they? She started towards the door but hesitated. Wear your navy suit to the party? The one from your Forbes photo shoot? It will appear great in photographs. What photographs? The ones that everyone will take when Catherine's presentation fails. She winked. I may be reaching 80, but I still know how to put on a show. Daniel entered after she had departed. Was that indeed your grandmother? The one and only. She appeared scary. I was going to say prepared. My phone vibrated. One last time. Catherine, this is your last opportunity, little sister. Back out now, or I will ruin everything you've claimed to construct. I thought of the documents in my safe and Grandma's knowing smile. Approximately 3 years of silence and strength. You cannot ruin what is real, I typed back. Then I brought up the party invitation on my screen. There are 2 days to go. It took 2 days for Catherine to get up, expecting to tear me down, only to show her own destruction. Daniel, I called out, please clear my calendar for Monday. I have a birthday celebration to attend, and a sister to witness self-destruction. When I came into the country club ballroom, the room fell silent. The conversation ended in the middle of a phrase. Champagne glasses froze halfway to the lips, and all eyes turned to see me enter. I noticed Catherine approaching the cake table, her expression changing from smug to surprised as she took in my look. The navy clothing had the exact effect that Grandma had expected. Professional, powerful, and pricey. Emma, said my mother, her voice cracking. What are you doing? How are you? Happy birthday, Grandma, I murmured, bypassing my mother and heading directly to Grandma Clara's seat of honor. I handed her a little wrapped surprise. Grandma spoke up just on time and loud enough for everyone to hear. She tapped the unoccupied seat next to her. Sit. Whispers arose throughout the room. This seat next to the birthday girl was meant to be Catherine's. That's my space. Catherine hurriedly approached. Tell her, Mom. Let her sit. Grandma cut in, her tone leaving no room for disagreement. It is my birthday. I will seat anybody I want. Where I want. I caught my father's eye from across the room. He looked away first. The following hour was a symphony of awkward small talk and probing queries. Relatives that I hadn't seen in years suddenly wanted to know everything about my life. I gave them nothing but a smile and directed their queries back to them. Enough chit-chat. Catherine eventually spoke, touching her glass. It is time for the unique presentation I have arranged. She took out a thick envelope containing Aaron Matthews' report and proceeded to the little podium placed up near Grandma's chair. Before we begin, my mother interjected. Perhaps Emma should step out. No, Grandma answered firmly. Catherine cleared her throat. Everyone stays. As you all know, family is everything to me. That's why it aches my heart to reveal what I'm going to reveal. She addressed me squarely. Some people have deceived us, telling lies and appearing to be someone they are not. I sat back, relaxed, and let her speak. I hired a private investigator, she said proudly, to find out the truth about my sister's alleged success, and what he discovered. Show us, Grandma interjected. Stop talking and show us what he's uncovered. Catherine stumbled slightly but recovered. Of course, I will begin with these photographs. She took out the first one. I enter my office building, with the corporate logo clearly visible behind me. This is where my sister claims to work, she explained. A technology company is valued at. She stopped reading the paper for the first time. Her face turned pallid. Go ahead, Grandma encouraged. What is the company's value? This cannot be correct. Catherine shuffled through more paperwork. What do these documents show? I asked gently. Property deeds, stock options, board member appointments, Forbes interviews, she whispered. The room was silent. Read it, Grandma demanded. Read what that investigator uncovered on Emma. She's the CEO, Catherine murmured. The company, it's hers. All of it. My mother choked, and my father's whiskey glass shattered on the floor. Keep going, Grandma whispered. There's more, isn't there? But Catherine had reached the last pages, the ones about her charity, and her face turned pale to gray. I think there's been a mistake, she stammered. These papers got mixed up. Aaron Matthews is very thorough, he documents everything. I pulled out my own envelope, including these bank transfers from the family trust account, which you made without approval. You had no right. Catherine shrieked. Those records are private. Like the charity's records? I asked softly. The room erupted in confused questions, relatives demanding explanations. My mother crying again, but for a different reason. My father attempting to reach Catherine, who was backing away from the podium. Grandma's voice cut through the turmoil, and she turned to Catherine. You wanted to disclose the truth, so congratulations. You did, but not the truth you expected, I added. Catherine looked around wildly, seeing the expressions of our family change from shock to comprehension to judgment. Well, Grandma continued calmly, I'd say this is turning out to be quite the memorable birthday party. She grinned at me. And we haven't even had cake yet. Then she ran straight out of the ballroom, leaving her damning presentation behind. The hush after Catherine's departure lasted exactly 10 seconds before my mother found her voice. This is your fault, she yelled, pointing at me. You set her up. Did I compel her to employ a private investigator? I asked calmly. Did I force her to take from her charity? There must be an explanation, my father interrupted. Catherine wouldn't. Wouldn't what? Grandma Clara's voice broke like a whip. She wouldn't lie, steal, or publicly disgrace her sister. She scooped up the scattered papers. The proof is right here, Richard. Your ideal daughter is a hoax, and your other daughter, Ben, who you labeled a failure, turns out to be the true success story. More relatives chipped in, and the tide turned as the truth became clear. Aunt Linda inquiring about the missing charity funds intended for her daughter's medical treatment. Uncle Robert inquiring about the trust account transfers. Cousins scrolling through interviews, my accomplishments. And my mother whispering, sinking into a chair. All these years you were successful, I supplied. My father demanded, why didn't you tell us? Would you have believed me? I looked him straight in the eyes. 3 years ago, you said I'd fail, that I was nothing compared to Catherine. Well, here's the truth, Dad. While she was stealing from children's charities, I was building something real. I need to find Catherine. My mother stood up shakily. She needs me. Sit down, Hope. Grandma's tone froze her in place. For once in your life, face what's in front of you instead of running to Catherine. A commotion at the door drew everyone's attention. Aaron Matthews walked in, holding a folder. Sorry for interrupting, he said, nodding to me. But there's something else you should all know. The police have arrived. My mother collapsed back into her chair, and my father went pale. I was required by law to report the charity fraud once I discovered it, Aaron Matthews explained. They've been building a case for weeks. Right on cue, 2 detectives entered the ballroom, barely looking at the birthday decorations as they approached our group. We're looking for Catherine Walker, one of them said, showing his badge. She left, my mother whispered. We understand. We just arrested her in the parking lot. The room erupted again, with relatives gasping, my mother screaming, and my father shouting with the detectives. Throughout it all, Grandma sat peacefully sipping her champagne. Was it worth the wait? She asked me quietly. I saw my parents hurry out to find. Catherine watched my relatives huddled in shocked groups, sharing stories of how Catherine had borrowed money or made promises through her charity. I didn't want this, I admitted. You just wanted the truth, Grandma finished. And now everyone has it. She stood up, commanding attention as always. This party's not over. My granddaughter, my successful, honest granddaughter, has finally returned home, and I want cake. Later, as servers cut the elaborate birthday cake Catherine had ordered, Ben brought me a glass of champagne. That was intense, he said. But you know what's crazy? No one's even surprised about Catherine anymore. They're all talking about you, about how they should have seen it. What did they see? That you were the strong one, the real deal. She clinked her glass against mine. Catherine tried to tear you down and exposed herself instead. That's some karma. My phone buzzed. A text from Daniel. News about your sister's arrest is hitting the business feeds. Want me to handle public relations? No, I typed back. Let the truth speak for itself. Emma. My father's voice made me look up. He stood awkwardly, appearing older than I'd ever seen him. Your mother and I were going to the police station. But first I need to say, don't I cut him off. Save your apologies. They're 3 years late. He nodded slowly, comprehension suddenly showing in his eyes. You really did it, didn't you? Everything we said you couldn't do. No, I corrected him. Everything you never bothered to see me do. As he walked away, Grandma Clara raised her glass in my direction. Around us, relatives were already shifting, adapting to the new family dynamic, one in which Catherine wasn't the golden child, and I wasn't the failure. Happy birthday, Grandma, I said, raising my glass in response. She smiled. That knowing smile that suggested she'd seen this coming all along. Oh, sweetheart, this is just the beginning. At 3:15 a.m., my office phone rang. The number was blocked. But I knew who it was. Hello, Catherine. A pause then. How did you know? Because you always do your worst damage in the middle of the night. I leaned back in my chair, looking out at the city lights. What do you want? I'm out on bail, she said, as if that explained everything. Mom and Dad won't answer my calls. No one will. That's what happens when you steal from sick children. I didn't. She stopped. It wasn't supposed to be like this. You were supposed to be the failure and disappointment, not me. Sorry for ruining your narrative. Can't you help me? Her voice cracked. You have money now. You have influence. You could make this go away like you tried to make me go away. Silence. That's what I thought. I stood up and walked to the window. Goodbye, Catherine. Wait. She was crying now. Please. You're my sister. No, I quietly said. I stopped being your sister the day you decided to destroy me instead of accept me. I hung up just as you knocked on my door. Late night, Daniel asked, noting my expression. Just finishing some family business. I gestured to my laptop. Did you see the email from Grandma? He grinned. The one about her new foundation? Pretty bold move. Starting a children's charity to replace Catherine's, and Boulder even asked me to be on the board. I showed him the draft of the press release. She wants to announce it next week. Speaking of announcements, he handed me a tablet with an email from my mother with the subject line, "Please read." I almost deleted it, but something compelled me to open it. Emma, it read. Your father and I are selling the house that we always said you weren't good enough to live up to. The one Catherine was supposed to inherit. We're donating the proceeds to Grandma's new foundation as restitution for what Catherine stole. We don't expect forgiveness. We don't deserve it. But you deserve to know that we finally see you, not as we wanted you to be, but as you are. You won, not because you proved us wrong, but because you proved yourself correct. Mom, are you okay? Daniel asked softly. Before I could respond, my assistant Olivia buzzed in. Miss Walker, your grandmother is here. Grandma Clara walked in, impeccable as always. Good. You're both here. We need to talk about the foundation launch. At 2:45 a.m., she smiled. The best time for fresh starts. She sat down and pulled out a folder. The DA called. Catherine took a plea deal. She's going away for a while. How long? Long enough to learn what it's like to lose everything. She met my eyes like you did once. I didn't lose everything, I corrected her. I left everything. Yes, there is. She opened the folder. Now about this foundation, I'm thinking big. She looked up at me. Do you think you can handle that? I remembered Catherine's late-night call, my mother's email, and that meal 3 years ago, when I left with nothing but my dignity. Actually, I said, pulling up a proposal on my laptop. I have some ideas. Daniel excused himself, leaving me with Grandma to plan something bigger than revenge. Redemption. Not for Catherine, not for my parents, but for all the kids who needed what Catherine's charity had promised but never delivered. My phone buzzed once more, a text from Ben. Family group chat is wild. Everyone was sharing your Forbes article, and even Uncle Robert admitted he was wrong about you. I showed it to Grandma, who laughed. No, dear. Times don't change. People do. Some grow stronger, some show their weakness. You did the former, your sister did the latter, and your parents are learning. She patted my hand. But that's not your problem anymore. You've got bigger things to build. Looking at the foundation plan spread across my desk, I realized she was right. I didn't need revenge anymore. And I didn't even need their approval. I had something better. The truth. Not just about who I'd become, but about who I'd always been. Ready to change some lives? Grandma asked, pen poised over the foundation papers. I signed my name, not as Catherine's sister, not as my parents' disappointment, but as exactly who I was meant to be, and always have been. My parents skipped my wedding for my sister's beach trip. Months later, they begged me to attend my sister's, and I said, not this time. I'm 32 years old, and I recently got engaged to my girlfriend, Olivia, who is 28 years old. We've been dating for 5 years, and no one was surprised when I proposed. Our family's new marriage was on the way, and everyone appeared pleased for us. My parents congratulated us. My younger sister, Madison, 27, was thrilled, and my oldest brother, Ethan, 36, stated he was looking forward to the big day. Everything appeared okay at first. Olivia and I agreed on our wedding date rather fast. It was not arbitrary. We chose the anniversary of the day we met. That day had always held particular meaning for us, and getting married on it seemed natural. We nailed it down, reserved the venue, and began planning. At first my family seemed to agree. My mother inquired about colors and themes. My father joked about making a famous wedding speech, and Madison and Ethan inquired as to where it would take place. Nothing seemed amiss. A few weeks later, my mom gently noted that the date might not be suitable for everyone. Madison was ambiguous at first, but she quickly clarified that she had a conflicting vacation, and Ethan mentioned his corporate retreat. The reasons kept stacking up, making it appear like our wedding was an afterthought. I brushed it off, figuring it was nothing significant, until Madison made it apparent that she was unhappy with it. She informed me that our wedding was set for the week of her annual ladies' vacation, which she and her friends had been doing for many years. She responded as if this was a life-or-death situation, stating it was awful timing and she didn't want to pick between her vacation and my wedding. Olivia and I were confused. Our wedding date had been set for months. Madison's trip was something she and her pals might organize at any moment. It was neither a job duty nor a family emergency. It was a vacation. I informed her that she was, of course, invited to the wedding, but we were not changing the date. That's when my mother started pressing. She advised me to explore a compromise, because Madison should not have to miss anything essential to her. I said that our wedding wasn't simply essential to us. It was one of the most important days of our life. Instead of backing down, my mother doubled down, behaving as if I was being difficult by not making concessions. Then Ethan joined in. He said that my wedding was on the same weekend as his company's large yearly retreat. Apparently, he went every year for networking and team development. He wasn't overtly asking that we change the date, but he did make it apparent that he'd have a difficult decision to make. At this point, it felt like my family was treating our wedding as an optional occasion, something they'd go to if it was convenient. My father remained fairly silent but eventually stated, "A lot is going on that time of year," as if it justified their views. Olivia was astonished. She'd always gotten along well with my family, and she never expected such a strong reaction to something as basic as a wedding date. She inquired whether my family had always been like way, prioritizing their own convenience before showing up for me. Looking back, I noticed that they had a pattern for doing this. They constantly expected things to revolve around them. My mother offered another solution, proposing we postpone. She kept presenting it as if we were being inflexible, when in fact we were the ones being instructed to rearrange things for everyone else. At this time, I'd had enough. I informed them that the date was final. We were not going to postpone just because Madison wanted to drink drinks on the beach or Ethan had a business function. We gave everyone plenty of warning, and they were welcome to come if they wanted, but we weren't going to adjust our plans to fit their schedule. Madison did not take it well. She went on to say that I was being selfish and that family should come first. I reminded her that this was my wedding, not just any family meal. If she truly wanted to be there, she could forego a vacation for once in her life. The situation began to worsen. A cousin contacted me, informing me that my family was discussing how difficult I was acting. It seemed as if they'd altered history. They weren't the only ones who failed to prioritize my wedding. I was the one making things tough by expecting them to be there. Some people supported me, while others claimed I was generating unneeded controversy. Olivia warned me not to let it get to me, and she was correct. We were pleased with our decision, and we were not going to let this foolishness dampen our enthusiasm. Then I issued them a final warning. The date was established. We were not going to change it. If they wanted to be there, that's terrific. If not, it was their decision. But I wasn't going to continue entertaining this debate. Madison and my mother refused to accept this and continued to push. That's when I knew it wasn't simply about scheduling issues. This was about control. My family was used to my bending over backward for them, and they didn't like that I was standing firm. Fine. If they didn't want to come, that was their decision. But I was not about to urge them to attend my wedding. Madison did not let it go. She resumed messaging the day after I made it plain that the date would not change. There was no dispute this time, just one guilt trip after another. She went on to say that she had been looking forward to her yearly trip for months, that she had already paid for everything, and that it was unfair that she had to pick between a vacation and her own brother's wedding. Every few hours, another message would appear. She wasn't begging me to modify the date anymore. She acted as if I had harmed her by not doing it. Then my mother stepped in. Initially the messages were not straightforward. They were subtle and almost casual. Things like, "Family should always come first," and, "You'll understand when you have kids someday." However, it didn't take long for her to shed the act and get to the point. She believed I was obstinate, and she was quite unhappy that I refused to be flexible. Apparently, Madison was not the only one who had a problem. She began describing additional family members who were furious. No names, no specifics, just generic statements about how many people believe you don't care about your own family. Ethan stopped responding completely. There are no texts, phone calls, or anything. Until now he hadn't been as outspoken as Madison, but it was clear he had picked a side. I wrote him a couple of texts regarding wedding plans, not about the turmoil, and received no response. He'd decided his business event was more important, and that was it. Then my father finally spoke out. I expected him to support me, but instead he paused before adding that he and my mother were debating attending. Instead of making a solid decision, he pretended that skipping my wedding was an unintended consequence of family difficulties. He attempted to soften it by adding something about how they didn't want any stress on our wedding day, but the message remained obvious. They were upset that I was refusing to give in, and they were considering skipping their own son's wedding because of it. Olivia's parents, on the other hand, could not believe what was going on. They had been watching things unfold, and when they found out that my parents may not attend the wedding, they were done being nice. They repeatedly reassured us that we were not in the wrong, and that no matter what my family did, they would totally back us. Olivia and I agreed we wouldn't wait for my family to approve of our decisions. The wedding was still occurring, and we were looking forward to organizing it. We began refining arrangements, organizing events, and planning a day that would be exciting regardless of who showed up. That's when the family began dividing into teams. Some of my relatives, aunts and uncles contacted me, either to congratulate us or to confirm their attendance. But some were plainly standing with my parents and Madison. I learned via the grapevine that my mother and Madison had complained to everyone about how cruel I was being. They said that by refusing to compromise, I was causing problems. Then the Facebook post occurred. My mother never addressed me personally, but it was clear who it was about. A long passive-aggressive post about how some people forget the value of family and how it's a shame when selfish actions tear loved ones apart. The remarks were equally as awful. A slew of relatives joined in, all ambiguous but unequivocally agreeing with her. Olivia did not even blink. She just instructed me not to reply. She saw it for what it was, an attempt to lure me into further drama, and she was correct. If I got involved, it would develop into a huge disaster. Instead of being caught into it, I carried out the strategy we had all along. We sent out wedding invites. We included my relatives and made it obvious that they were still welcome. That's when Madison and Ethan made things official. Both declined. They didn't call or explain. They simply mailed in their RSVPs with a solid no. My parents, on the other hand, remained unclear. They didn't explicitly decline, but they also didn't confirm. They were still hoping I would alter my mind. Then a cousin let me know. My mother and Madison made it plain they were unhappy with the wedding date, but I didn't anticipate them to start discreetly discourage family people from coming. They did not explicitly urge a boycott, but their continual hostility was enough to make some families wary. That was it, my breaking point. I was tired of trying to appease individuals who obviously did not care about me. I wasn't going to keep begging my own relatives to show up. Olivia and I sat down, looked at each other, and made our decision. We were not going to waste another second on them. Whether or not my family attended, the wedding was going to be fantastic. And when the honeymoon arrived, we left without telling them anything. The wedding day has arrived. I awoke early, looking at the ceiling for a few seconds before it all became clear. It eventually happened. After months of planning, tension, and turmoil, today was finally the day. Olivia was already up, getting dressed in another room with her bridesmaids. The home was abuzz with enthusiasm. Her family had been up since daybreak, ensuring that everything was flawless. Then my phone vibrated. A cousin texted. "Just so you know, your parents, Madison and Ethan, aren't coming." There was no reason. No last-minute changes of heart. Just confirmation of what I expected. I put down my phone and got dressed. The outfit fitted well. Everything was in place. Outside, Olivia's parents were making sure the automobiles came on time, greeting visitors and playing nice music in the background. It was evident that they had moved up. They weren't treating it like any other wedding. They treated it as if it were their son's wedding, not their daughter's. The ceremony was amazing. The venue was crowded with the exception of the vacant seats reserved for my parents, Madison and Ethan. I'd prepared for it, but seeing those empty chairs was something else. Olivia's father led her down the aisle. Her mother was already in tears, and her brother stood alongside her with pride. My side of the family had a few cousins, some aunts and uncles who hadn't bought into my mother's foolishness, and my favorite aunt, Aunt Diane. That was the greatest surprise of the day. I hadn't expected her to arrive, But just as the ceremony began, she snuck into one of the chairs. Later, she drew me aside and shook her head. "I don't care what your mom says. You're my nephew, and I wasn't going to miss this." Olivia and I exchanged vows. The officiant proclaimed us husband and wife, and that was it. No more tension. No more waiting. As soon as we kissed, the entire audience burst out in shouts. The roar of applause, laughter and enthusiasm drowned away any thoughts I had for my family. Next came the reception. Olivia's family greeted us with love and attention from the moment we came inside. Toasts were made, glasses clinked, and the meal was delicious. Every time I looked around, one of Olivia's family was checking in, ensuring our happiness, and making the day more memorable. My family's attempt to make this wedding feel hollow by not attending failed. Halfway through the night, I was handed an envelope. It came from my parents. Inside was a check and a letter reading, "We hope you learn the value of family someday." I folded the note and slid it into my pocket without saying anything. The check went directly into my jacket, unread. Olivia caught on right away. She gripped my hand beneath the table and continued the talk as if nothing had occurred. We danced, joked and snapped pictures. Nothing was going to ruin the night. The photos and videos then began to spread. Guests commented on how wonderful everything looked. A few relatives even mentioned, wishing my parents had been present. Hours later, Madison expressed her thoughts in a cryptic Instagram story. "Some people don't value family traditions." It wasn't surprising, but it was upsetting to see her double down rather than ponder. There were no names or blatant calls out, but she didn't need to. The timing screamed everything. The next morning, I received another note. This time, it's a voicemail. My mom. It was too lengthy. She wasn't shouting, but her tone was the same as when she wanted me to know I was in the wrong. She talked about how the family was coming apart, how I had pushed them away, and how Madison and Ethan were devastated. She used comments like, "After everything we've done for you, I never thought my own son would do this." Then my father sent an SMS. I regretted how things turned out. However, when I inquired if he had tried to persuade Mom or Madison to rethink, he skirted the topic. His remorse was not over what had transpired. It was about the implications of being silent. Olivia watched me read it, and then rolled her eyes. "Our wedding was beautiful. Don't let them rewrite it." She was correct. We were not going to let the guilt trips pull us back in. We packed our luggage and headed for our honeymoon without informing anyone where we were going. The honeymoon was ideal, no worry, no drama, just me and Olivia, isolated from everything. We had chosen a lovely resort with white sand beaches, limitless beverages, and a sense of calm that made it easy to forget the bustle leading up to the wedding. For the first several days, we kept our phones turned off. No texts, calls, or interruptions. But drama does not take a vacation. I got on my phone one morning and was instantly inundated with missed calls, unread texts, and notifications from the family group chat. At first, I ignored them. Then Olivia's phone also lighted up. My mother, sister, and even Ethan, all called and texted. Something occurred. I opened the group chat, and it was complete mayhem. My mother was in complete meltdown mode, shouting out the family members who had attended the wedding. She said they had betrayed the family by turning there to support me and Olivia. She wasn't only upset. They were called out by name, accused of encouraging rudeness and taking sides. Aunt Diane, who had shocked me by arriving, was the first target. My mother had sent a lengthy, dramatic letter about how, I guess loyalty doesn't mean much these days, and how some people are too easily persuaded. Madison jumped in to back her up. She wasn't even attempting to conceal her displeasure. She was personally upset that anyone would dare to celebrate my wedding rather than consider the greater picture, as if her vacation were the bigger picture. One of my cousins has had enough. "Let me get things straight. You skipped your own son's brother's wedding in favor of a vacation and a work function, and now you're upset with those who did attend? Make it make sense." Madison ignored this and went right to being the victim. A few minutes later, she shared a dramatic Instagram story, a black and white photo with meaningless drivel like, "Some people forget who's always been there for them, and loyalty isn't what it used to be." Meanwhile, Ethan has sent me a private message. He hadn't spoken much before, but now he admits he didn't expect things to escalate this quickly. He made it sound like he wanted to remain neutral but wasn't sure how. His argument was, "I don't want to get in the middle of it." It was too late. Then my mother made her next move. She changed tactics and went straight for Olivia's phone. The message was lengthy, guilt-inducing, and full of feigned care. According to her, I was ripping the family apart, and Olivia needed to calm me down before it was too late. Olivia glanced over the message, groaned and replied without hesitation. "We're on honeymoon. We're not interested in this drama." She then put down her phone and returned to drinking her martini. People in the group chat continued to argue. While my mother and Madison were furious, a growing number of family members began to object. More photos and videos from the wedding had appeared online, and it was clear how joyful everyone had been, even without my parents, Madison and Ethan. Then Aunt Diane snapped. "You are humiliating yourself. You made your decision. Now deal with them." That's when my father stepped in. Not publicly, of course. He sent me a quiet, half-hearted note. "I regret how things turned out." That was it. There was no meaningful apology. No standing up to my mother or Madison. Just another pointless regret with no action plan. Then Madison learned about the honeymoon. Apparently she assumed we were still at home, most likely dealing with wedding cleaning or whatever else she expected us to be doing. But when she learned we were already on a plane and enjoying beverages on a beach without alerting anybody, she became agitated. The group conversation blew up again. She began yelling about how, "Wow, guess we really mean nothing to you, and you couldn't even tell your own family where you were going." That was enough for me. I sent one final message. "You've all made your decisions. I created mine." "Have a good week," I said, muting the chat. Returning home after the honeymoon was like walking into another universe. Olivia and I had spent 3 weeks drinking drinks on the beach, while my family had gone through a downward spiral. The notifications began to arrive as soon as we landed and turned on our phones again. The first indicator of trouble was my mother's Facebook breakdown. She had written a lengthy, impassioned diatribe about how she never dreamed her own child would turn their back on family, and how some people allow strangers to destroy what should have been unbreakable relationships. She didn't mention me by name, but everybody who was familiar with the incident understood who she was referring to. The comments were loaded with distant relatives joining in, some approving, some visibly uncomfortable but attempting to remain impartial. Madison was not far behind. She followed up with a sorrowful photo captioned, "Some bonds aren't as strong as you think." There were no names or outright callouts, but the message was clear. She sought compassion and, of course, received it. Her friends and family members filled the comments with heart emojis and notes saying she deserved more. Then followed the family divide. A cousin contacted me stating that some family believed my parents and Madison were being difficult, while others simply hoped things had turned out differently. It wasn't an all-out fight, but it was evident that some individuals would rather avoid conflict than admit who was wrong. Apparently, some individuals prioritized avoiding controversy above the wedding event. Then my father showed up. I hadn't heard anything from him since the wedding, only his usual indifferent regrets. It was strange to see him outside of our house. He wasn't the type of man who took decisive action. But here he stood, as if he'd realized the harm had been done. He wanted to chat. Inside he paused, evidently uneasy. He eventually stated that he disagreed with what my mother and Madison had done, but he felt compelled to remain silent. He discussed how they had been furious in the weeks preceding up to the wedding, and how they had made it plain that if he tried to push back, there would be consequences for him as well. Olivia sat silently, listening, but I could see she didn't believe it, and neither did I. At this time, it was evident that my father was aware that what was happening was improper, but he had done nothing to prevent it. Now that everything had blown out, he wanted to play the helpless intermediary. Olivia did not hold back. She reminded him that he had let it happen. He stood by and watched while my mother and Madison spun falsehoods, guilt-tripped family members, and boycotted their own son's wedding over absolutely ludicrous reasons. That's when I issued my demand. If he truly supported me and regretted how things had turned out, he needed to express it publicly, as well as to my mother and Madison. Not in a quiet private talk. Not in a whisper that no one else could hear. He needed to stand up for me rather than simply sending meaningless apologies. He immediately backed down. He murmured something about how complex it was and how he didn't want to make it worse. In other words, he was unwilling to take a stance. He preferred to remain in the background and observe everything rather than speak out. That is all I needed to hear. Madison's final move came after he had departed. She sent me a long, insane text about how selfish I was and how I had broken the family's harmony. She went on and on about how I had embarrassed her and how, "This is why no one respects you anymore." That was all. I was finished. I blocked her. No more texting, no more passive hostile social media posts, enough of her crap. Gone. Not long later, Ethan reached out. His message was straightforward. I should have done more. I apologize. He did not explain his silence. I did not try to rationalize it, just acknowledged that he had failed to assist me when he should have. At this time, I realized that some family members would never change. My mom and Madison were still sure that they had done nothing wrong. My father was too cowardly to challenge them. But Ethan was beginning to see it. Maybe not enough to stand up to them totally, but enough to recognize he was mistaken. That was enough for me to know Olivia and I were going ahead without them. Months have passed. Following the wedding pandemonium, social media meltdowns, and botched guilt trips, I believed my family had finally accepted reality. I'd moved on. Olivia and I were content with our lives without the frequent turmoil. Then, out of nowhere, the texts began. My mother texted a casual just checking in message. But when I didn't answer right away, she intensified, reminding me of Madison's upcoming wedding and behaving as if I was the one who had to make apologies for all they had done. Madison, who had been radio silent since I blocked her, unexpectedly unblocked me on social media. She didn't send any messages, but she did start admiring old images from years ago, before things broke apart. Olivia noticed right away. She didn't even have to ask. "They want something," she explained. Of course she was correct. A few days later, one of my relatives revealed that Madison was getting married. That was the true cause for the unexpected kindness. She didn't reach out because she missed me. She wasn't attempting to repair things. She asked me to attend her wedding. Then the invitation arrived. It wasn't personal. There was no note or apology, just a normal wedding invitation addressed to me and Olivia. Olivia stared at it and then back at me. So, does she expect us to act like nothing happened? Apparently that is precisely what they expected. My mother's texts got extremely nice. Suddenly she was all about family unity and new begins. She cleverly avoided all of the wedding turmoil, appearing as if it were just another typical family gathering. Then Ethan called. He wasn't theatrical, but the message was clear. They wanted me to make things right by coming up. According to him, Madison and my mother saw this as an excellent chance for us to move on from everything. Madison must have felt forced to recognize me since she eventually messaged me directly. For the first time in months, she reached out. Of course, it was not an apology. She was acting like a bigger person. She said she would forgive me if I showed up. That was all I needed to see. I responded simply. "I thought you didn't care about inconvenient wedding dates." I then refused the invitation. Mom immediately began phoning. I disregarded the first few. She then left a message with the same guilt-tripping gibberish as previously. I was pulling the family apart. I was acting petty. I was hurting Madison on her most significant day. I did not react. Days later, I began hearing from family. Word had spread. Madison was infuriated. She was telling everyone that I was immature and resentful for missing her wedding. Apparently she was surprised that I would retain a grudge over something so little. Olivia simply chuckled when she heard that. Then she had a fantastic idea. "Let's book a trip that weekend." And we did. A luxury resort with everything. We made sure to inform a few cousins, not in a petty way, but casually during conversation. Madison received the news. That is when the calls and messages ceased. Madison and my mother must have known that nothing they said would change my mind. There will be no more false lovely texts, no more frantic attempts to coerce me into going. Then my father grabbed out. A short message. "I regret how things turned out." Same as before. The same meaningless regrets with no genuine action. I did not react. At that time, I had all the closure I required. Madison's wedding came and went, and I heard nothing about it. No last-minute requests. There are no last guilt trips. It was as if they had finally understood that I was not going to go. Olivia and I spent the weekend at the beach, blissfully unconcerned. And that's when I understood we were finally free. Madison's wedding week arrived, and Olivia and I couldn't have been more relaxed. We spent the weekend like any other, carefree and unconcerned with the family drama that had dominated the previous several months. Madison had attempted to manipulate the situation, but we had moved on. The wedding weekend passed, and we spent it in complete tranquility. We didn't get caught up in the intensity of the situation. I didn't even check my phone for texts from my family, but the consequences came quickly. One of my cousins contacted me and couldn't stop laughing. Madison had apparently been spreading the missing brother story to the rest of the family. She was telling everyone who would listen that I had refused to support my own sister on her special day. My absence was somehow portrayed as the worst betrayal, and she made it appear as if I was the one hurting the family. It was not only Madison. A few days later, I entered Facebook and saw my mother's message. It was one of those ambiguous dramatic statuses, plainly aimed at me. She bemoaned how some people just can't put the past behind them, and how family should come before petty grudges. It was a classic attempt to guilt-trip me into submission. Ethan sent me a last-minute appeal, stating he regretted things had gone differently and hoped I would rethink attending Madison's wedding. For once, he admitted that our family had handled matters poorly. Nonetheless, he refrained from explicitly criticizing their actions. Olivia, always the voice of reason, informed me that none of them were concerned about my wedding. None of them respected my limits or helped me get through the problem with Madison. She was correct. I owe them nothing. Madison texted me, pretending to be the larger person, just as I thought things were about to calm down. She replied, "It would mean a lot if you came, but I understand if you're still holding a grudge." It was a phony olive branch, but I saw through it. I didn't waste time exchanging niceties. I responded, "You weren't willing to change your plans for my wedding, but I should drop everything for yours." That did not go over well. She flipped immediately. Within minutes she accused me of being selfish and fixated on the past. I was not surprised. It was the usual Madison, constantly attempting to change the script when things didn't go her way. My mother wasn't done either. A few hours later she called, teary and frantic. She said that the family was breaking apart because of me, and that if I didn't fix things, they would never be the same again. I was not buying it. I'd heard this manipulation too many times. I told her plainly, "Madison and the rest of you made your choices, and now I'm making mine." That was the last time I took her calls. Regarding the wedding, I heard bits and pieces from the extended family. There was some little rumor about tension throughout the event, such as Madison repeatedly criticizing my absence and how unjust it was, but I didn't care. Madison had created her bed, now she had to lay in it. Then Ethan sent his message. It was many days later, after the wedding had concluded. He informed me that the wedding had been a fiasco due to all the commotion. The tension was evident, and people were muttering about how family feuds had wrecked everything. But Madison made one final nasty move. She did exactly what I expected. She made an Instagram update. The caption was about being grateful for the real family who showed up and cutting toxic people out of her life. The irony was not lost on anyone. She had cut me off for just setting limits, but now she pretended to be the embodiment of grace. Of course, my father came through with a private confession. He recognized Madison and Mom had gone too far, but he refused to take a public stance. He admitted he hated how things turned out, but was too terrified to speak anything. His cowardice was irritating. He had been silent the entire time, and now he was acting as if he were trapped in the midst. At this moment, I was finished. Olivia and I were not going to waste another second at this circus. We didn't need this turmoil in our life. Instead, we scheduled a lavish meal to celebrate our newfound independence. Madison's wedding was over, and we had come out on top. We weren't concerned about the turmoil. We didn't mind the passive-aggressive posts. What was important was that we were pleased, and nothing they did could take that away. We toasted to our peace, to a life free of poison, to removing individuals who only added drama and manipulation to our lives, and, most importantly, to the future we were creating without the weight of their negativity weighing us down. The family has lost its grip on us. It's been just over a year since Madison's wedding, and I haven't heard anything from my family. I am not surprised. The dust has cleared, and while I have moved on, the effects of the pandemonium are still being felt. Madison's marriage, for one, is going apart quicker than I could have anticipated. Less than a year after the wedding, a cousin informed me that Madison and her new husband were always squabbling. Apparently, it was about economics and competing life objectives, two common concerns that arise when individuals hurry into things. Madison was always concerned with appearances, and I suppose the ideal fairy tale wedding wasn't enough to keep things together. I heard Madison was distraught, but I didn't feel any sympathy. She'd spent months portraying me as the villain in her story, but suddenly the narrative was shifting. Her marriage was not ideal, and no amount of social media filters could alter that. Mom, as predicted, was still pretending that everything was all right. Even if it wasn't. She never recognized my wedding. Not in private, not in public, not even with a half-hearted Facebook comment. She continued the quiet treatment, never sharing any images or acknowledging anything. She refused to acknowledge that the true reason I walked away was because she and Madison had made it hard for me to stay. However, I did observe something odd. My father began loving some of the images I shared of Olivia and me, shots of us traveling, attending events and simply living our life. At first I assumed it was a coincidence, but no. He liked practically every image and even said, "Good to see you happy." Nonetheless, he never said anything publicly. He never recognized our wedding. It seemed as if he was attempting to offer solidarity without actually being by me in any meaningful sense. Ethan, who had remained relatively impartial throughout, began to exhibit indications of fatigue. He had contacted me a couple times, casually messaging about unrelated topics, old family memories, and mutual friends. Then one day, he simply said it. He confessed that the family's turmoil had affected him. He informed me that he could no longer keep up with the turmoil between Madison, Mom, and Dad. He claimed he was constantly caught in the middle, attempting to mediate while everyone else exacerbated the situation. But Madison's conduct wasn't improving. It was as if she couldn't take being the one left out of everything. I observed a series of hazy postings on her social media about growing up with poisonous people and recognizing who didn't care. It was obvious that she was referring to me. But by this time, I had stopped paying attention to her foolishness. Then the true twist arrived. Olivia and I discovered we were pregnant. It was a watershed moment for us, something we'd been hoping for and working towards. We kept the news to ourselves at first, only telling a few supportive family members who had been there for us during the storm. But, as much as we wanted to enjoy the occasion, I should have anticipated how my mother would respond. She learned from a relative, not from me. When she did, it prompted a breakdown. The first thing she did was contact me saying, "I hope you don't punish your child the way you punished your family." She had the audacity to blame me for not telling her first, as if she was entitled to the knowledge. Olivia had had enough at that time. She blocked my mother and Madison from all social media platforms, unwilling to put up with any more turmoil. I did not blame her. I'd had it with them for a long time, but Olivia was trying to be pleasant to maintain the peace. The ship had sailed. My father sent me a note shortly after. He expressed concern about the family coming apart and asked if we could mend things before the baby arrives. It was the same old pattern. He asked me to simply forgive and forget. To let it all go for the sake of family. But I wasn't falling for it anymore. I made it clear to him that only positive, supporting individuals would be in our child's life. No exclusions. I was not going to allow Madison or Mom get us down anymore. This was a new chapter for Olivia and me, and I wasn't going to let them wreck it as they did everything else. Ethan was finally seeing the light. He gradually distanced himself from Madison and Mom. He stated that he could see how poisonous the situation had become and that he just did not have the stamina to deal with the drama. I could tell he was divided, but he understood deep down that side with Mom and Madison would just perpetuate the turmoil. Then came the final power move. Olivia and I decided to give a large baby shower without inviting my close relatives. It was neither petty nor spiteful. It was just a straightforward, honest depiction of our feelings. We didn't need them to commemorate this milestone. We had friends, extended relatives, and a strong support network that genuinely cared. The shower was everything we hoped for: happy, romantic, and stress-free. The individuals who mattered were present, and that is all that counted. We didn't need Madison's approval or Mom's pretend pity. What is the best part? They had no idea. They weren't even on the guest list, and that seemed like the greatest victory of all. We had moved on, and we intended to continue our journey together without the baggage. It's been more than 3 years since Madison's wedding, and whatever doubts I had about my decision to break connections with my family have vanished. Madison's divorce was finalized last week, and the outcome was nearly poetic. Less than 2 years after the wedding, she had created a show of it, and now her marriage had entirely failed. I don't have all the specifics, but I've heard enough via the grapevine to know it was only a matter of time. She hurried into that marriage, like she had with everything else, and the fissures appeared almost immediately. But true to form, my mother attempted to twist the whole situation. Instead of accepting responsibility for her failure, Madison resorted to Facebook to spread the word about how she had been duped by a bad spouse who took advantage of her good heart. She made a lengthy statement about how heartbroken she was for Madison, how unfair everything was, and how this was a lesson in trusting others. Of course, nothing was said about how Madison's actions led to the disaster. My mother couldn't bring herself to accept her role in all of this. Then came Ethan. He sent me a note late one night that was simple yet profound. It was the type of communication I had been hoping for, but did not expect. It read, "You were correct. Mom and Madison are poisonous." That was all. There is no fluff or excuses. Just the facts. I was not even furious. Ethan had spent years pacing the line between us and them, attempting to maintain peace. But now he'd seen it as well, and I could tell he'd had enough. I did not respond straight away. I knew Ethan needed time to process, just as I did. A few days later, my mother delivered her apology. She sent me a lengthy email expressing she was sorry for how things had ended out and how difficult the entire situation had been for her. But as usual, it wasn't a genuine apology. It was more about how she was dealing with the consequences, how difficult it was to lose her kid, and how much she hoped we could all get along. She made care to note how much suffering she'd been in throughout the ordeal, which unsurprisingly, did not include addressing how much she contributed to the disaster. Then the real kicker arrived. A cousin with whom I still maintained some sort of contact reached out to warn me about a family gathering that my mother was preparing. Mom apparently planned a surprise gathering to push me to make apologies. She informed everyone else that she was praying for a miracle that would reunite the family. It was evident that she was trying to put me on the spot and push me to be the bigger person. Olivia had no patience for this, and I couldn't fault her. She firmly stated, "Our child does not need to be around that negativity." No way. I fully agree with her. We'd come so far in creating a tranquil existence, and I wasn't about to allow my mother or Madison drag us back into their toxic drama. There was no way I was going to go into a reunion where I was supposed to be the villain. So I did what I needed to do. I formally blocked my mother, Madison, and everyone else in the family who continued to support their side. It wasn't just social media, I banned them from everything. Texts, emails, and everything. I was not going to play those games anymore. Then my father sent me a final SMS. It was similar to his previous communications in that he expressed sorrow but was still unwilling to openly support me. He just responded, "I wish things had turned out differently, but I understand why you're done." A simple, "I get it," but it felt like a cop-out. He never apologized for how he allowed my mother and Madison abuse me, and he never took a public stance. He still wanted peace, but at this time, I couldn't accept it. Madison, of course, was not finished. She messaged me directly on Instagram, asking if we could chat. She informed me she was ready to move on and wanted to re-establish our family relationship. But at this point, I'd had enough. I did not even open the message. I didn't need more of the same old manipulation. She had destroyed her reputation. The smear effort began shortly after. Friends informed me that Madison was telling others that I had split off the family for no apparent reason. It wasn't even unexpected by this time. She'd been portraying me as the villain for so long, I wasn't surprised to learn she was still doing it behind my back. But I didn't care. I knew the truth, and everybody worth having in my life did, as well. Mom and Madison eventually stopped attempting to reach out. It wasn't because they had a profound realization or were suddenly overcome with sorrow. It was because they recognized I was not going to give up. I was not going to let them drag me back into their world of deception and guilt. They stopped sending messages and appearing to care, and that's when I actually felt free. Olivia and I were doing better than ever. Our baby arrived, and it was all we could have asked for. We were surrounded by individuals who genuinely cared about us, who respected our limits, and unconditionally supported us. Our little one was surrounded by love, and I couldn't have hoped for anything better. Ethan, too, started to pull away from Madison and Mom. Over time he realized what I had always known. The only path ahead was without them. I'm not sure he'll ever publicly confront them, but I'm confident he sees what I've seen. Looking back, cutting them off was the finest move I've ever done. It was not easy, but it was essential. I constructed a new life, a better life, and I'm grateful to everyone who helped me along the way. The rest of the family can continue with their current activities. But as far as I am concerned, I have won. I choose serenity. I decided on Olivia. And I selected my child. "You don't have a husband or kids, it's your job to help," Mom said on Christmas Eve. I walked away, ended my financial support, and left them stunned. My name is Claire, and I'm 31. Snow is a language that Buffalo residents learn before they reach the driving age. Learn how to see the sky, brake before a curve, and slide without panicking. The sky spoke softly and patiently the night I brought home the lemon pie I had prepared after midnight. I packed my trunk with gifts, a bottle of Cabernet, and a shirt that my mother once complained made me appear too corporate. I wore it anyhow. Christmas Eve is not something to skip here. You go. Even if something in the air has felt odd for months, like a radio station that nearly broadcasts but crackles on the most important phrases. The home appeared identical in the snow. A wreath hangs on the door. Warm light streamed through the front window. My mother thinks that voices, music, and the scent of cinnamon and cloves can heal practically everything. I held 2 gift bags on my hip and shoved the door open. "Claire," my sister Emily said from the living room, partially rising with a wave that appeared more habitual than welcoming. Jason, her 10-month fiancé, nodded over his shoulder as if I were a co-worker late for a meeting. I asked Mom, "Do you want to help me with the table?" She glanced over, not in an unfriendly way, but rather with efficiency. "We're doing immediate family only this year," she remarked, referring to the prediction. "Nothing personal, just the weather." I looked at the table. 7 places. Mother, father, Emily, Jason, Uncle Frank, and Linda. Immediate evidently meant fresh additions and enlarged limbs, but not me. There was no additional plate, no folding chair, and no room scooped out of the corner to accommodate the cousins. 1 beat, 2. Emily approached me, her grin too soon. I didn't know they were. This wasn't my idea. We can do our own thing tomorrow. Brunch. She didn't appear to mean it. I could hear cutlery clinking behind her as Mom carefully placed a dish in front of Jason. I did not argue. I didn't ask for the spare chair in the hall closet or grin as if I had misunderstood. I took the bags back into my arms, felt the straps burn into my hands, and turned for the door. They let me leave. As I went outside, the threshold breathed cold on my cheeks, and the snow fell in the same tranquil manner as it had an hour before, when I thought I was seated. I walked to my car, placed the gifts in the trunk, and sat with my hands on the steering wheel, listening to Bing Crosby drift from the house where I grew up. Half of my money was in that trunk. A drill my father had marked in a hardware flyer, a pocketbook with a zipper my mother wouldn't have to battle, and a novel Jason would adore since I'd asked Emily about his favorite writers. I remembered the supermarket gift cards I gave when the power bill skyrocketed, the silent transfer I made to help Emily with her car when her hours were reduced, and the rent assistance for Mom and Dad's lake house. It had not seemed like a hardship at the moment. Family isn't meant to be a hardship. It is meant to be ballast. I drove home in the snow, the wipers ticking like a metronome. In my apartment, I placed the pie on the countertop. The apartment felt honest in a way that the home hadn't in months. Modest, quiet, and completely mine. Around midnight, I unlocked my laptop. The $700 monthly transfer to my parents has been suspended. Emily's automobile loan autopay, which I had been covering since June, was terminated. Amazon Prime, which everyone used under my identity, was deleted. Netflix signed out on all devices. There was no announcement or manifesto, just switches that clicked off like lights in an empty room. My phone buzzed briefly before remaining silent. Mark, my lover, had texted earlier from his parents' home near Rochester. I made it in one piece. Call me when you get home. I thumbed a reply. I haven't sent yet. Later. I'm okay. I wasn't sure what the truth was, and Mark deserved to hear it. I slept like I was dumped into a well. At 8:45 a.m., my phone filled up with a frenetic strobe. 36 messages in all capitals from Mom and Emily, followed by additional shorter ones from Dad, cut as if someone was dictating. I did not open them. Instead, I watched the previews line up. Answer me immediately, Claire. Are you really doing this for one dinner? You are being harsh. Stop being cheap. Emily needs your assistance. We are family. 10 minutes later, someone knocked on the door. Not a neighborly knock, but one that demands to be obeyed. I let it go on. It swung from banging to doorbell to pounding again, as if attempting every possible combination to crack a lock. I poured coffee and watched snow blow past the window. It dawned to me unexpectedly that I had become the only member in our family who respected a boundary, and I was the one being prosecuted for it. When I finally opened the door, Mom and Emily were there without jackets, snow purling in their hair. They weren't chilly enough to be practical. What have you done? Mom questioned, bypassing greeting in the same way she had passed my seat at the dinner. Why didn't the payment go through? My grocery card was refused. Emily is unable to make her auto payments. You canceled Prime. You are overreacting. I regarded her as if she were a stranger who resembled my mother. What do you think I'm reacting to? You weren't uninvited, she said. It was just a smaller dinner. Smaller? I said. With a plate for Jason? He's part of Emily's future, she added, crossing her arms. We didn't think you'd make a big deal. Then she said something that rang like flatware dropped on tile. You don't have a husband or children, yet you make decent money. It is your job to help this family as Emily begins her life. Emily did not contradict her. She gazed at me with an expression I couldn't decipher. Perhaps she hadn't had to. Something within me realigned itself with a gentle click. A jigsaw piece I'd been working on for years fell into place and latched. They had not forgotten my chair, they had reallocated it. I was the line item that enabled the remainder of the table. I'm done, I said. It's not dramatic. Just completed. I hope Jason can bear what I have been carrying. I will no longer be your utility account. They went over every method they had ever tried on me. In 5 minutes we discussed guilt, responsibility, and spoiling the holiday. Do not bring resentment into the new year. We are all under stress. Become the larger person. I kept my voice even. I wanted to see if the stillness would last. Mark's name, Mark Pike, showed on my phone before disappearing. I hushed it. This was not a three-way discussion. I had to shut this ledger myself. You're choosing a fight, Mom eventually remarked. I'm deciding on a boundary, I said. If you hear it as a fight, that's on you. They did not like that line. Most individuals who want to steal from you also enjoy defining the parameters under which you deny them. Claire, Emily continued, lowering her voice in the way people do when they want your consent but don't respect your dignity. Don't make this ugly. It's already ugly, I said. I just stopped pretending it isn't. They eventually ran out of energy, arguments, or both. Mom transferred responsibility to the weather, stress, and the economy. Emily attempted a joke that died between us. I informed them that I had things to do. When they did not move, I moved back, and the door closed between us. The flat became silent again. The lemon pie remained on the counter, brilliant and worthless. I messaged Mark. A long story, I will call later. I'm fine. He replied. I'm proud of you. After a little pause. You don't have to keep burning to keep other people warm. I stood at the window, watching the footsteps they left in the hall becoming covered in blown snow as the draft crept under the door. My phone vibrated on the table in the next room, then went silent before vibrating again. I allowed it. It was not over. People who gain from your lack of limits are unlikely to accept their loss without a campaign. But, for once, I didn't rush to make their agony easier to bear. A radiator clanked somewhere within the structure. The coffee tasted genuine. And if you'd asked me then how I felt, I'd have told you the truth. No triumph or serenity. Just a clean, abrupt emptiness where a chair used to be. The following several days passed like sluggish ice. Solid on the outside, but crumbling below. I kept hoping for things to calm down, for the barrage of calls and texts to subside, but my phone never truly fell silent. Every several hours, another communication came through. You are being harsh. Emily can't sleep. Your father is unhappy. Family means sacrifice. They always used the term sacrifice when referring to me. By the third morning, I had stopped checking alerts. I silenced the group chat. I made my coffee before daybreak and opened my budgeting app as if I were reading scripture. For the first time in years, every number there belonged to me. Silence, however, has a tendency to echo. When you grow up in a household that only calls when something goes wrong, silence might be unsettling. That week, I worked remotely, doing spreadsheets, project meetings, and polite small conversation over my headset. I informed my coworkers that my family's Christmas had been unusual. They laughed, claiming that everyone's was. None of them understood what different actually meant. That night, Mark called. He always waited until the twilight, when the distance between Buffalo and Rochester felt more like a corridor than a freeway. Are you still holding the line? He inquired quietly. I think so, I answered. They'll probably start rationing guilt soon. He chuckled. You sound lighter. I am not convinced that is the right term. Just finished. Finished can be a good start, he explained. I wanted to trust him, but a part of me kept expecting someone to knock again. Not with rage this time, but with something worse. False forgiveness. Instead, the knock arrived earlier than expected on Friday evening. The sound caused my stomach to constrict. 2 quick strikes, a pause, then one lengthy, methodical pound through the peephole. Mom, I've zipped my coat this time. Emily's eyes are fatigued. I opened the door halfway. Can we come inside? Mom asked. It was more of an order than a question. I stepped aside, primarily because I didn't want my neighbors to hear this. Mom did not sit. She paced, her gloves twisting. Claire, this has gone far enough. You are punishing your sister for something she did not do. I blinked. You mean for a dinner that I was not invited to? You are invited. It was just a small gathering, she said hastily. Emily moved forward. Mom, maybe. Mom shut her off. We meant nothing by it. Jason is part of Emily's future. We just wanted to keep things personal. The term made me laugh. A little, brittle sound. Intimate would have been a phone call explaining it, not a plate where mine used to be. Mom breathed through her nose. You always take everything so personally. You think everything is about you. That was the words that had haunted me since I was a youngster. Anytime I wondered why I was left out, why Emily received the new stuff, or why I was supposed to assist with the payments. You think everything's about you. I glanced at her and saw for the first time how she had created a system based on that statement. If everything was about me, nothing they did could be considered incorrect. Only my reaction. Mom, I murmured slowly. You are correct about one thing. This is personal. It is my money, my peace and my limit. Emily trembled, as if the word restriction pained. Mom's tone became sharper. Do not turn this into an independence crusade. Claire, you make nice money, you have no husband and no children, it's normal for you to help out. That is how families survive. Her comments hit me like an equation I had already solved. If I don't have a husband, I won't have a family. If I don't have a family, I owe this one more. They did not want to include me. They wanted me to be useful. You talk about survival, I said. But I'm the only one who's been treading water while the rest of you stand on my shoulders. Emily's eyes shimmered. You are twisting it, Claire. It isn't like that. You just have more stability. Because I built it, I snapped, then softly. Because no one ever built it for me. A beat of stillness passed between us. Then Mom spoke the words, I'll never forget. You wouldn't let us help even if we tried. It was such a wonderful falsehood, polished by years of repetition, that I couldn't help but admire the artistry. You never offered, I said. You just handed me a bill and called it love. Mom's mouth pushed thinly. You'll regret it. One day you'll need us. I smiled slightly. If that day comes, I hope you answer the door. Emily began to weep, silent, ashamed sobs. She murmured something about not intending it that way, and how, this isn't who we are. But by Christmas Eve, I had heard enough about who they were. I did not require subtitles. I approached the door and opened it wide. I think that's all for tonight. Mom paused, then swept by me, snarling about pride and attitude. Emily followed, hesitating at the entrance. Claire, she spoke quietly. I'll call you tomorrow. You won't, I answered, not cruelly, but with certainty. They departed. The hallway light flickered once, then remained steady. When the door closed, I put my face against it and inhaled. My hands were trembling, not from terror, but from adrenaline, the type that occurs when you finally stop performing and begin protecting yourself. That night, I was unable to sleep. I sat on the couch, the lemon pie still on the counter, untouched. The flat had a faint aroma of sugar and smoke from my coffee earlier. I reflected on what Mom had said about responsibility and my excellent money. And I understood this was never about Christmas. It was all about control. Every thank you they had never said had been replaced with anticipation. Every favor I performed went invisible the instant it was completed. I put it all down, not out of spite, but to clarify. Emily received a $450 rent increase in March. May utilities for Mom and Dad are $200. June auto loan payment, $650. August groceries are $300. September lake house repairs cost $950. A year of love disguised as a deal. By 2:15 a.m., my list was completed. I closed the journal, slipped it into my desk drawer, and told myself, no more unpaid debts of the heart. When I eventually fell asleep, I dreamed of snow, endless, pristine and silent. It was January 5th when it arrived. The communication that transformed stillness into proof. The vacations had vanished like a half-completed sentence. No calls, no cards, and no apologies. My flat was still filled with the faint aroma of cinnamon and smoke from the candles I'd lit during the long evenings. The lemon pie had gone stale on the counter and then into the garbage. For the first time, I didn't feel compelled to change things. I went to work. I arrived home. I learnt the sound of peace. Quiet, steady, and uneventful. My phone alerted me to a notice as I was sorting clothes that morning. Jason Callahan. My stomach constricted. Emily's fiancé. There is no welcome or explanation, only one message. I don't know if I should be sending this, but you deserve to hear it. I attached one audio file. I gazed at it for several minutes. My initial inclination was to remove it. Nothing excellent ever gets branded. You deserve to hear it. But curiosity, or perhaps the lingering hope that individuals will surprise me, prompted my thumb to hit play. At first I just heard background noise, the faint scrape of forks on plates, glasses clinking, and low Christmas music. Then came the voices. Unmistakable and familiar. Uncle Frank. "So how are the martyrs doing?" Mom was giggling. "Probably sulking in her apartment like we ruined her wedding day." Emily. "She will get over it. She always does. She only needs to play the victim for a few weeks." Someone chuckled. Then Dad's voice became lower, almost exhausted. "At least now we can have a holiday without one of her lectures." Another voice joined in. "Linda, Uncle Frank's girlfriend. There's something about her that makes her always attempt to prove herself. Dressing as if she's going to a job interview. Giving presents as if she was being assessed." Laughter. Familiar. Cruel. Then Jason's anxious voice broke through. "You realize she can probably hear all of this through the door, right?" Silence. Forks stopped in midair. The recording terminated. I did not weep. I did not toss the phone. I did not even move. I sat there, feeling the icy knot in my gut becoming heavier, colder, and quieter. Because that's when I realized their nastiness wasn't new. It was practiced. It was pleasant. They didn't have to work for it. Another communication arrived seconds later. "I'm sorry," Jason responded. "I had no idea people talked about you like way. I taped it because something seemed weird." I later informed Emily that it was messed up. We argued. I moved into the home after New Year's. It has been awkward. I stared at his words. Uncomfortable was an understatement for a man who had witnessed it. I didn't respond. Not that night. Perhaps not out of pride, but because I couldn't decide which hurt more. That my family had insulted me behind my back, or that I had expected more from individuals who had previously demonstrated who they were. Still, something inside me shifted. A subtle click. As if a door had finally locked from the inside. Over the next few days, I began removing the remnants of shared life from my devices, removing them as emergency contacts, blocking them from calendar sharing, deleting family access from Amazon, Netflix, Spotify, and all the quiet conveniences they'd used under my name, and changing every password I owned. It wasn't rage. It was surgery to remove the infection before it spreads further. Mark called that night. "You sound different," he said. "I am," I answered. "Jason sent me something." "The fiancé?" "Yeah." I hesitated. It was a recording. I did not provide any details. Mark did not push. "Do you want me to come up?" He inquired quietly. "No," I said. "I need to deal with this on my own. If you arrive, I will start pretending to be all right." He paused. "Okay, Claire, you do not have to prove your strength by isolating yourself." "I'm not isolating," I explained. "I'm just detoxing." After we hung up, I sat in the dark for quite some time. I heard the recording again to be sure I hadn't exaggerated it in my brain. But no, it was precisely as it was. Each nasty phrase is as sharp as broken glass. Later that week, Emily texted me for the first time since Christmas. No apologies, no questions, just, "Hey, could you turn the rent payments back on? We are a little behind." There was no welcome or recognition, just a request, as if I were her human resources department. I gazed at the message for a long time, my thumb lingering on the keyboard. I then stopped the app and erased the topic. That was the final communication I ever received from her. Days passed silently. I resumed cooking, cleaning, and walking in the snow without music in my ears. I saw how blue the sky appeared above the frozen lake. For the first time in months, my heart did not sink into someone else's crisis. However, stillness seldom lasts long in a family that thrives on reaction. 2 weeks later, my phone rang again, this time with a voicemail from Dad. His voice shook. "Claire, something happened. The kitchen is gone. Fire began near the stove. They contained it before it spread, but it is horrible. We're not sure who else to ask. Please help us get through the month." He sounded desperate, not furious this time. Desperate. I did not respond straight away. I let the note sit overnight as snow accumulated on my windowsill. The next morning I grabbed my phone again, this time to check Emily's social media rather than calling him. Her most recent post included a photo of her cradling a newborn and a pair of vehicle keys. Caption. Fresh year. Fresh beginnings. A second-hand Jeep. A new baby. A burned-out kitchen. And a sister who still expected me to pay for her notion of starting over. I picked up my keys, not out of remorse or nostalgia, but just to look. The home appeared smaller under the snow. Even the paint appeared worn, with gray margins where white had been. I parked near the end of the driveway, allowing the engine to idle for longer than required. Part of me anticipated the door to remain closed to make things easy. Then it opened. Mom stood there, snuggled in an enormous sweater that I used to own. Her expression alternated between relief and control, as if she couldn't determine which one to choose. "Claire," she replied, her voice firm with trained poise. "You came." I nodded, not trusting the words yet. Inside, the stench hit first: smoke, ash, and something sharp, like melted plastic. The kitchen was worse than I had expected. Cabinets blistered, tiles darkened, and a dark bloom grew up the wall. Someone tried to scrub it, but smoke stains don't come out easy. Mom began talking before I could ask any questions. It was the wiring behind the stove. Emily had just walked outside with the baby. If she had been home? "Where is she?" I asked. "Upstairs," she murmured hastily, her gaze darting to the stairs, hoping to keep the baby asleep. As if on cue, I heard light footfall and then saw Emily, barefoot and wearing one of my old hoodies, the blue one I'd left years ago. It draped loosely across her shoulders. She froze halfway down the steps. "Hey," she spoke gently. "Hey," I said. The term felt like a strange language. Mom stepped between us. "Insurance is being difficult," she remarked. "And you know how these things go. Temporary housing, contractors. We just need a little help to get through the month." There it was. No "thank you for coming," no "we're safe," just the request. It was always wrapped in haste and never in thankfulness. I looked around the kitchen. "You should probably have the wiring checked through the whole house," I told you. "If one section burned, the rest might." Mom intervened. "We will. We just don't have the finances right now." She waited, expectantly. Emily remained mute, gaze fixated on the floor. I went inside my coat pocket and took out an envelope. Mom's expression softened, misinterpreting the gesture as resignation. When she opened it, her face fell. The inside contained a single $60 note. "What is this supposed to be?" she inquired, perplexed. "That," I said, "is what my spot at the table was worth." The hush that followed felt thicker than smoke. Emily's eyes widened. "Claire, that's not fair." "Fair?" I remarked, speaking quietly. "You sat at a table where everyone laughed at me. You described it as tiny, cozy and family-oriented. And now you want me to pay to repair the walls you destroyed?" Mom's tone became sharper. "You're being spiteful." "No," I said quietly. "I'm being consistent." I placed the envelope on the counter, near to a pile of half-burned recipe cards, then turned to go. Emily yelled after me. "You don't have to be like this." I hesitated at the doorway. "Like what?" "Cold." I turned. "You called me cold when I stopped paying for your heat bill too." Her mouth opened and then closed. I strolled out into the cool afternoon. Snowflakes adhered on my eyelashes. The home behind me appeared much smaller. Not because it had changed, but because I could finally see it without deception. I did not glance back. When I came home, I poured myself a cup of tea and watched the snow fall through the window till nightfall. The city lights reflected softly off the frost, each with a little border that retained its shape. My phone buzzed with a fresh message from Mom. I did not open it. Then another from Dad. "Please, Claire, do not do this. It's family." I flipped the phone face down. Family? I believed it shouldn't sound like a demand. Later that night, Mark called. "Have you gone?" he asked. I did. "And they're fine," I said. "The kitchen's not, but they will be." "Have they said thank you?" I laughed quietly. "They received $60. That is something." He didn't press, simply saying, "You sound stable." "That is good." I focused on the untouched tea cooling in my hands. "Steady feels strange," I said. "Like I'm still waiting for the guilt to catch up." "It won't," he said. "Not if you stop opening the door for it." That night I blocked all three of them, Mom, Dad, and Emily. Not out of rage this time, but to stop the bleeding. The next morning, There was perfect quiet. No pings, no missed calls, no "we're disappointed in you" voicemails. Just silent, without accusing or demanding. For the first time in years, I had my own phone. I slept like someone who had finally escaped a burning building. However, in debt-ridden households, calm is fleeting. And somewhere out there, a fresh bill was already being prepared in my name. It was a Friday night in early March when the past called again, not with messages or remorse, but with something more serious. The knock was light, almost courteous, but persistent. I paused before inspecting the peephole. Jason stood with snow on his blazer and a duffel bag at his feet. I just opened the door enough to glimpse his face. He seemed weary, like he had ceased pretending. "Can I come inside?" he inquired gently. I pondered for a moment before stepping aside. He stood awkwardly near the entryway, holding the strap of his backpack. "I moved out this morning," he explained. "Your parents' residence. I can't do it anymore." I folded my arms. "That makes two of us." He offered a faint grin. "Emily said you'd say that." I remained mute. Jason sighed, dropping the duffel beside his feet. "You were correct about them, Claire. The way they speak, the way they utilize others. I thought I could take it. But living there transforms you. The air feels thick. Emily no longer looks me in the eye. She just complains about the kitchen, money and me." I leaned on the counter and studied him. "Why are you telling me this?" He reached into his jacket and retrieved a little packet. "Because you need to see this." Inside there were receipts, written statements. My name appeared on each one of them. I flipped through them carefully, my heartbeat increasing with each page. Charges for restaurants, petrol stations, hotel rooms, furnishings, spa treatments, and even an upmarket boutique baby stroller. Each line was tied to a credit card I had never used. At the bottom of the stack, the total sum is $8,527.40. I looked up. "You're joking." Jason shakes his head. "Emily started an account in your name. You said you'd understand. You stated that you would never press charges because you are family." My stomach turned. "She said what?" He nodded. When I asked her what she meant, she laughed. "Claire is aware that I require assistance. She's fine. She'll forgive me as always." For a long time I said nothing. I merely gazed at the receipts, my name neatly typed beneath expenditures I'd never made. "Why are you bringing this to me?" I eventually inquired. "Because it's wrong," Jason answered plainly. "And because I couldn't stay there pretending anymore." He perched on the edge of the couch and rubbed his hands together. "She'll tell everyone that I made you do this. She has already blamed me for the recording. But I assumed you'd rather know the truth than continue to be their safety net." I gazed at him. This man who had previously been an unwanted visitor at a table I used to own. And for the first time, I saw remorse rather than arrogance. "I appreciate it," I said gently. "Even if it's late." He nodded. "Better late than never." When he went, the envelope remained in my possession, like proof and treachery bundled into one. That night, I sat at my desk, organized the receipts into rows, and photographed each one. Then I opened my laptop and began making calls, first to the credit card company and then to a lawyer. The identity theft, verification paperwork and procedure was chilly and mechanical. Affidavits. But behind the papers, something inside me was quivering. Not with rage, but with shock that Emily had found a new method to steal what wasn't hers. By Monday the account had been frozen. The representative on the phone groaned quietly. "Sibling cases aren't rare," she remarked. "They're just always sad." I nearly laughed. That's one word for it. 2 days later the texts began. "Emily. Claire, you do not understand. I was desperate." Then another. "I was going to tell you. Afterward. It's just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding does not cost $8,000. I didn't respond. The next day Mom left a voicemail. Her tone was crisp, cutting through the static. "We don't call the cops on our family, Claire. Whatever your sister did, you will address it secretly. This is not right." And there it was again, the familial rule that had kept every terrible thing hidden. You don't cause any trouble. You do not call it stealing. You refer to it as aid. However, aid does not include stealing someone's name. Help is not laughing as you drain them. For the first time, I understood they didn't care about Emily's actions. They just cared that I had quit mending it. I sent everything to my lawyer and let her handle it. When the police contacted Emily, the calls and messages multiplied. First begging, then enraged, and then nothing. Jason contacted out again on Friday. "She's telling everyone I made you press charges," he joked. "Of course she is," I answered. He paused. "I'm sorry for everything. For not standing up sooner, for being part of it." I looked at him. "You videotaped the supper when no one else did. You provided me with proof. You told me the truth. That is enough." He nodded slowly. "They don't realize how much strength it takes to walk away." "I do," I said. "Because I'm still learning." He then went silently, duffel still by his side. By the end of March, the paperwork was almost completed. The lawyer assured my name will be cleansed within a month. Every day I erased another thread of communications, another contact or a tie. It wasn't vengeance, it was about recuperation. And for the first time, I did not feel bad about rescuing myself. April arrived gently, with the snow melting into slush and the streets damp from the type of thaw that smells like endings. I had ceased checking my phone for texts by then. The stillness had become normal, not lonely. The attorney called on Thursday afternoon. "It's done," she said. "All accounts are closed. Your name has been cleared. $8,527.40, weeks of calls, months of exhaustion, all gone with a few digital signatures and an apologetic email from the bank saying, 'We appreciate your patience.'" When I hung up, I sat down for a bit. The atmosphere seemed different, lighter, as if I had been holding my breath for years without realizing it. I poured myself a coffee and stood by the window. The street outside was bright and almost aggressively commonplace, with a delivery vehicle, a child riding a scooter, and a couple fighting over directions. Life goes on, regardless. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel the need to repair anything. That night, Mark called. "You sound calm," he said. "I guess I am," I said. A lawyer phoned. "It is over." "I'm proud of you," he stated. "You didn't let them rewrite the story." I smiled slightly. "They'll still try, but I've changed the locks." We spoke about work for a bit, then discussed perhaps taking a weekend getaway when spring arrived. When he told me about his sister's engagement, I realized I could listen to another person's family narrative without feeling uncomfortable. After we hung up, I lit a candle and cleaned the flat, not because it needed it, but because I finally had the energy to do it. Then my phone vibrated. Dad has left one new voicemail. For a long time, I simply gazed at the screen. My instincts advised me to remove it. But something compelled me to hit play, either out of curiosity or to find closure. "Hi Claire. It's Dad. I'm not sure whether you'll listen to this, but I have to say it anyhow. You were correct. We viewed you as a safety net, someone who would always be there to patch things up. We thought it was love, but it wasn't. It was all about convenience. Your mother is not ready to acknowledge it yet. Emily certainly isn't. But I see it now. The home seems strange without you. Quiet, but not in a pleasant way. We created a family that produced noise only when it needed to. I'm simply hoping you'll talk to us again, not for money, but to speak." "I am sorry, sweetheart." His voice trembled at the final syllable. "Sweetie." I hadn't heard Dad call me that in years. I didn't weep, but something in my chest melted, like the first drip of snow melting off a rooftop. I saved the message not because I wanted to hear it again, but because it felt like the correct ending. Flawed, honest, and incomplete. The next morning, sunlight streamed across the kitchen counter. The lemon pie plate remained in the sink, the last remnant of that night months ago. I cleaned it well and returned it to the cupboard. Then I opened my notebook, where I had written down every dime I'd ever given, transfer, and favor. On the final page, I scribbled one line. The debt was paid. I shut it, slipped it into the drawer, and sighed. Outside, the snow had finally melted. I grabbed my coat, stepped outside into the pale spring light, and marched toward a future that did not owe me an apology for existing. The reality was simple. Family may break you, but it can also teach you how not to be. When my parents gave the company I'd worked for 10 years to my sister, I quit. Dad said, "She has the vision." Then contracts failed without me. When I realized that my parents had given my sister a family company, I stopped working 70-hour weeks for free. Dad responded, "Paul is better with people." Mom added, "You can still help from behind the scenes." A week later, Dad called, distraught over losing our largest customer. I just responded, "Let Samantha handle it. She's the heir, right?" Within a month, 2 large contracts fell through, and they begged me to return. I responded. The pen lingered over the page, my father's signature ring glinting in the office lights. I stared, frozen in place, as he wrote his name with a flourish, the same theatrical signature I'd seen on innumerable contracts throughout the years. My mother stood alongside him, laying her hand on my sister Samantha's shoulder. The pride in her eyes was undeniable. "That's it then," Dad remarked, handing the documents over the polished mahogany table to our family attorney, David. "Official as of today." I stood in the corner of the room, arms crossed, trying to figure out what was going on. For 10 years, I worked for Cole & Sons Construction, the family firm. When I was 21, I began working as a laborer during summer breaks. I learned estimating in college and then became the operations manager after graduating with an engineering degree. Samantha had been enjoying her life in New York, pursuing a marketing profession and taking infrequent vacations, whilst I had been here developing, growing, and sacrificing. "Alex." My father's words interrupted my thoughts. "Did you hear what I said?" I blinked, concentrating on the 3 faces that had turned toward me. "Sorry, what?" I said. "This does not change your position with the company. You will remain operations manager." Dad's tone was soothing, as if he were doing me a favor. "Samantha will take over as CEO when I retire next year, but your position remains safe." My sister grinned at me with a mix of pity and satisfaction. At 31, she was 1 year younger than me, but she carried herself with the assurance of someone who had just been given the keys to the kingdom, which I assumed she had. "Alex," she whispered softly and with seasoned tenderness. "I hope you know how much I value your expertise. I couldn't do this without you." I glanced at her, wondering whether she truly believed it. "Samantha has worked for the organization for exactly 8 months. 8 months against 10 years. Why?" The query out before I could stop it. Why Samantha and not me? The room was quiet. David got quite concerned in arranging his suitcase. My mother's grin tightened. Dad cleared his throat. "Alex, we've discussed this. Samantha has the vision for where the company needs to go. She's better with people. The clients love her. You're brilliant with operations, with the technical side. But I'm not CEO material." I ended his sentence. "That's not what I'm saying," he said, his gaze shifting away from mine. Mom walked forward. "Darling, you're a crucial part of the company. You can still help from behind the scenes. Samantha will need your support." Behind the scenes. The statement impacted me like a physical blow. That's where I've always been, right? Behind the scenes. Making things function while others take credit. Samantha rose and approached me, putting my hands in hers. "Alex, this partnership will be amazing. You know the operations inside and out, and I can bring in the big clients. We'll be unstoppable together." I gazed into her eyes, the same hazel as mine and our father's, and saw nothing but confidence. She genuinely thought she earned it. "Congratulations," I eventually replied, pulling my hands away from hers. "If you'll excuse me, I have work to finish." I turned and went out of the conference room, ignoring my mother's call to my name. Cole & Sons Construction's familiar corridor appeared strangely unfamiliar to me, as if I were looking at it through the eyes of someone else. Photographs dotted the walls, depicting building projects, ribbon cuttings, and handshakes with major clients. My father appeared prominently in the majority of them. Samantha appeared in several recent ones. I looked but couldn't find a single one of myself behind the scenes. That night, I sat on my balcony with a bottle of whiskey and my laptop, examining project files like I had done many times before. My flat overlooked downtown, and the city lights twinkled like stars. In the distance, I could see numerous buildings we'd built over the years, including the newly finished Harrington Tower, our largest project to date and the one that established Cole & Sons as a real competitor for significant commercial developments. The Harrington project had been my baby since the beginning. I'd been up for 3 days straight preparing that offer, calculating expenses down to the last penny, and creating the novel construction technique that had earned us the contract over organizations twice our size. Dad had been the face of the presentations, of course, but the content had been entirely mine. My phone vibrated with a text. "Samantha. Hey bro. I know today was a shock. Let's grab lunch tomorrow and talk through the transition. I value your input more than anyone's." I took another drink of whiskey and did not respond. My PC received an email notice. Another problem with the West Side development required my attention. Always something that required my attention. I've been working 70-hour weeks for several years. Holidays were spent on job sites. Vacations are disrupted by emergency calls. Personal ties are sacrificed on the altar of family business. All because I felt that one day I will own the firm. What an idiot I had been. I shut down my laptop and sat back in my chair, peering up at the night sky. A conclusion was building in my head, becoming clearer with each passing instant. If I wasn't going to inherit the firm, and if all of my efforts were worth so little to my family, maybe it was time to reevaluate my level of dedication. No more 70-hour weeks, no more midnight crises, and no more risking my life for Cole & Sons Construction. From now on, I would work my scheduled hours. No more or less. I would take the weekends off. I'd utilize my vacation days. Most significantly, I would begin exploring for possibilities elsewhere. The concept should have scared me. Instead, it felt like liberation. The next morning, I arrived at the workplace at 8 a.m. sharp, about 2 hours later than my typical start time. Several staff performed double takes when I walked through the front entrance, coffee in hand. "Everything okay, Alex?" inquired Linda, our receptionist, who had been with the firm longer than I had. "Never better," I said, smiling. "Isn't it a beautiful morning?" My office was already vibrating with texts. 3 voicemails from superintendents at different project sites. 14 emails categorized as urgent. 2 project managers are standing outside my door. I met the project managers, listened to their issues, and gave them clear, succinct advice in 30 minutes. No hand-holding, no assuming their troubles as mine own. Simply easy management. Samantha came at my doorway about midday. "Ready for lunch?" "Can't today," I responded, staring at my computer. "I've got plans." She paused. "Oh, I thought we were going to discuss the transition." "Nothing to discuss," I said. "You're the heir, I'm going about business as usual, Alex." Her voice had that cajoling tone she'd honed since infancy. She was generally able to get anything she desired. "Don't be like this." I eventually looked up at her. "Like what?" "I'm doing my job, Samantha. Exactly my job. Nothing more. Nothing less." She scowled and studied me. "Dad mentioned you haven't returned his calls." "I've been busy." "Too busy for the West Side bid?" "He said you were supposed to review the final numbers. But you haven't sent them over." I slumped back in my chair. "That wasn't in my calendar for this week. If it's urgent, I can look at it next week." "Next week, Alex. The bid is due Friday." "Then someone should have put it on my schedule with adequate time for review." I moved my focus back to my computer. "I'm sure you can handle it, though. You're better with clients after all." The hush between us lasted until Samantha eventually spoke, her voice tense. "Fine, I'll tell Dad you're unavailable." "You do that." When she departed, I sat back and took a long breath. A part of me felt guilty. I'd never shied away from responsibilities, yet a huge part of me felt a sense of grim satisfaction. Allow them to witness what occurred when I quit pushing myself to death for a company that would never be mine. At exactly 5 p.m., I turned off my computer, collected my belongings, and walked out of the office. I did not check for any last-minute emergencies. I didn't do my customary rounds to make sure everything was ready for the next day. I've just departed. The freedom was exhilarating. The West Side bid was sent out without my evaluation. We lost to a competition by a short margin, due to an error in the materials calculation that I would have noticed right away. My father summoned me to his office the following Monday. "What the hell is going on with you?" he said, his cheeks heated with rage. "We lost West Side because of a rookie mistake in the bid." I sat peacefully across from him. "That's unfortunate." "Unfortunate? We've been courting West Side for 4 years. This was our chance to break into the healthcare sector." "I believe Samantha was handling that bid," I said gently. "You know she doesn't have your eye for the technical details yet," he said with frustration. "She needed your expertise on this, and if someone had scheduled time for me to review it properly, I would have provided that expertise during business hours." Dad's eyes narrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means I'm no longer available 24/7. I work from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. I take lunch breaks. I go home on time. I don't check emails on weekends." "Since when?" since you made it clear that my 10 years of sacrifice for this company meant nothing in terms of succession." His face lost its color. "Is that what this is about? You're punishing the company because you're upset about Samantha." "I'm not punishing anyone," I explained. "I'm simply adjusting my work-life balance to reflect my actual position in the company. An operations manager with no stake in its future. You have the same stake as always. Nothing's changed in your compensation package." "Everything's changed, Dad. You can't expect me to work like an owner when you've made it clear I'll never be one." He raked a hand through his graying hair, irritation visible on every line of his face. "I need you, Alex. The company needs you. And I'm here during business hours, doing exactly what my job description entails. No more, no less." Dad gave me a long gaze before sighing. "I've got a meeting with the Hartman Group on Thursday. Their CFO specifically asked that you be there. Something about wanting to discuss the cost-saving measures you implemented on their tower project." "Thursday," I looked at my calendar. "I can make 10 to 11 a.m. work. The meeting's at 9 o'clock. Then I'll be there for the second half." I stood up. "Is there anything else?" He stared at me as if I was a stranger. Perhaps he was. "No," he said finally. "That's all." As I came back to my office, I could feel employees' eyes on me. Word had spread about the West Side proposal. People were murmuring, wondering what was going on with the Cole family. Let them wonder, I reasoned. Let them all wonder. The meeting with the Hartman Group was disastrous. I came at 10 a.m. as planned. I slipped into the meeting room and quietly apologized for my delay. My father gave me a look that might have frozen hell, while Samantha simply looked perplexed. The Hartman executives, including Thomas Hartman and his senior team, were evaluating financial predictions for their next venture. "Ah, Alex," Thomas replied, smiling as he noticed me. "Just the man we need. We were discussing the implementation of that modular approach you pioneered on our tower project. We'd like to use a similar method for the new development, but with some modifications." For the next hour, I was completely involved, answering questions, providing insights, and recommending improvements to their planned alterations. This was the aspect of my career that I truly enjoyed: solving complicated challenges, developing novel ideas, and adding value. When the conference ended, Thomas approached me privately. "I was worried when you weren't here at the start," he said. "Your father and sister seemed a bit out of their depth on the technical side." "Samantha is still learning the business," I said politely. "So I gathered." His eyes were keen. "Your father mentioned she'll be taking over as CEO. Interesting choice." I said nothing, which appeared to tell Thomas all he needed to know. "Well," he kept saying, "I want you to know that Cole & Sons got the Hartman account because of you, Alex. Your expertise, your creativity, your attention to detail. I hope that doesn't change regardless of the company's internal arrangements." "I appreciate that, Thomas." He gave me his card. "If you ever decide to make a change, give me a call. We're always looking for talent like yours." I pocketed the card and nodded my thanks. As Thomas and his colleagues left, my father approached, his look a combination of relief and resentment. "You saved that meeting," he said reluctantly. "I did my job," I told him. "Where were you for the first hour?" "I told you I could only make it from 10 to 11. I had other commitments." Dad's jaws clenched. What commitment could possibly be more important than the Hartman Group? "My life," I answered simply. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to finish before the end of the day." As I went away, I heard Samantha beg our father, "What's going on with him?" And his irritated reply, "I don't know, but he needs to snap out of it before he costs us everything." I grinned to myself. They still didn't get it. They assumed I was having a temper tantrum and would ultimately grow out of it. They had no idea I was already working on my resume and reaching out to industry connections. I had no notion that Thomas Hartman's card was not the first such offer I'd gotten over the years, but it was the first one I truly considered. Let Samantha handle it, I reasoned. She is the heir, after all. A week later, chaos broke unleashed. My father stormed into my office while I was checking superintendent reports. Face ashen. "Hartman just called," he stated without hesitation. "They're reconsidering their future projects with us." I took a long look up. Why would they do that? Apparently, there's been a misunderstanding about the timeline for their new development. Samantha met with Thomas yesterday and committed to a completion date 3 months earlier than what we discussed in the meeting. That's not possible with their design requirements, I replied without a smile. Not unless they want to increase the budget by 35%. I know that, Dad snapped. Everyone in this business knows that. But Samantha thought she could win points by promising an aggressive timeline. And now Thomas is saying either we honor the timeline Samantha promised or they'll reconsider their relationship with us. 12 million in future contracts. Alex, at risk. I leaned back in my chair, taking the information in. What do you want me to do about it? Dad looked at me with surprise. What do I want you to do? I want you to fix this. Call Thomas, explain the situation, work out a compromise. He respects you. That sounds like a CEO problem, I responded, or an air problem, not an operations manager problem. Alex, for God's sake, this isn't the time for your attitude. The company is at stake. The company that will never be mine, I told him. The company you've made clear belongs to Samantha's future, not mine. So let Samantha handle it. She's the heir, right? In a fit of rage, my father's face regained its color. Is that what this is about? You're willing to let our biggest client walk away because your feelings are hurt? My feelings aren't hurt, Dad. I've simply adjusted my investment in this company to match its investment in me. He raked his hands through his hair, frustrated. What do you want? A title? Fine. We'll make you co-CEO with Samantha. No, I said gently. I don't want a consolation prize. What I wanted was for my 10 years of sacrifice to mean something. What I wanted was for you to see my value before you were in crisis. Now it's too late. Dad's expression turned from angry to fearful. You can't mean that. This is your family. Your legacy. No, I corrected him. It's Samantha's legacy now. You made that decision, not me. He opened his lips to answer when his phone rang. He looked at the screen and swore. It's Thomas, I have to take this. Good luck, I said, returning to my work. Dad paused at the doorway, appearing bewildered in a manner I hadn't seen before. Then he answered the phone and was gone. I sat in the solitude of my office, a peculiar emptiness forming within me. I should have felt justified. I'm seeing my forecasts come true so swiftly. Instead, I felt hollow. This corporation has dominated my life for so long. Watching it falter should have hurt much more than it did. Perhaps I had already detached myself from Cole & Sons Construction. Maybe that was a good thing. The Hartman dilemma was only the beginning. Over the next month, 2 more significant contracts fell through due to errors in customer management. Samantha, despite her apparent people talents, was drowning. She did not comprehend the technological limits that influenced our price and schedules. She made promises that our teams could not keep. She prioritized acquiring new clients over maintaining old ones. Meanwhile, I accomplished precisely what I promised, no more and no less than my work needed. I efficiently handled activities throughout business hours. I did not attend nighttime client meals. I didn't work weekends to save failed projects. I did not provide remedies to situations that were not immediately inside my scope. I watched the catastrophe unfold with detached curiosity, as if watching a slow-motion car collision from a safe distance. My mother arrived at my flat on a Sunday afternoon, something she had never done before. When I answered the door, the worry lines around her eyes were the deepest I'd ever seen them. "May I come in?" she inquired. I moved aside and gestured for her to enter. My flat was sparsely furnished. I hadn't spent much time here before because I was constantly working. Now that I had recaptured my nights and weekends, I was beginning to make it seem more like home. New bookcases lined one wall, stocked with technical textbooks and literature I'd been wanting to read for years. A half-finished model of the Hartman Tower rested on my dining room table. Mom spotted it right away. "You're building a model of the tower." "Just a hobby," I said with a shrug. "Something to do with my free time." She ran her fingers over the table's edge, avoiding my gaze. "Your father is worried sick. The company is in trouble, Alex." "I'm aware. Samantha is trying her best, but she's not qualified to run a construction company." I completed for her. "She never was." Mom's eyes blazed. "That's not fair. She has other strengths." "Being your favorite isn't a business qualification, Mom." She recoiled, like if I had smacked her. "Is that what you think? That we favored Samantha? Didn't you? You gave her the company despite her having no relevant experience or demonstrated commitment? What would you call that?" Mom slumped into my couch, suddenly looking 59 years old. We thought. Your father thought she could bring fresh perspectives, new ideas. And you were so good at the operational side. So good you took me for granted, I was saying quietly. So reliable you assumed I'd always be there. Working myself to death for a company that would never be mine. The company has always been yours too, Alex. I laughed without humor. No, it hasn't. And now you're here because you're finally realizing what that means. Mom's eyes flooded with tears. Your father wants to talk to you. Really talk about the future, about your role. Will you meet with him? I pondered denying, but realized I didn't have the heart for it. Regardless, they were still my parents. When? Tomorrow evening. Dinner at the house. She went toward the door and then hesitated. He's not sleeping, Alex. None of this is easy for him. It's not easy for me either, I explained. The difference is I've had 10 years to get used to disappointment. After she went, I returned to my Hartman Tower model, meticulously gluing together small pieces. Each component is carefully located, and all connections are secure. If only real life could be created with such accuracy. I got to my parents' house at exactly 6:30 p.m. the following evening. The traditional Georgian-style property seemed as it usually did, perfectly kept and imposingly magnificent. I grew up in this house and had spent many holidays and family meals there. It seemed like I was attending a museum about my past life. My mother answered the door with relief on her face. You came? I said I would. She took me into the dining room where my father and Samantha were already sitting. Samantha glanced up with a peculiar smile and black rings under her eyes. Dad stood there as I arrived, his expression inscrutable. Alex, he said, offering his hand. Thank you for coming. I shook his hand quickly before taking my seat across from Samantha. The table was set with Mom's finest china and crystal, kept for special occasions, possibly as a peace offering. Dinner was a stressful affair. We made awkward small chat about the weather, my mother's garden, and anything but the company. After the dessert plates were cleaned, my father cleared his throat. I think we should discuss the situation at Cole & Sons Construction, he told me. What situation is that? I inquired, though we were all aware. Dad's jaws clenched. We've lost 2 major contracts in 6 weeks. The Hartman Group is threatening to reduce their future projects with us. Subcontractors are getting nervous about our stability. The situation, Alex, is that the company your grandfather founded that I built into what it is today is in danger of serious decline. And you think that's my fault? I think you could help prevent it if you wanted to, he said calmly. Samantha leaned forwards. Alex, I know I messed up. I'm in over my head and I can admit that. But this is our family legacy. Please don't let it fall apart because you're angry with us. I watched my sister's face, noting her real grief and newfound humility. It's not about anger, Samantha. It's about value. About recognition. We recognize your value, Dad emphasized. That's why we're here. We need you back. Fully committed. On what terms? Dad exchanged glances with my mother. Equal partnership with Samantha, co-CEO, with a clear division of responsibilities. You handle operations, technical oversight, project management. She handles business development, client relations, marketing, and succession. I pushed. What happens when you fully retire? The 2 of you will share ownership equally? 50-50. I sat back and considered the proposition. It was more than I expected, a full reversal of their earlier decision. But it seemed empty. This was not an acknowledgement of my worth. It was a frightened reaction to a situation. Why the change of heart? I inquired. 6 weeks ago, Samantha was the clear heir. What's different now besides the company being in trouble? Dad's expression tightened. You want me to say I was wrong? Fine. I was wrong. I underestimated how crucial your specific expertise is to the company's success. I overestimated how quickly Samantha could learn the business. I made a mistake in judgment. Is that what you need to hear? Robert, my mother said, resting her hand on his arm. I shook my head slowly. What I needed was for you to see my value before the crisis. To recognize my 10 years of dedication before everything started falling apart. To choose me because I earned it, not because you're desperate. So what are you saying? Father asked. You'll let the company fail out of pride? No, I responded. I'm saying I'm done working for Cole & Sons Construction. The hush that ensued was absolute. Samantha's face wrinkled. Mom's hand rose to her mouth. Dad simply gazed, incredulity engraved into every line of his face. You can't mean that, he eventually said. I do. I went into my jacket pocket and pulled out an envelope, which I placed on the table. My formal resignation, effective 2 weeks from today. I've accepted a position with Hartman Development as their new Chief Operations Officer. Hartman. Dad's voice was hardly audible. You're going to work for Thomas? He made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Full executive authority over operations. A significant ownership stake after 4 years. Recognition of my expertise and value from day one, not as a desperate afterthought. Samantha discovered her voice. You're abandoning us. Your own family? No, Samantha. The family abandoned me when you decided I was only good enough to work behind the scenes while you took center stage. I'm simply recognizing that reality and making the best choice for my future. Dad moved away from the table, rage replacing shock. So that's it. 10 years and you just walk away to our biggest competitor, no less. I gave Cole & Sons 10 years of my life, Dad. 70-hour weeks, holidays, weekends, personal sacrifices you can't even imagine. And when it came time to decide the future of the company, you didn't even consider me. You just assumed I'd keep working myself to death to support Samantha's inheritance. We've offered to fix that mistake, Mom said. Equal partnership, equal ownership. Too little, too late, I muttered, getting up from my chair. I've made my decision. Alex, please. Samantha's voice broke. We can work this out. The company needs you. I need you. I looked at my sister. Really stared at her. The golden child. The favorite. Always the focus of attention. For the first time I noticed terror in her eyes. Fear and the understanding that she was out of her element. You should have thought of that before you accepted a company you weren't qualified to run, I said softly. Actions have consequences. Samantha, welcome to the real world. I turned to go. However, my father's voice halted me at the door. If you walk out now, don't expect to be welcomed back, he added, his voice full with sorrow. You're choosing to become our competitor. There's no coming back from that. I halted, resting my hand on the doorframe. I'm not your enemy, Dad. I'm just not your safety net anymore. You made your choice, and now I've made mine. The journey home seemed weird. I felt lighter than I had in years, as if a burden I had carried for so long had finally been removed. There was also despair since the family ties will never be the same again. For the ambition of running Cole & Sons, which had perished 6 weeks prior. But ultimately, there was excitement. A new beginning. The opportunity to be respected for my talents and create something on my own terms. My phone buzzed with texts from Samantha and my mother, pleading with me to rethink. I hushed it and placed it into the passenger seat. Their terror was no longer my responsibility. For the first time in 10 years, I was free. My 2-week notice period was, to put it mildly, awkward. My father seldom spoke to me, only interacting via curt emails when absolutely required. Samantha swung between frantic appeals and chilly stillness. The workplace was buzzing with rumors and curiosity. I worked hard to record all of my processes to ensure a seamless transition for whoever took over my responsibilities. Despite everything, I did not want Cole & Sons workers to suffer as a result of my family's faults. Many have been with the firm for several years, good people who deserved more than to become casualties in a familial power struggle. Linda prepared a modest farewell gathering for me on my last day. The majority of the workers attended, but my family was notably missing. Longtime colleagues exchanged handshakes, well wishes, and even a few tears. I committed to remain in touch, understanding that certain friendships might survive the move, while others would not. As I was packing the last of my personal belongings into a box, my father stepped in the doorway of my office. I thought you'd be gone by now, he remarked, his tone deliberately bland. Just finishing up. I closed the box and faced him. Was there something you needed? He walked carefully inside the room, glancing around at the now bare walls that had formerly displayed my engineering degrees and project images. The Hartman Group officially notified us they won't be pursuing additional projects with us. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you? His gaze met mine, probing. Thomas made it clear they're following you to your new position. I nodded. He values my expertise. As did I, Dad said gently. Maybe I didn't show it the right way, but I always valued what you brought to this company, Alex. Just not enough to see me as its future leader. He breathed deeply. I made a mistake. A father's mistake. Thinking I knew what was best without actually seeing what was right in front of me. Is it too late to fix it? For a brief time, I considered giving up. This was my dad. I had always looked up to this man. The guy whose praise I had sought over years of hard labor. But then I remembered the expression on his face when he signed over the firm to Samantha. He casually rejected my objectives, saying, "Samantha's better with people." The expectation that I would continue to grind myself to exhaustion behind the scenes while she dominated the spotlight. Yes, I eventually said. It is too late. I've signed a contract with Hartman. I've given my word. Dad nodded slowly, as if he expected this response but hoped for something else. You always were a man of your word. That's something I always admired about you. He extended his hand. After a few delay, I shook it. Good luck, Alex. I mean that. Thank you. I wish the same for Cole and Sons. As he turned to go, he stopped at the doorway. The door isn't closed forever. You know, if things don't work out at Hartman, you ever want to come home. This isn't my home anymore, Dad. You made sure of that. He shuddered slightly and nodded in response. Goodbye, son. Goodbye, Dad. After he departed, I stood in the empty office for a long time, memories flooding through me. My first day as operations manager involved late evenings going over proposals. The excitement when we won the Hartman Tower contract. I had spent so much of my life behind these walls. But that chapter was coming to a close. It was time to compose another one. I grabbed my package and headed out, saying goodbye to Linda as I passed the registration counter. Outside, the afternoon sun shone brightly and the future stretched before me like an open road. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Thomas Hartman was surely phoning to confirm. My start date on Monday. As I carried my box into the car, I saw the Cole and Sons sign over the entryway. For so long, my family name had defined me. It was my heritage, burden, and almost legacy. Not anymore. I got in my car and drove away without looking back. I'm no longer playing a supporting role in my own tale. No longer taken for granted, but respected for who I am and what I can achieve. It was not the conclusion I had envisioned for myself. It was better, a start of my own creation. Let Samantha handle Cole and Sons. She was the heir, after all. But I was finally free. 6 months later, I stood in Thomas Hartman's office, overlooking the metropolitan skyline. The Hartman Tower, in many respects, shone in the afternoon sun, a tribute to what I could do when my abilities were recognized. The board approved the expansion plan, Thomas explained, pushing a packet across his desk. They were particularly impressed with your efficiency projections. We're green-lit for the West Coast offices. I leafed over the in just a year, I had records, a sensation of accomplishment filling my heart. Revolutionized Hartman's operations, simplifying procedures, and implementing innovations that raised earnings by over 18%. That's great news, I said. When do we break ground? Next month, and they want you to oversee the initial setup personally. Thomas sat back in his chair and studied me. You've exceeded every expectation, Alex. I knew you were good, but this... He waved to the performance records on his desk. This is exceptional. Thank you for the opportunity to prove it. No need for thanks. In business, recognizing talent is just good sense. He hesitated, his expression becoming intrigued. Have you heard from your family lately? The question took me off guard. For weeks I'd managed to avoid thinking about Cole and Sons, my parents and Samantha. Not directly, no. I heard through the grapevine that they're struggling. Lost the Westmore project to Klein and Associates last week. I nodded, experiencing a complex range of feelings. Satisfaction, definitely, but also a hint of sorrow. Not for my decision to leave, but for the familial connections that had suffered as a result of it. They made their bed, I eventually said. Thomas nodded attentively. Indeed, they did. Still, family is complicated. Thomas's remarks remained with me as I drove home that evening. Family was complicated. Despite everything, I occasionally missed Sunday dinners at my parents' place. Before business got in the way, Samantha and I had some light banter. the sensation of being a part of something larger than myself. My phone rang through the car's speakers, a number I did not recognize. "Hello Alex, it's Linda from Cole & Sons, our former receptionist." "Linda, good to hear from you. How are you?" "I'm fine," she said hesitantly. "I thought you should know. Your father had a heart attack last night. The earth appeared to tilt on its axis." "Is he?" "He's stable in the hospital. They're saying it was stress-related." Her voice softened. "The company's in trouble, Alex. Real trouble. Your sister is in over her head. And your father's been working himself to the bone trying to keep things afloat." I came to a stop because I needed some time to think about it. "Why are you telling me this, Linda?" "Because despite everything, they are your family. And since Cole & Sons employs 38 families, all of whom had nothing to do with how you were handled." After we hung up, I sat in my car, watching the sunset paint the sky with orange and pink. 8 months ago, I left Cole & Sons without looking back, resolved to establish my value elsewhere. I'd exceeded my greatest aspirations. I had nothing more to prove to my parents, Samantha, or to myself. Perhaps that is why, for the first time since leaving, I allowed myself to seriously contemplate what was going on at my family's firm. Not with satisfaction for their difficulties, but with an objective appraisal of the circumstance. Cole & Sons was failing. My father was in the hospital. Dozens of families faced an uncertain future. And while none of it was my duty, and I'd earned the right to say, "Let Samantha handle it," I realized I couldn't simply ignore it. Not because I owe anything to my family. Not because I forgot about their treachery, but because it no longer defined me. I'd moved on, established a new life, and demonstrated my value. I was no longer pained and was acting from a position of strength. I took up the phone and called Samantha's number. It rang 4 times before she answered, her voice soft and sleepy. "Alex? Is that you?" "It's me. Linda called about Dad." "How is he?" "He's stable." She sounded fatigued. "The doctors say he needs to reduce his stress levels dramatically." "And the company," followed by a long gap. "It's bad. We're going to lose the Miller contract next week unless we can somehow cut costs by 15%. 3 project managers have quit. Suppliers are demanding payment up front because they've heard rumors we're going under." Her voice crackled. "I don't know what to do, Alex. I'm in so far over my head. Those remarks would have made me feel vindicated 8 months ago. Now they've made me sad." "I'm headed to the hospital," I eventually said. "We should talk about options for Dad, for the company, for everyone involved." "You do that after everything?" I reflected on Thomas's statements about family being complex, the thrill of proving myself at Hartman, and the 38 families that relied on Cole & Sons. "I'm not making any promises," I explained gently. "But yes, I'll come talk." As I got back on the road, I realized something essential. True freedom meant more than merely fleeing the past or establishing one's value. It was about taking control of your future on your own terms. Sometimes that means going back, not to where you started, but to something new built on the foundations of the old. I wasn't sure what would emerge of my talk with Samantha. Maybe nothing. Perhaps a consultancy agreement could assist stabilize the firm. Maybe something else completely. I did know this. Whatever occurred next would be my decision. Not out of desperation or duty, but out of someone's confidence in their own value. And that, above all, was the genuine win. Living well on my own terms, with the ability to forge my own route forward. Dad laughed when I gave him his dream car on Thanksgiving, saying I was trying to buy his approval. That night, I took it back, cutting him off. I severed off communication with my father a few years ago after one big public I used to believe that family meant catastrophe that ruined everything for me. Unwavering commitment, regardless of how much respect you lost in the process. It turns out that some people consider family as just another word for ownership. Anyway, this story is not about vengeance or hatred. It's about what finally led me to walk away, and how I discovered that peace speaks louder than words. People believe that line work is all about climbing poles and mending wires. It is not. It's about keeping the power on when everyone else is home, warm and cozy. Thunderstorms, blackouts and lightning. We are the ones out there. That is what I do. And yes, it is risky. It's hard, but I enjoy it. I've been doing it for about 12 years, and every time I see the lights come back on after a long power outage, I feel like I've actually created something worthwhile. However, my father didn't see it that way. He used to joke that I used big boy Legos. He'd say, "Real success wears a tie, Michael." He sipped his dark coffee as if he were imparting life lessons. He's a retired accountant who still reads the Wall Street Journal in print and believes that a man's worth is determined by the number of meetings he participates in. My sister, Lily. Yes, she's the favorite. She has an online fitness account, publishes gym photos with encouraging captions like "rise and grind," and her father treats her as if she discovered fire. He describes her as a true entrepreneur. Sure, Dad. Posting squats for brand deals is clearly Wall Street level stuff. 2 years ago, after yet another, "When are you going to get a real job?" lecture I promised myself. I was done trying to explain my career. I would show him instead. When I wanted to quit, I remembered his voice. "You'll burn out before you ever get ahead." And the plan came to me one night when I noticed an old listing online. A 1972 Mustang Fastback. His dream car since I was a child. He talked about it as if it were his first passion. He'd say, "cherry red manual with black stripes." However, he never came close to buying one. Too pricey and impractical. I found one that required restoring and made it my side hobby for a year. Parts, paint, and late hours at my friend's garage. Each bolt was tightened by hand. It was perfect. Thanksgiving morning came faster than I expected. I parked the automobile outside my parents' house, covered in a tarp and a red bow. The house was full. Cousins, neighbors, and Lily are already live streaming her arrival as if it were a red carpet event. I carried myself in the same way I always had. Calm, laid back, and no big show. Dad was taking court in the living room, gloating about how Lily had been invited to a wellness expo. I waited for a lull before saying, "Hey Dad, come outside for a second." Everyone followed. He saw the car, froze, and glanced at me. "Is this a joke?" he inquired. "Nope," I replied. "It's yours. Merry Thanksgiving." He cautiously walked around it, touching the door and inspecting the paint. "A 72 Fastback," he stated slowly, almost as if he didn't believe it. For 1 second, I thought I actually did it. That maybe finally he'd be proud. Then he turned to the crowd, smirked, and said, "Guess my boy's trying to buy my approval." I didn't believe climbing poles paid this well. The laughs hit me harder than I anticipated. They laughed out loud, as if it were the funniest thing they'd ever heard. Lily giggled like a toddler. Someone's uncle applauded, and my father simply stood there, grinning, the star of his own little comic hour. I smiled too. Not because it was humorous, but because I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing me angry. I merely answered, "Yeah, I've got to keep the lights on somehow," and walked back inside. The remainder of the night was a whirl of phony happiness. Lily posed near the tree. Dad boasted about his joke, while I sat quietly in the rear, checking the time every few minutes. When dessert came out, I stood up and announced that I had an early shift the next morning. He laughed again. "Of course we can't keep the city running without you, huh?" Outside it was chilly enough that I could see my breath. I stood next to my truck watching the lights in the home flicker through the curtains. The Mustang sat in the driveway, pristine and sparkling, as if it did not belong there. I desired that moment, the respect, the nod, something. But deep inside, I knew better. I didn't feel sorry as I drove home. Just finished. Years of remarks, eye rolls, and jokes culminated in one thing. No matter what I accomplished, it would never be enough for him. He'd never think of me as anything more than a misguided youth. I stopped in my driveway, sat down and stared at my hands. The same hands that repaired electricity lines during storms and rebuilt that car from rust were strangely inadequate. Then I laughed, not bitter, but exhausted. "Happy Thanksgiving, old man," I mumbled. Because that was the moment it hit me. I didn't need him to be proud. I'd already made it. He just couldn't stand the fact that I did it without his permission. That statement kept running through my mind as I washed my teeth the next morning. I could still hear his idiotic laugh from last night. The, "guess my boy's trying to buy my approval" line repeated over and over, like an awful music I couldn't turn off. Then it struck me. The title and registration were still in my name. I stood in the kitchen, sipping cold coffee and looking out the window like a man prepared to do something dumb yet serene. I wasn't mad anymore, just finished. That automobile did not belong there. Not in that driveway, not with him. By 7 a.m., I had taken an Uber back. The neighborhood appeared frozen. Thanksgiving lights remained on, lawns froze over, and a few garbage cans tipped over from the wind. I dropped off a block away and walked the rest of the way as if I were on a secret errand. The Mustang sat there, sparkling beneath a thin covering of ice. The red bow drooped from the dew, as if embarrassed to be still there. I unlocked the door, got into the driver's seat, and nearly laughed. I still held the key. The key turned smoothly. I rolled it slowly out of the driveway, careful not to wake anyone. The reflection of the porch lights followed me down the street, as if the car had finally left the wrong house. When I returned home, I parked the car in my garage, switched off the engine, and sat with my hands on the steering wheel. For the first time in days, I felt tranquil, as if I'd simply unplugged something that had been draining me for many years. I took a long shower, ate breakfast, and placed my phone face down. I did not even check it until midday. By then, it appeared that my notifications had multiplied in the dark. 18 missed calls, 10 messages, and 4 voicemails. Lily's message came up first. "Did you seriously take back Dad's present? You're ruining Thanksgiving. Everyone is talking about it. Grow up." Right underneath that, one from my father. People laughed because it was funny. Learn to take a joke. Then another a few minutes later. "You're embarrassing yourself now. No thanks. Number. Why did you take it back? Just pure entitlement. As if the car were his birthright." I put down my phone and went into the garage. The Mustang glittered in the light, its engine still fresh from the earlier trip. I strolled around it slowly, hands in my pockets. I recalled every time he had mentioned my employment. Blue-collar muscle kid who works with tools because he can't do math. Perhaps if you studied harder, you wouldn't have to hang from poles for a career. He stated everything as if it were useful counsel, as if tearing me down was his form of drive. I used to laugh it off, telling myself that he just didn't get what I did, but deep down, I believe he did. He just resented the fact that I didn't need his permission to be proud of it. I wiped my hands with a cloth and opened my laptop, which displayed a historic automobile listing site. 1972 Mustang Fastback, refurbished with original V8 engine and fresh paint. I snapped a few pictures directly in the garage. Front angle, engine bay, and interior. I posted it with a little note. Only serious buyers will be considered. Title in hand. I was not keeping anything that reminded me of him. It didn't feel like my job anymore. It was a monument to a man who would never say "good job" without making a jab. I wanted to sell it so I could treat myself to something unrelated to him. Around 2 p.m., my phone vibrated again. Another voicemail. I put it on speaker while tightening a light fixture in the kitchen. "Michael, what the hell is wrong with you?" He said it with a weak voice and an expression of feigned rage. "You took the automobile back. Do you think that makes you look strong? People witnessed you doing that. You have embarrassed me. You have shamed this family. You think you can just return a present like a spoiled child?" I laughed aloud. The kid was spoiled. From a man who spent Thanksgiving morning frying his son for sport. I texted him back 3 words. Titles with my name. He did not respond after that, but Lily did. Of course she did. "You are acting insane. Dad's quite upset. He didn't intend anything with the joke. Why can't you let things go?" Because I had been letting things go for 30 years. That's why. Every insult, every jab, veiled as harmless banter. You don't realize how much you've consumed until you've stopped. That evening, I stood in the garage again, gazing at the automobile. Someone had already contacted me about it, offering to come over and see it that weekend. I accepted. When I turned off the garage lights, I caught sight of myself in the side mirror. I looked different. Not in a dramatic movie style, but rather steadier and crisper. That night, while lying in bed, I came to a simple realization. I'd spent years trying to prove to him that I had made it. But I didn't have to prove it anymore. The guy who thought success required a tie and a title might retain his empty house and false pride. I had calm and a car for sale. That weekend, a buyer stopped by. The older guy, presumably in his late 40s, recognized what he was looking at. He did not even haggle. I simply walked around the Mustang, nodded once and said, "Someone really took their time with this." "Yeah," I replied, handing him the keys. Someone did. By Monday morning, the automobile had disappeared. The garage was empty, and I felt lighter. I assumed my father would blow up again once he saw it was posted online, so I severed the cord for real before he could start his next meltdown. I grabbed my phone and searched through my contacts until I found Rachel, his wife, and my stepmother. She's the only one in that house who has ever treated me like a real human being. She didn't always take sides, but she never pretended the person was easy to get along with. My text was brief, perhaps 4 lines. "Hello Rachel. I just wanted to let you know that I'm taking a break back from everything. I'm done with family vacations, repairing things, and attempting to make peace when it's one-sided. I wish you the best. Before pushing submit, I took a second to stare at the screen. No essays, no explanations, just the reality. Her reply arrived 10 minutes later. You've done enough, Michael. Do not feel guilty. You deserve to be at ease. Simple and honest. Probably the best thing anyone on that side of the family has ever said to me. After that, I figured I'd get ahead of the pack. My mother lived in Arizona, remarried, divorced, and currently teaches sewing classes out of her garage. We occasionally discuss about little issues such as the weather, job, and so forth. But this time, I called her legitimately. She picked up on the second ring. Hey stranger, she said. Hey mom. I did something. I said. That sounds like something you usually say before bad news, she joked. I told her about the Thanksgiving mess, the Mustang, the joke, everything. She didn't interrupt once. When I finished, there was silence. Then she said, Good. Good. I asked. That's not the part where you tell me to make peace. She laughed softly. Michael. I was wondering when you'd finally stop trying to fix him. It's about time. That threw me off. My mother isn't the emotional type, never has been, but she sounded calm, even relieved. Then she said something I didn't expect. You know why I left him, right? She asked. I figured it was the arguing, I said. She sighed. It was the control. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the wall, imagining him saying it in the same smug tone he used when he told me climbing poles wasn't a real job. I used to sell my work at fairs, but he told me it wasn't respectable enough for an accountant's wife. She went on to say, he does not love people, Michael. He audits them. Their worth is measured similarly to balance sheets. You could give him the entire globe, and he'd still find an error somewhere. That sentence resonated with me. He audits people, and that's precisely what he did. Every interaction was a calculation of how much he could critique and how much power he still had. I told her, I guess I finally grew weary of being one of his lousy investments. She laughed. You're the only one that actually paid off. He just doesn't like the return coming in without his name on it. We spoke for another hour, and she sounded cheerful and free, which I hadn't heard in years. When we hung up, I realized she wasn't surprised at all. She had been silently waiting for this moment, hoping I'd find it out. After that call, I remained on the couch for a bit, scrolling through old texts between my father and Lily, messages that looked normal until you read them, little digs disguised as conversation. Dad once asked me, any chance you'll advance to management, or are you more of a hands-on forever type? It all read like the same script, me proving them minimizing. I was weary of it. So I did what I should have done years ago. I opened my contacts, blocked both of their numbers, and then navigated through social media, deleting them from every platform. There was no announcement, no post about cutting off toxicity, no attention-seeking things. Just quiet deletion. My phone buzzed once, an unknown number. Most likely my father using a separate phone to get across the block, and I didn't respond. Instead, I just watched it ring and stop. Later, I sat out on the porch with a cold soda, scrolling through a few job listings in Arizona just for curiosity. Not because I needed to move, but because I could. Because I didn't owe anyone an explanation anymore. It was strange how light everything felt, as if my life had been filled with background noise for so long that I forgot what quiet sounded like. Before heading in, I sent one last text to Rachel, not my father. Just so you know, I blocked him and Lily. I'm done. I appreciate you always being decent. She responded a minute later. I understand. You're doing the right thing. I smiled, put the phone down and locked the door. For the first time in years there was no weight sitting on my chest. Walking away isn't disrespect. It's self-respect. I should have known my father wouldn't let that be the last of it. About a week after blocking him, I was at work climbing down from a transformer pole when I noticed a text from a coworker, Nate. Bro, everything good with you? I responded back. He supplied a screenshot of an email chain between him, another lineman, and our foreman. The email was from my father, and the subject line was, concern for my kid. He wrote, Michael has been acting erratic recently. He has alienated himself from his family, made unpredictable financial decisions, and may be struggling mentally. I'm concerned he'll do something reckless. Please keep an eye on him. My jaw clenched so hard I feared my teeth might break. I could almost hear his tone, calm, sympathetic, and carefully constructed to make me appear like a problem. I contacted Nate. "You didn't believe that garbage, right?" "Of course not, man," he said. "But buddy, that is messed up. Who does this to their own child?" "Someone who treats people like projects," I mumbled. By the end of the day, 2 more co-workers messaged me, and the tale was the same. My father had contacted people he didn't even know personally. Managers, union reps, anyone connected to me, all under the banner of concern. It wasn't concern, it was sabotage. The old man didn't like that I stopped playing by his script, so he decided to write a new one, starring me as the unstable son. So I called my friend Mark, one of the union lawyers I'd worked with during a safety dispute years ago. Guy's sharp, no nonsense. He took a piece of something crunchy and asked, "What's up, Michael?" I recounted everything. The emails, the stories, the bogus concern. He didn't even sound surprised. "Classic image management," he said. "He's developing a story, so if you ever call him out publicly, people believe you're the crazy one." "Can I shut it down?" I asked. "Oh sure, do you want me to handle it?" "Please." Within an hour he emailed me a brief, professional, and lethal draft of an official cease and desist letter written to my father, citing defamation and harassment and telling him 48 hours to stop contacting anyone linked with me. I approved it right away, and 2 days later, Mark texted me a screenshot of the delivery confirmation. I expected silence, but instead I got a storm. That afternoon my phone buzzed with a number I didn't recognize and I let it go to voicemail. When I listened later, it was my father's voice, shaky, theatrical, and full of forced outrage. "Is this how you treat your father? You send attorneys after the family? Do you think that makes you a man? Michael, you've embarrassed me again. Do you really care what this does to our name? Our name?" Like he was running a corporation, not a family. I deleted it without replying. Not even worth my breath. The next day Lily called from her other phone. I didn't pick up. She texted instead. "Dad thinks you sent legal threats. What is wrong with you? He's heartbroken. You're being cruel." I replied back, "Tell him to stop contacting my coworkers, and I'll stop defending myself." She saw it, but didn't respond. Typical Lily. Defend him first. Think later. For over a week, everything was quiet. Then one day around lunch, I opened Facebook and nearly spit up my sandwich. There it was. A photo of my father lying in a hospital bed wearing one of those patient gowns, an oxygen tube under his nose, with the message, "Stress can really hurt the heart when your own blood turns on you. Appreciate your family while you still can." I just stared at it, speechless. Within minutes the post was inundated with comments. Old family, friends, churchgoers, and accounting co-workers rushed in to offer their condolences. "Stay strong, Mr. Thompson. You've raised a good son, he will come around. Kids today don't understand loyalty." Lily, of course, responded with a heart emoji and, "I love you, Dad." It was like watching a live performance of the Martyr Chronicles with Dad as the victim. I didn't comment, message, or defend myself. I just closed the app and went back to work. But that night, I couldn't stop thinking about how he'd pulled it off so easily. He wasn't even sick, just bored and hungry for attention, and I knew him too well. The next morning, my foreman Tom approached me in the yard and said, "Hey, just checking in. Is everything okay with you?" I smirked. "Let me guess. Did you see Facebook?" He nodded awkwardly. "Yeah." I didn't know what to believe, so I decided to ask straight up. "I'm alright," I replied. "He's not. He's just addicted to pretending he is." Tom chuckled and shook his head. "Family, right?" "Something like that," I responded. After work I went home and sat in my truck for a minute before heading inside. The sky was dismal and calm, and it dawned on me that he didn't want peace. He wanted an audience. Every move he made was about control, about bending reality to make him appear noble. And I looked broken. He wasn't sick, just addicted to control, and I wondered if cutting him off had been too harsh. I used to second-guess myself all the time, but not anymore. One afternoon, while fixing a breaker in my garage, I received a call from a storm response company in Arizona. It was a big job, 3-month contract, good pay. They needed line workers to help rebuild infrastructure after monsoon damage. I didn't even hesitate. The universe had given me a reason to leave. That same night, I put my apartment up for rent, cleaned out the garage, and boxed up the few things I actually cared about. My tools, some photos, and a worn leather jacket my mother had given me years ago. Everything else could stay. I wasn't fleeing, I was just tired of standing still. By the following month, I was in Arizona, where my mother lived in a single-story house surrounded by dry hills and cactus fields. When I pulled into her driveway, she came out wiping her hands on a sewing apron, smiling. "You're really here," she said. "Yeah," I responded, thinking I'd see what peace looked like. She hugged me quickly, as if she didn't know how to do it anymore, and motioned toward the house. "I made lasagna. Don't ask if it's healthy." The first week seemed unusual, with no work-related emergencies or caustic texts from Lily. There was no tension in the background, just open sky, long drives, and tranquil nights. I moved into a little home near my mother's, nothing extravagant, with a single bedroom, a small yard, and a view of power lines crossing through the desert horizon, which was fitting. My days were spent working on the storm contract. Weekends were slower, and I'd help neighbors fix porch lights, patch fences, and do other small jobs. It was hard work, long hours, and the kind of job that made you fall asleep the moment you sat down. But I loved it because it felt honest. Every bolt I tightened, every line I reset reminded me that I had built my own life, with no help from anyone. So people would come by with tiny projects and coffee as payment, which I didn't mind because it was pleasant labor with no drama or expectations. Then one Thursday night, I received a text from Rachel, whom I hadn't heard from in months. "Hey Michael, just a heads up. Your father tried to use the old emergency credit card you gave him years ago. It got declined." I froze mid-bite. I'd completely forgotten that card existed. It was something I'd set up years ago when he had surgery. I texted back. "How do you know?" He returned home upset, saying the card had been refused 3 times in one day for groceries, petrol, and something at Home Depot. I checked my account that night to confirm, and the activity log showed all 3 failed attempts. The next morning, I called the bank and canceled the card, then asked them to close the entire account so there were no leftovers. The rep asked if I wanted a replacement. "No," I said. "I'm done lending out lifelines." It felt symbolic, ending that one last connection. That card had been a silent chain. One he could pull on whenever he wanted. Later that night, I told my mother about it at dinner, and she didn't seem surprised. "He never wanted help," she said, setting down her fork. "He wanted control." There's a distinction. She was correct. He didn't miss me. He missed access. Every favor, card and phone call had always been about convenience, not concern. A week later, Rachel sent another text, this time short. "He's unhappy you canceled it. Said, you're punishing him." I told him, "It's your right." He didn't like that, and I grinned when I read it, not out of malice, but out of humor. The man honestly believed that cutting him off financially was a moral violation. That night, I sat on my porch with the desert wind blowing through, the stars were bright, the air was quiet, and for once, my mind wasn't replaying old arguments or unfinished sentences. I just sat there watching the power lines stretch across the horizon like silver threads. The same lines I used to climb for a living. There was something poetic about it, I suppose. The same thing he mocked me for had become the very thing that gave me freedom. I thought about all the years I'd spent trying to fix things. Broken conversations, old resentments, relationships that were never going to work. All for what? To keep the peace for people who didn't care if I had any left for myself. I leaned back in my chair, finished my drink, and muttered to no one, "Guess I finally learned what to stop fixing." I stopped fixing everything that wasn't my job, including him, but he apparently still thought I was on call. It had been about 8 months since I canceled that card, and I was in Los Angeles for a week-long senior line worker training course. I hadn't thought about my father in months, and I hadn't even stopped wondering what new act he was pulling online. The morning it happened, I was walking out of the hotel lobby, ID badge around my neck, scrolling through my schedule, when I heard it. "Michael." That voice could cut glass. I halted, turned, and there he was, my father, standing across the street in khakis and an ironed shirt, clutching a folder, as if he was preparing to submit a complaint. I didn't move, and he smiled as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't spent the last 2 years trying to ruin my reputation. "Can we talk?" he yelled out, crossing the street. "Let's chat like men." I should have moved away, but I didn't. Whether it was curiosity or closure, I stood there as he paused a few feet in front of me, adjusting his spectacles as if he were preparing to give a TED talk on parenting. "You look good," he replied. "I noticed your name mentioned as a participant in this tournament. I didn't expect to see you here." I didn't respond, just waited. He sighed dramatically. "I'm not sure why you've made me the villain in your novel. It was just a joke, Michael. You took things too seriously." You've always been overly serious. There it was. The identical script, tone, and blame shift. I nearly grinned at how predictable it was. You followed me down to tell me I can't handle a joke? I said. He scowled as if he didn't expect me to be so calm. I tracked you down to make peace. You've humiliated me and insulted my family, and you behave as if I deserve it. I don't act like it, I replied. You did. He shook his head and moved closer. You've changed, son. You used to be respectful. Now you speak to me as if I were a stranger. You are, I replied plainly. And quit calling me son. You forfeited the right to make me your punchline. That got to him, and his face twitched with the same mix of confusion and fury he used to feel when someone disagreed with him. He opened his folder and brought out some printed screenshots, which I assumed were social media comments or texts. This isn't who you are, he replied, shaking the page slightly. You're more than this bitterness. I know you miss me. I laughed softly. You know what's funny? You've been mistaken about me my entire life. Might as well include that one on the list. He scowled. I miss my son, he murmured. The one who used to respect me. I sipped my coffee. You don't miss me. You lack control. And I owe you nothing. He looked at me for a moment, calculating his next move, before stepping back, tripping on his own heel, and throwing his arms wide. Don't hit me, he said loudly. Wait, too loud. Please stop. I froze. People on the sidewalk turned right away. A couple strolling their dogs came to a halt. Even a man dragging baggage peered over. Someone across the street began filming. What the hell are you talking about? I responded, taking one step back and raising my hands. He stumbled again, faking it, holding his shoulder. He is attacking me. Please stop. A woman near the curb gasped. Sir, you need to calm down. Someone else yelled, Hi guy. What is wrong with you? He is an old man. My stomach fell, not out of fear, but out of disgust. The man had rehearsed this, and when the folder hit the sidewalk, papers scattered like a movie scene. He was breathing heavily and performing like it was Broadway. Dad, I responded slowly and quietly. You're embarrassing yourself. He shook his head dramatically, yet loud enough for the audience. You've always had a temper. Always. I stiffened my chest as I heard someone nearby exclaim, I got it on video. Not because I was guilty, but because I knew how easily he could twist this. Then, with perfect timing, a man emerged from a bakery across the street, apron still on and white flour all over his hands. Hey, he exclaimed. He didn't touch him. Everyone turned. I watched the whole thing, the baker said, hurrying over. That old man is faking it. The younger one hasn't touched him. He's been talking calmly the entire time. My father halted in the middle of his performance, still slightly bent, as if he couldn't decide whether to keep performing or stop. The baker approached, pointing directly at him. You should be embarrassed attempting to pull that in public. Cameras are everywhere, buddy. You just made a fool of yourself. Several people whispered, and one woman who had been shooting lowered her phone. My father's face turned pale, and the performance fell apart entirely. He fixed his shirt, murmured something about being misunderstood, and then looked at me. I addressed his gaze. You just proved why I left. I turned and walked off toward the corner. The crowd parted silently, and I didn't look back. I could feel his gaze burning into the back of my head. But I didn't care. By the end of the block, the tension had drained out of me. My hands were steady, my heartbeat was normal, and I wasn't even angry. I was just done. I had had enough of the lies, theatrics, and incessant manipulation, and when I returned to the hotel, the front desk clerk gave me a concerned look. Is everything okay out there? I nodded. Yeah, I answered. Just someone who doesn't know when to quit. I went up to my room, placed my badge on the table, and looked out the window at the city lights. A year later, that's precisely what he was. For months there were no calls, stunts, or performances, just silence. The type he always claimed he wanted but never knew how to live with. Cars drove silently and distantly beneath him. That was the last time I saw him. I was living outside of Sedona by then. After that training in Los Angeles, I was promoted to lead a small crew for contract jobs. My days were simple: work, gym, and occasionally assisting a neighbor in repairing a broken fence or light fixture. Most days ended with me grilling dinner on the back porch, watching the sunset paint the desert orange. I didn't think much about my father anymore. He was a chapter I'd closed until he tried to write himself back in. It began with a text from an unknown number, in the same tone I'd heard anywhere. Michael, it's your father. I'd want to talk. Family is family. Life's too short to carry grudges. I glanced at it, shaking my head. There was no apology, no accountability, just a rehashed slogan. I didn't respond. 2 days later, another one arrived. You'll regret pushing your family away one day. I didn't even block the number. I just muted it and let him shout into the blank. Then came the GoFundMe, which Rachel texted me with no comment, just the link, and the title. Helping a father recover from estrangement and health issues. The description was worse. I'm a retired man dealing with heart difficulties and emotional turmoil after losing communication with my only son. I'm fighting to keep my home and restore my life. He didn't mention the phony heart attack, the smear campaign, or that I'd given him more chances to change than he ever deserved. The target was $8,000. After 4 weeks, it had $110. The comments were also quiet, with one from a cousin wishing prayers. Rachel called one afternoon, and I picked up half anticipating more turmoil. Anything was a message from Old Accountant 77 who said, "Stay strong." Lily didn't share anything, which shocked me. She's humiliated, Rachel explained. The entire stunt made her appear ridiculous. People posed queries that she couldn't answer. Good, I told her. Maybe she'll finally stop trying to defend the indefensible. There was a silence. Rachel sighed quietly. He still talks about you, you know. Says you'll come around eventually. I said, doesn't make it true. I thanked her for informing me, then returned to work. I didn't think about it again. It was just another of his performances, another way to get attention after the applause had stopped. Weeks passed, the fundraiser vanished, as did his new phone number. Lily stopped posting about family dinners and forgiveness. Rachel kept in touch on occasion, mostly with weather updates and photos of her garden. There was no drama. My mother came to visit one weekend. We made breakfast together, she cooked, I drank coffee, and she glanced around my house, admiring the clean space, repaired shelves, and peaceful routine. You seem settled, she replied, smiling. I am, I informed her. She nodded. He's still attempting to entice folks back in. Do not take the bait. I won't, I replied. He may say whatever he wants. I'm finished listening. That evening, after she left, I sat on the porch again, watching lightning flash over the hills. The air smelled like rain and dust, and for the first time in years, I realized I wasn't angry at him, the past or anything. I hadn't spoken to him in over a year, and for once, that silence wasn't heavy, but rather peaceful and complete. He'd spent his entire life trying to prove that he was the smartest man in the room, that he always had the upper hand in the spotlight. He assumed I'd always come crawling back, but I'm not that kid anymore. I have peace, and he has stillness. You're not welcome home anymore. My dad changed the locks, gave my house to my sister. I'd paid 18 months, $72,000. So I stopped the payments. My parents booted me out of the house I had covertly paid for and gave it to my golden child sister. It took me a while to grasp what they did. However, once I found it out, the game was finished. Let me tell you how it went down. I'm Lauren, a 30-year-old regional manager for a distribution firm. Boring work, reasonable compensation, nothing exceptional. I lived with my parents for a while. Yes, I understand how that sounds, but it made sense at the time. I have a boyfriend, Noah, who works at a dentist practice. We've been together for approximately a year and a half. My folks don't like him too much, but whatever. My sister Olivia is 27 and married to Tyler. They are the golden children, and my parents believe they can do no wrong. I'm more of a backup plan, the dependable person who shows up when they need anything mended. So this happened on Tuesday. On a typical Tuesday at work, I'm sitting in my office pretending to be interested in inventory reports when my phone rings. Dad texted, "You are no longer welcome at home. We replaced the locks. Your stuff is in the garage." I gazed at that message for about 3 minutes straight. I probably read it 10 times, believing I had missed something. Nope. It says the same thing. I phoned him immediately. He took up the first ring as if he was expecting it. What the hell is going on, Dad? Lauren, it's time to figure out your own life. You're 30 years old. My brain briefly stopped working. I do not comprehend. What have I done? Your mother and I discussed this. Olivia needs the room more than you do. Of course, Olivia is my sister. Can we at least discuss this in person? There is nothing to talk about. We've made a choice. Mom then got on the phone. Her voice was strange, colder than I'd ever heard before. Lauren, your sister is starting a family. She requires steadiness. You've got plenty of time to organize your life. Mom, I actually live there. Where am I meant to go? That is something you will have to work out. Olivia and Tyler need this place. Tyler, her spouse, was a guy I'd met about 3 times before they married. This is ridiculous. You can't just kick me out with no warning. We can and are. Your father has left your possessions in the garage. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be. She hung up. I sat in my office, feeling as if I had been hit by a vehicle. My assistant manager, Connor, inquired whether I was all right. I told him I needed to go early and walked out. We drove directly to the home. Well, I had been living in this place since college. I pulled up across the street and sat there for a bit. Tyler's vehicle was in the driveway, a big silly lifted Ford with those obnoxious LED lights. Olivia's automobile was also there. Through the living room window I could see them roaming about inside as if they owned the space. I tried my key. It didn't work. Instead of the Hayes family, Olivia and Tyler Cooper's names appeared on the mailbox. My bedroom window had new curtains. Everything I owned was simply gone. Tyler opened the main door. Hey, yeah, your dad mentioned you could stop by. Your stuff is in the garage. Side door is open. He stated it nonchalantly, as if it was completely usual. What the hell is going on, Tyler? Look, I do not want any drama. Your parents agreed to give us the house. We are grateful, but this is between you and them. Give you the house? They can't just give you the house I live in. They own it. They can do whatever they want. Now if you don't mind, I have stuff to do. He closed the door in my face. I went around to the garage. The side door was unlocked, just as he said. My belongings were there in boxes and garbage bags, not neatly packed, just dumped in. I discovered my laptop, clothing, tools, and books, all tossed like rubbish. I loaded everything into my vehicle. We made 3 excursions. I kept thinking this must be a mistake, some strange misunderstanding that would be resolved. But it wasn't. I ended up staying at a Holiday Inn that night. I sat on the bed with my laptop trying to digest what had just transpired. I opened my banking app only to check my accounts and make sure nothing else was wrong. That's when I noticed it. The mortgage firm has received an automatic payment of $3,000 every month for the past 18 months. Oh yes, the mortgage. A year and a half ago, Dad called me, terrified. They were behind on payments and ready to lose their home. So they asked if I could help them refinance because my credit was good and theirs was not. I signed the paperwork, negotiated a better rate, and dodged a disaster. Dad insisted it was only temporary. He said he'd work everything out and take over payments in a few months. I put up an autopay to assist them out and completely forgot about it. After a time, it became background noise. $3,000 was automatically deducted from my account every month. I had paid $72,000 for a house that they had just booted me out of. I sat there pouring at that payment history until about 3 a.m. My phone kept buzzing. Noah was calling. Finally picked up. Where are you, Lauren? I've been worried sick. I told him everything. He was silent for a minute. I told you they were using you. I know. What are you planning to do? I have no idea. But I did have an idea. Not a whole strategy, but the beginning of one. The auto pay button was there on my screen. With one click, everything comes to an end. I didn't click it though. Not yet. Something prompted me to wait and see how things worked out first. I spent the next few days in that hotel room, trying to figure out what the heck had occurred. I called in ill for work on Wednesday and Thursday. Could not concentrate on anything. Noah stopped by Wednesday night with takeout. He was angry, not at me, but at my family. I've been telling you for months something was off with them. I know. Every time we visited, they'd make these comments. My mother with her little jabs about me still living at home while he sat right there, and my father continually wondering when I was going to start a real profession. He was correct. I'd simply been ignoring it because they were family, and that's what you do, right? Ignore the terrible things. What are you planning to do? He asked. I need to talk to Ryan. Ryan attended college with me. We were roommates in junior and senior year. Now he works as a real estate lawyer. Does quite well for himself. I called him Thursday morning. Dude, I need your help with something legal. What is going on? I explained the entire issue, including the text, the locks, and Olivia and Tyler moving in. Then I informed him about the mortgage. Wait, is the mortgage in your name? Yeah, I refinanced it for them a year and a half ago. There was a long hush on his end. Lauren, do you know what that means? That I was paying their bills? No, it implies that you legally own the house. If your name is on the mortgage and the deed, you own the property. My brain briefly short-circuited, although they've been there for perhaps 30 years. Doesn't matter who's on the deed. I do not know, I'd need to check the papers. Find it. Bring everything to my office tomorrow. Every document, bank statement, everything. I met him Friday afternoon. His office is located downtown. Nice location. Makes me feel like I should have worked more in school. Spread all of the documents out on his conference table. Ryan examined it piece by piece. It took him around an hour. Okay, so this is the scenario. You are the principal borrower on the mortgage. Your parents are listed as co-borrowers, but you are the one who is legally responsible for the loan, okay? According to these bank documents, you've made every single payment for the past 18 months, averaging $3,000 each month. That amounts to $72,000 in total. Yeah. They cannot just hand this house to your sister. They do not have the legal authority to transfer property with an active mortgage in someone else's name. So what does this mean? It means they screwed up big time. He kept sifting through the paperwork until he discovered something on his laptop. Holy, Lauren, what? Your parents placed their property for sale 2 weeks ago. He showed me the screen. My childhood house is up for sale at $250,000. I photographed every area, including my old bedroom, which had been converted into a nursery. How did you discover that? This is public record. The MLS listings are all available online. That night I scrolled through Olivia's Instagram from the hotel. She had been uploading remodeling images for months, new kitchen cabinets, fresh paint in the living room, new flooring in the bathroom, all of which I had been paying for without realizing it. Found Tyler's Facebook page. He had written 2 months ago. Finally realized my dream of home ownership. No more renting. Hard work pays rewards. Blessed homeowner. Hard labor. This person believed he had worked hard for the house I was financing. Individuals congratulated them, Olivia's friends, their relatives, individuals I'd never met, for their accomplishment. Noah came over on Saturday. I showed him everything. Are you fooling me now? They're selling it without informing you when you're actually paying the mortgage. Yep. He was angrier than I was at the time. I simply felt numb. What did Ryan tell you to do? He urged to document everything, every payment, correspondence, every social media post. Build a case. So that is what we did. I spent the whole weekend gathering records, bank statements dating back 18 months, screenshots of Olivia and Tyler's postings, text conversations from my parents, and everything. My Aunt Diane informed me that Olivia's wedding last year, at that nice venue, was paid for by my parents, who told everyone. I had handed them $6,000 for the venue since Dad mentioned they were short that month. I saw another post from Olivia's wedding day that said, "So grateful to my amazing parents for making this day possible." There was no mention of me. Ryan phoned on Sunday night. I did some digging. Vanessa Cho is the name of the realtor that your parents are utilizing. Working for Prestige Realty. Okay. I contacted her workplace. I said I was a possible buyer, asked about the property. She informed me it was virtually paid off. Just some minor paperwork to do. But that's not true. Exactly. Your parents lied to the realtor about their mortgage situation. That is fraud, Lauren. If they try to sell this property without disclosing the existing loan, they are breaking the law. I sat there that night looking at my bank app. That auto pay waiting there. $3,000 is set to go out in 2 days. The house listing was still current. They were displaying it to customers, intending to take the money while I continued to pay. Ryan texted, "Don't cancel your payment yet. Let us watch what they do first." But I was finished waiting. Monday morning, I checked in and canceled the auto pay. I then waited for them to notice. The first thing I did after canceling the payment was look for an apartment. I wasn't planning to remain at the motel forever. I found a good 1-bedroom across town. Nothing special, but it was mine. We signed the lease on Tuesday and moved in Wednesday. Noah helped me unpack the boxes from the garage. Most of my belongings were okay. Some things were broken, but whatever. How does it feel? He asked. Weird. Good. Weird, nevertheless. You seem different. I have an additional $3,000 in my account this month. First time in 18 months. We ordered pizza that night. I sat on the floor because I didn't have any furniture yet. I felt more at home than I have in months. I checked my phone. I have received no texts from my relatives. I took Noah to a beautiful restaurant on Friday night, one I'd always wanted to try but couldn't afford. I spent $200 on supper and didn't feel horrible about it. My phone sat on the table. They still have not responded. Tyler tweeted a photo on Saturday of himself barbecuing in his backyard. The headline: Saturday vibes at the new place. My grill. He was using my grill, which I had placed in the garage after buying it 3 years earlier. I took a screenshot of it. I added it to the folder Ryan instructed me to retain. Sunday, Olivia uploaded a photo of paint samples. I can't decide on nursery colors. Help? Nobody inquired about where the nursery was or how they could afford a complete house. Everyone was handling it as if they had earned it somehow. The second week, they began phoning. Mom sent nice voicemail messages. Dad sent heated texts. Olivia asked whether I had heard from them. I disregarded it all. The panic began in the third week. Monday, 3 missed calls from Mom and no voicemails. Tuesday, 2 missed calls from Dad and 1 voicemail. Lauren, this is becoming crazy. Call me back. His voice was tight. Mom left another message on Wednesday, this time with a higher-pitched voice. Lauren, dear, please call back. We need to talk about something related to the house. It's important. And there it is, the home. I sent Ryan a voicemail. He said, they noticed. Don't respond yet. On Thursday afternoon, an unknown number called. Let it go to voicemail. Hello, Miss Hayes. This is Vanessa Cho of Prestige Realty. I'm working with your parents to sell the property at 847 Maple Street. We've run into some issues with the closing process, and I need to chat with you regarding the mortgage situation. Could you kindly contact me back at your earliest convenience? Her tone was professional, but I could detect the fury beneath. I sent Ryan a voicemail. He phoned me immediately. The purchasers undoubtedly discovered the financing difference during their title investigation. The entire transaction is certainly coming apart right now. Good. Do you want me to call the realtor? Not yet. Allow them to panic a bit more. Friday was crazy. My phone went nuts. Mom phoned 4 times. Dad phoned 3 times. Olivia phoned twice. Olivia left a voicemail. Well, what the hell is going on? The bank keeps ringing Mom and Dad for payment or something. Do you know anything about it? An hour later she phoned again. This time I responded. Oh my God, Lauren. Finally. What is happening to the house? You tell me. You live there. The bank is phoning and stating something about missing payments, which I do not understand. Mom and Dad said the house was paid off. That's odd. Wait. A long pause. Is the mortgage under your name? Paperwork's funny like that. Are you serious now? You've been paying it the entire time. Was. Not anymore. What does that mean? This means I ceased making payments on a residence I no longer live in. Remember, you guys changed the locks. Oh my God. She hung up. 8 minutes later, Dad phoned. I let it ring. Voicemail. I'm not sure what game you're playing, but this has to stop. Please call me back quickly. Then Mom called. Voicemail. Please, honey. We really need to discuss. There's something wrong with the mortgage company, they claim we're late on payments. I texted Dad back. Not playing games. You said I'd make my own plans, so figure it out. Noah came over on Saturday morning with some coffee. How often did they call yesterday? Stopped counting at 20. We were there watching a movie, and my phone started flashing up. Every buzz felt better than the previous one. Olivia sent a long text message on Sunday night. Lauren, please talk to us. I'm not sure what's going on, but we can sort it out. Mom and Dad are quite anxious, and the realtor keeps phoning about issues with the sale. Please call them back. I read it twice and then shut off my phone. Noah gazed at me. Are you okay? Never better. My phone was still turned off, resting on the table, silent for the first time in days. Ryan texted my work phone. They're probably in full panic mode right now. Are you ready for the next step? I said, yeah, let's do this. Mom texted Saturday morning. We should chat. Just coffee, please. I showed it to Ryan. He responded. Go and let them talk. Observe what they try to pull. Noah offered to come. Nah, I got this, but stay on speed dial just in case. I met them in a diner halfway between my flat and the mansion, got there first, ordered coffee, and waited. They showed up 8 minutes late. Dad looked haggard, with bags under his eyes. Mom's cosmetics couldn't conceal that she'd been sobbing. Olivia then went in behind them. I didn't anticipate that. It was an ambush. Tyler was not present. At least for little favors. They sat across from me. Olivia was now showing, probably 5 or 6 months pregnant. She had the pregnant glow that everyone talks about. Made the entire situation feel even more manipulative. Nobody spoke for a minute. Dad started. There's been some confusion about the house finances. I just drank some coffee. Let him speak. We didn't realize you had been making mortgage payments for 18 months. $3,000 each month. You didn't see $72,000? Mom jumped in. We thought your father was handling it. I thought Dad owned the house. Turns out we were both mistaken. Olivia's eyes were crimson. We assumed it had been paid off. Mom and Dad told us it was a present for us. You cannot give something you do not possess. That is basically theft. We put our savings into that house, Olivia added, her voice rising. New kitchen, new floors, everything. Show me the deed bearing your name on it. Then Mom and Dad legally transferred money to you because the bank seemed to be confused about it. She was becoming so loud that others were staring. I didn't care. We are having a baby. We need this house. I remained calm. Congratulations on the baby. I hope you budgeted for rent. Dad clenched his jaw. Are you really going to tear this family apart over money? No, Dad. You ripped it apart when you texted me not to return and change the locks. We were angry. We did not mean. You meant it enough to take my name off the mailbox. You meant enough to give Olivia my room. You meant it enough to attempt and sell the house I was paying for. Mom could not say anything. Just sitting there. We raised you better than this, she eventually said. You raised me to pay my own way. That is exactly what I am doing. Olivia was weeping now. What do you want from us? Nothing. I do not want anything from you anymore. Dad leaned forwards. Will you simply let us lose everything? You aren't losing everything. You never owned anything in the first place. That is the whole point. I dropped it on them. The bank began foreclosure procedures. You have around 3 to 5 months until the auction, depending on how quickly it proceeds. Better start looking for an apartment. Olivia lost it. You are making us homeless. No, you made yourself homeless when you moved into a house nobody in your family actually owns. Tyler phoned Olivia's phone immediately away. It sat on the table between us. I could hear him via the speaker. Babe, what's up? Did she agree to help? Olivia was weeping too hard to respond. Mom tried a guilt trip. Please do not do this. We are your family. Family does not change locks. Family does not erase individuals. You wanted me gone. Congratulations. You got what you wanted, and I received my $3,000 back every month. Olivia wiped her eyes. I will never forgive you for this. Yeah, well, same. I stood up and deposited $20 on the table for my coffee. For what it's worth, I genuinely cared about you people. In the past tense. Mom grabbed for my arm. Please, you mentioned Olivia's need for this residence. She needs stability. Well, I needed a family and you picked the house over me, so now nobody gets either. Olivia stood up. You're choosing money over family. No, you picked the free house above your sister. I'm just deciding to cease paying for it. I walked out. My hands were shaking, but I continued to walk. I got to my car, sat for a second, and saw them through the diner window. Olivia was having a total meltdown. Dad held his head in his hands. Mom was on the phone, most likely phoning other family members to complain about me. I texted Noah. It's done. They know everything now. He responded promptly. How are you feeling? Pretty good. Started the vehicle. I drove back to my apartment, with my name on the lease, my furnishings and my regulations. 20 minutes later, the phone started blowing up. Aunt Diane, Uncle Jim, and relatives I hadn't spoken to in years were among those who inquired about the situation. I sent them all the same thing. Screenshots of my bank statements, a text from Dad urging me not to come back, and a copy of the house listing. Allow the facts to speak for itself. The majority of them stopped asking inquiries after that. That night Noah brought over Chinese cuisine. Your sister posted on Facebook. What did she say? It's about familial betrayal and fraudulent individuals. Very ambiguous. Her pals have all commented, inquiring what occurred. Did she say my name? No, but it's pretty obvious. Let her publish what she wants. I have receipts. We ate on my actual couch, which I bought last week. Do you believe they will keep trying? He asked. Probably, but I'm done responding. The phone buzzed. Dad is phoning. Let it ring out. It feels good, doesn't it? Noah said. What? Not being their backup plan anymore? Yes, it really did. Olivia went utterly nuts on Facebook within a week after that coffee meetup. It began with vague posts. You truly discover out who people are when things become bad. Then, blood doesn't mean anything to certain people. Her pals all commented. You alright, girl? What happened? DM me if you need to talk. She never explained, instead writing cryptic rubbish every day. Extended family began phoning. I emailed them the bank statements and Dad's text. They gradually discovered the true story. I didn't bother with those who just believed Olivia. Olivia showed up to my flat on Thursday screaming in the hall. Noah phoned me at work. Building security had to remove her. When I got home, Noah was writing up an incident report. Your sister's completely unhinged. Yeah, I'm starting to see that. Dad contacted and expressed an interest in purchasing the house. I quoted him the entire value. He said they couldn't afford it and wanted some equity. I laughed. Mom came on, weeping about Dad's blood pressure. He told her he wouldn't have to worry about home payments anytime soon. Hung up. Olivia posted a lengthy diatribe on Facebook, calling me specifically. It sounded as if I had messed them over at random. Family members who knew the truth called her out in the comments. She removed it after 2 hours and obscured half of the family. Months passed by. The foreclosure paperwork continued going along. Ryan handled the majority of it and kept me updated on deadlines and court dates. Tyler and Olivia hired a bogus lawyer, and on Friday I received a cease and desist letter. Template websites are crap. Ryan chuckled and returned a legitimate legal letter citing mortgage fraud and possibly criminal penalties. That silenced them for 2 weeks. Mom began emailing old images of Olivia and me as children, as well as family vacation photos. Noah pointed out that none were recent. All from 10 years ago. They've been erasing you for a while, he told me. You just didn't see it. I blocked their numbers that night. Ryan called Saturday. Auction set for 2 weeks from today. Friday, 10 a.m. Should I go? This is your property, it would be fascinating to watch. Yeah, I think I will. Do you want me there? Nah, but thanks. Noah persisted on coming though. I am not missing this. I want to see their faces when it's over. I couldn't argue with that. I awoke on the day of the auction with strange feelings. Not nervous precisely, but knowing that today would alter everything. Noah greeted me at my residence. Are you ready for this? As ready as I'm going to be. The county courthouse stairs open at 10 a.m., arrived 15 minutes early. The place was more busy than I imagined, with perhaps 15 individuals standing about with files and clipboards. Most of them are real estate investors. You could tell by how they dressed and talked about property prices and remodeling expenditures. Vanessa Cho, the realtor, appeared exhausted. She came over and apologized for the incident. Said that if she had known the truth she would not have accepted the listing. I just nodded. 9:55 a.m. My relatives showed up. Tyler's pickup drove up, that ridiculous raised Ford with the LED lights, and all 4 of them stepped out. They all looked awful. Olivia was clearly pregnant, and she must have been at least 8 months along. Mom's hair was a disaster. Dad looked like he had aged 10 years. They saw me and Noah standing near the courthouse steps. Olivia began heading toward us. Mom grabbed her arm and stopped her. Tyler was glaring at me from across the parking lot, attempting to be tough, threatening, or something. Did not work. I gave them a tiny wave. Noah snorted. You're terrible. I know. The auctioneer appeared at 10 a.m. Sharp. An elderly man with a clipboard and microphone. All right everyone. We have numerous properties today. First up is 847 Maple Street. He reeled off the information. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1,800 square feet. Needs some maintenance, but has strong bones. We'll start bidding at $200,000. One of the investors pulled out at $240,000. Going once. Going twice. The last investor lifted his paddle once again, but nobody else bid. Sold for $240,000 to bidder number 39. The gavel came down. That was it. After 15 minutes, it was over. Years of family conflict were stopped by a man with a paddle and a bored voice. Olivia practically slumped on one of the benches. Not like fainting, but her legs went out. Tyler yelled at the auctioneer about something. I'm not sure what happened, but it seemed like the guy was going to reverse the sale since Tyler was furious. Mom and Dad just stood there looking dejected. Dad noticed me and started going over. Noah stiffened up. Do you want me to? Nah, let him come. He paused about 4 feet away. Are you happy now? Happy is not the word. But I'm not unhappy. Your sister's about to have a baby, 8 months pregnant, and now she's got nowhere to go. She has been pregnant for a time. We had plenty of time to work out housing. Is this who you have become? Is it this cold? You sent me a text saying, don't come back and change the locks. You taught me how to be cold, Dad. Mom came up behind him. We're going to lose everything because of you. No, you've already lost it. This basically made things official. Olivia lurched over, makeup dripping over her cheeks. I detest you, do you hear me? I hate you. I did not say anything. We are homeless because of you. Homeless. You were homeless because you moved into a house that no one in your family owned or paid for. That's referred to as lousy planning. Tyler walked forward and got in my face. Watch how you talk to her. Noah rushed quickly between us. Or what, Tyler? Are you going to abuse her right now in front of all these witnesses and the courthouse camera? He motioned to the security camera over the entryway. Tyler backed off. Olivia's voice became quiet. Scary, quiet. You know I'm having a girl, right? Your niece and your family. I gazed at her for a second. I hope you educate her better than you learnt. Don't steal anything that isn't yours. Even Mom appeared stunned. Dad's mouth practically dropped open. Come on, I murmured to Noah. We're done here. Began walking to the car. Olivia screamed behind us. You are dead to me. Dead. Do you hear me? I didn't turn around, just continued going. When I got to the car, my hands shook as I tried to put the key in the ignition. That was intense, Noah explained. Yes, are you okay? Ask me in 5 years. We sat for a minute. My phone vibrated. Ryan. After paying off the mortgage and all the costs, you're looking at a profit of around $42,000. Should be in your account in 2 weeks. Stared at the message. It's not even about the money anymore, I informed them. I know, Noah said. It's about being free. That weekend we went house hunting. I looked at maybe 8 places. I found this lovely 3-bedroom home with a fenced lawn. Some little repairs was required, but nothing out of the ordinary. This one's good, Noah replied, standing in the empty living room. Yeah, for me, guest room, and... He trailed off. And maybe a kid's room eventually if you want someday. He appeared uneasy while saying it. Yes, I want that. But first, let's be married. Do it correctly this time. Is this a proposal? That is a preview of a proposal. The real one will be better. We submitted an offer that afternoon. Every document bears both of our names, indicating equal ownership. The way it should have been from the beginning. The offer was accepted Monday morning. I sat at my apartment that night, reviewing the documents. My residence. Actually, mine. With someone who really cared about me. 5 months passed. 5 months spent really enjoying my life rather than solving everyone else's issues. Noah and I closed on the house, relocated in late summer, and spent weekends painting rooms and renovating the backyard. His cat took the bedroom window as his territory. Everything felt good for once. Work elevated me to senior regional manager. Better salary and hours. I actually had time to accomplish what I wanted to do. My family has not contacted me. Blocked numbers remained blocked. Social media remained silent. Life was good. On Saturday morning, my phone rang. Unknown number. Almost left it to voicemail. Something made me respond. Lauren. It's Olivia. Her voice sounded different, exhausted and dejected. What do you want? Please do not hang up. I need to speak to you in person. Please. Every instinct shouted no, but I was interested. Where? The restaurant on 5th Street, the one by the old mall. When? Today, if possible. I know it's last minute, but please come alone. Okay. Thank you. Hung up. Noah was making coffee in his kitchen. That was Olivia. What did she want? I don't know, meeting her at Wano Nog. Do you want me to come? Nah, but thanks. We arrived at the restaurant at 12:55. Olivia was already present in a rear booth. She had the baby with her, a small girl asleep in a car seat carrier. Olivia seemed weary. Not just new mom exhausted, but defeated, tired. Sat across from her without saying anything. Thanks for coming. I nodded. This is Grace. I gazed at the infant. She was cute, I guess. Maybe 4 months old and getting plump. Babies all look similar to me. Okay. The stillness was long. Olivia stared at her coffee. We are in a 2-bedroom apartment on the east side. A bad region. Tyler is working 2 jobs. I am on unpaid maternity leave. We are drowning. Mom and Dad relocated to Florida. I just left. They said they needed a fresh start away from all the commotion. I did not say anything. They simply abandoned us. Didn't even say goodbye to Grace. Just packed up and left. Sounds familiar. She flinched at this. I thought maybe if you met her, your niece, you might. Maybe what? Give us the money. I assumed you'd like to be in her life. Why do I desire that? Because we're family. I truly laughed. I couldn't help it. Now we're family? When do you need it? She began to cry. Real tears this time. I wasn't aware of the mortgage payments. I promise I didn't. Mom and Dad told me the house was paid for, that it was their gift to us. You never asked for proof? Never seen any paperwork? They are my parents. Why should I doubt them? Yes, mine too. Look how that turned out. I realize I messed up, okay? I understand. Tyler pushed hard for that house. He wanted to appear successful. I could have asked more questions, but I trusted them. How about the locks? Did you know about it? Not till thereafter. Dad said you'd been odd and aggressive, so you went on your own. And you believed him. You had not been around much. It made sense at the time. I wasn't around because every time I visited, Tyler made comments about me mooching off them while I was literally paying your mortgage. She did not have a response for it. The infant began fussing. Olivia took her up and began rocking her. I need help, Lauren. The first and last month's rent for a better apartment is $2,500. I will pay you back. I promise. No. Please. I beg you. Do you know what is funny? I would have helped you before all of this. Before the locks, lies and everything. Then why? Because you laughed when Tyler labeled me a loser over Thanksgiving. When Mom thought I was being selfish by not giving them more money, you nodded. You never phoned after Dad received that SMS. Not once. I didn't know what to say. What about that's messed up? What about you're my sister? Literally anything. The infant was sobbing more now. Olivia's hands were trembling as she tried to prepare a bottle. I made a mistake. People make errors. You did not make a mistake. You removed me from the family while I paid for yours. That is not an error. That is a choice. Are you simply going to let me struggle? I'm going to do exactly what you did, live my life without you in it. She was really coming apart by now. Both the baby and Olivia are weeping. The entire issue was a chaos. You're punishing a baby for my mistakes. I am not punishing anyone. I'm just not saving you. There is a difference. Tyler said you were too selfish to help. Guess his opinion's working out great for you so far. I stood up, took out my wallet, and placed 2 $20 bills on the table for her meal. That's more than you gave me. Lauren, please. I hope things work out for you. Really. But it won't be because of me. I walked out. She did not follow this time. I got to my vehicle. The phone buzzed. Noah. How did it go? Exactly like you'd expect. Coming home? Yeah. 15 minutes. I'll order from the Thai restaurant you prefer. Home. My house. With someone who genuinely cared about me. I drove past my neighborhood. Nice streets. Good schools. Safe. I pulled into my driveway. My name and Noah's were on the mailbox. Noah sat on the couch, surrounded by wedding magazines. Are you okay? Yeah. Actually, yes. She tried everything, even guilt. Everything. The baby, the money, and the family card. And I said no. He hugged me and said, proud of you. I thought I'd feel horrible. Guilty or something. But you don't? No. I feel free. We planned the wedding over the following several months. It's a little thing, just close pals. Nobody from my family was invited. We never heard from them again. I eventually changed my phone number, just to be cautious. Aunt Diane would occasionally text Noah with updates. Parents were suffering in Florida. Olivia and Tyler are constantly arguing. Never asked for specifics. 10 months after the auction, Noah and I were on our back patio. It is early evening in summer. Everything felt amazing. I had a little bulge and was 2 months along, we had discovered out a few weeks ago. Do you ever think about them? He asked. Sometimes. Do you miss them? Thought about it. Really thought about it. No. I miss the notion of what I believed they were rather than what they actually were. Do you think they'll contact out once they learn about the baby? Probably when they need something. Are you going to answer? What do you think? He grinned. I think you're done being their backup plan. The phone buzzed. Unknown number. Looked at it. Let it ring out. I set it face down on the table. Do you know what is crazy? I said. What? I've spent years trying to make them proud. It turned out that my viewpoint was the only one that counted. That's deep. Nah. Just true. We sat there quietly. Her house, her soon-to-be husband, her child on the way, her tranquility constructed from the ashes of the family that had abandoned her. Never felt happier. My parents told me, family comes first, as I lost my dream interview. When my brother robbed my work, they said, you should learn to share. My family has always treated my brother like king and me like an extra. So I packed everything, walked out, and began creating on my own. However, it appears that just cutting them off was insufficient. They had different plans. Before we get into that issue, let me start at the beginning. I'm Jake Cole. I am now 26 years old, and it has been 8 years since I walked out of my childhood bedroom. Back then, I believed leaving was the most difficult thing. It turns out that staying away was the actual test. My father, Thomas, handles our family like a board meeting. My mother, Margaret, is obsessed with what her neighbors think. My older brother, Andrew, is the golden boy they refer to as Dr. Cole, despite the fact that he dropped out of medical school after his first year. I have always been the quiet one. I produce short videos with a second-hand camera and a laptop that barely works. It isn't a pastime for me, although Dad labels it that. If it does not come with a payout, he considers it a waste of time. Mom believes I'm overly sensitive. Andrew refers to it as playing pretend. For 9 months, I'd been preparing for a National Film Fellowship, which provides cash for real-world initiatives. I'd filmed 2 short films and had an interview scheduled for Thursday night. I had scheduled time off work and borrowed a blazer to seem respectable. 4 days before the interview, Dad mentioned a family responsibility during supper. The logistics firm was organizing a dinner in Andrew's honor. Apparently his study effort, which was essentially a summer internship, was being acknowledged. They'd reserved tables and invited former colleagues, the works. The banquet happened on the same night as my interview. I informed them that I couldn't make it. Dad placed his fork down and gave me the expression as if I had offended him. Family comes first, he explained. This scholarship could help me advance my career, I said. Career? He laughed. Do you mean you're editing? Jake, become serious. You'll have lots of opportunities to discuss your small films. Mom added that skipping would seem horrible. Andrew simply grinned and said, it's not like anyone will miss you there. I attempted to disagree, but it's pointless when Dad makes a decision. If you do not agree, you are selfish. Pushing back is an act of ungratefulness. So I went to that ridiculous banquet, applauding along as Andrew delivered a speech about future medical discoveries and listened to Dad brag about his 2 successful kids to people who were unaware of the reality. I missed the interview, no rescheduling or second chances. I wrote them, pleading for another opportunity. They responded 3 days later. They had already pushed forward with other prospects. 9 months of labor are gone. A week later, I read a posting online. Andrew had submitted a short video to a regional competition. It won first place. The screenshots seemed familiar. So I downloaded the video. It wasn't only familiar, that was the information includes the original file names, the identical photos, and the same adjustments. He had stolen my entire scholarship effort, changed the opening credits, and added his name to it. The contest was tiny, with maybe 50 applications from a local business organization. Nobody knew about my scholarship application. Perfect location for him to steal it without being detected. I approached him inside the kitchen. You stole my work. He hardly looked up from his phone. If it were truly yours, they'd know. I guess they assumed it was mine. You had no right. Don't be theatrical, Jake. It's only a video. You should be pleased that it won anything. I looked to Mom and Dad, anticipating a reaction. Dad folded his newspaper as if I had interrupted something vital. Andrew's been under a lot of pressure, he told me. It's good for him to get a win. And you, Mom said, should learn to share. This family helps one another. Share. It was the time I spent filming after midnight. I edited as my hands trembled from too much coffee. The stories I wanted to share. And they called it sharing. I stepped into my room and sat on the floor, gazing at my hard disk. This was not a one-time betrayal. This was how it had always been. By the time the sun rose, I had made up my decision. I was not going to sit there and wait for them to do it again. I was not going to ask them to see me. If they wanted Andrew to be the only son worth anything, that's okay. They could have him. I was finished. I left the house the same night. I did not bang doors or shout. I only brought a camera bag, a duffel bag with clothing, my hard drive, and a laptop. That was it. I left a quick note on the kitchen counter. Don't wait up. I'm done. He walked away without looking back. The first 3 nights I slept on a co-worker's couch. It was tight and unpleasant, but I didn't mind. It was still preferable to sleeping under the same roof with individuals who treated me as if I were nothing. On the 4th day, I discovered an ad for a little flat on the east side. It was a rundown 2-bedroom with peeling paint, a leaking faucet and paper-thin walls, but the rent was affordable provided I kept working. The other room was already occupied by Daniel Blake. Daniel was 30, a few years older than Andrew. He used to operate a modest tech business, but his uncle kicked him out as it started to thrive. He informed me that the first week was all about takeaway boxes and inexpensive pizza. Family will screw you faster than strangers, he told you. Not bitter, simply expressing the facts. We clicked straight away. Daniel was forthright, sardonic, and had a calm manner of discussing things that made them seem less daunting. Over time, he became more like the elder brother I thought I had, the sort that provides genuine counsel and does not regard you as a punchline. Life got quite busy. I got a morning job at a tiny coffee shop near my apartment and then worked late shifts delivering meals. Most evenings, I arrived home after midnight, had a short shower, and worked on videos until I couldn't stay up. I created a film channel under a fictitious identity and posted weekly. The first video had 60 views, then 130, and then 96. Daniel offered me paste notes while we watched them together. Aunt Diane phoned a few months after I had moved out. She was the only one in the family who ever treated me as more than Andrew's shadow. I heard you had left, she remarked gently. I'm proud of you, Jake. It was only 3 phrases, but it was more meaningful than any false, "we're proud" text my parents had ever sent. She inquired if I needed anything. I told her no, not because I didn't want to, but because I wanted to show to myself that I could do it on my own. The initial months were difficult. Rent ate my money. I lived off quick noodles. My editing system was barely functional, but it was mine. It was peaceful, and nobody told me I was wasting my time. Then something changed. I created a short called Night Shift. It followed a janitor, a nurse, and a delivery guy who worked all night in the same city, but never crossed paths. It was straightforward, raw, and honest. I uploaded it as normal, and then forgot about it. A week later, I received an email from the city's Arts Council. Someone on their panel had seen Night Shift and recommended it internally. They offered to give me a modest arts grant and connect me with a mentor from a local film incubator. I gazed at the screen for 5 minutes. The funding covered equipment and rent, but the mentorship was the true gift. Real-time comments from expert editors. When I informed Daniel, he smiled as if he had won the jackpot. This is it, man, he explained. When I contacted Aunt Diane, she wept. This is how it starts. I knew you'd make something of yourself, she told me. I could detect pride in her voice. The stipend was $10,000 for 8 months. Half of the money was spent on rent and expenses. The remainder went for basic gear modifications and festival costs. It's not luxury money, but rather breathing room. For the first time, I felt like things were going someplace. I wasn't just chasing something, I was catching it. A week after my short film began to receive notice, my mother texted me unexpectedly. We're really proud of you. Come home soon. It felt artificial, too smooth and pleasant. I disregarded it. 3 days later, Dad said, it's time to come home and do something useful with your life. I laughed. Useful to him always referred to something that benefited Andrew. I didn't respond. Later, I discovered how they knew about any of it. Aunt Diane had uploaded one of my short videos on Facebook, simply to show her support, and Mom noticed it. That's how she found out about the money, the incubator mentoring, and everything else I was working on. I assume she told Andrew, since things quickly began to go wrong. The first strike came in the form of an email. We've received an anonymous complaint about your financial disclosures. Your grant will be stopped while it is reviewed. It came from the Arts Council. Apparently someone reported me for lying on my application and squandering cash. They wouldn't tell me who, so I didn't have to guess. I provided them every invoice, receipt and transaction I had, but the funds remained frozen until they completed reviewing. Then followed the following strike. A video began spreading on social media, implying that I had acknowledged to stealing material from another director. It was a poor mashup of lines from other behind-the-scenes videos I'd shared. The voice was mine, but the message was not. I assumed no one would take it seriously. I was mistaken. The remarks were brutal. Fraud, fraudster, and false. Sponsors ignored me. A gear firm unexpectedly withdrew their offer. Someone was ruining my reputation. A week later, a buddy from the incubator provided me a link to a film festival's submission list. I got stuck scrolling down. There it was. My concept, script, and working title, all submitted under Andrew's name. He had stolen another incomplete project from my shared cloud folder and submitted it before I had. I was infuriated. Daniel attempted to calm me down. "You're not going to win this by reacting," he told me. "That is what he wants. You need to think bigger." I knew he was correct, but it still made me sick. The situation then became more serious. I returned home from a delivery job one night and noticed our apartment door slightly unlocked. There was anarchy within. My editing equipment was ruined. Drawers were empty, memory cards were gone, and camera lenses were damaged. On my desk, there was a piece of paper with 4 words written in strong black marker: "Stay in your lane." I phoned the cops. They arrived, took photographs and collected my statement. There was no forcible entrance, no witnesses, and no evidence to determine who did it. "Without proof," one detective added. "Especially if it's family. This is difficult to pursue." The next morning, Daniel discovered a camera jammed near the window and aimed into our living room. We had been observed for weeks. The camera felt deliberate, neatly disguised, and dusty, as if it had been there for a long time. But the break-in seemed different, angry, and messy. My guess: Andrew put the camera because he believed he was being clever. The break-in occurred when he lost control. That altered everything. It wasn't about jealousy anymore. This was purposeful and planned. Someone, and we both knew who, was attempting to intimidate me into resigning. For a while, it nearly worked. I've stopped uploading. I'd sit at my desk and gaze at my blank timeline, without touching anything. My motivation to work on anything faded. A portion of me considered deleting the channel, selling my gear, and finding a job that wouldn't make me a target. But every time I pondered quitting up, I remembered the note. "Stay in your lane." That's what they wanted. For me to shrivel back down and vanish so Andrew could keep pretending I didn't exist. Daniel went into my room one night, holding 2 cups of coffee. "If you're going to quit, do it because you want to," he told me. "Not because some spoiled idiot smashed your stuff." He was correct. I wasn't going to give them the win. The next morning, I started a new project file with the title Negative Space. This was not going to be another short film. It would be a whole documentary, not only about myself, but about others who had their work stolen, their names tarnished, and their reputations ruined. People were urged to stay in their lane. I began writing narrative, every communication, screenshot, each suspicious upload. I started categorizing everything. I quit my delivery job but maintained the coffee shop. Daniel covered a portion of my rent for several months. The documentary took 5 months to complete, with weekends spent filming, editing after shifts, and 3 all-nighters every week. My mentor allowed me to utilize the incubator studio and software. Without it, my laptop would have died halfway through since I was no longer in the lane he had created. I was forging my own path. Daniel's first words when I informed him about the documentary concept were, "If you're going to do this, do it smart. There are interviews, producing voiceovers, and putting together no furious rants or half-baked proof. You need receipts for everything." And that's where we began. We spent the following 3 nights transforming my chaos into a plan. Daniel assisted me in organizing all of the evidence I already had, including screenshots of the phony video postings, timestamps from when Andrew uploaded stolen material, grant committee emails, and text messages from my parents attempting to shame me into returning home. We made a chronology, line by line, from the night I left my parents' house to the vandalism in my apartment. We started by upgrading security. Daniel fitted improved lock and motion sensors. We also backed up all of my work to encrypted disks. One remained hidden in the apartment. Another person went to Aunt Diane's residence. She volunteered to protect it without asking too many questions. She was the only one who didn't require the entire narrative to understand why I didn't trust anybody else. Daniel traced the anonymous tip email to my birthplace. We examined the information on the stolen files. They still held my original creation dates. The most startling proof came from Aunt Diane. She was searching at old family photographs on the shared cloud that everyone had forgotten about. She discovered a folder named End Projects, which had drafts of blogs criticizing me, bogus video files, and a paper titled Reputation Management Plan. Andrew had kept it as a backup and never cleared it out. He kept all the evidence since he never expected to be caught. I contacted the incubator mentor who had provided help when I got the funding. I stated what was occurring without going into too much detail and asked for guidance. She advised me to contact a lawyer that specializes in creative property and digital rights. She even suggested one. He worked on a contingency plan for IP theft, with no upfront costs. For everything else, I paid $250 each month. Daniel paid $1,000 in filing expenses and instructed me to shut up when I tried to pay him back. The attorney's advice was straightforward. Do not go public yet. The more you communicate online, the more they will distort. Build your case discreetly. Then, when you move decisively. He assisted me in initiating the official procedure of issuing a demand letter to Andrew for intellectual property theft and slander. It wasn't a lawsuit, but it was the first legal step. I began recording negative space, not me sobbing, but what happens to anyone who builds something. I videotaped night shifts, interviewed other authors who had been copied, and photographed my empty desk where the damaged equipment used to be. It was not pretty. It wasn't even polished, but it was genuine. Which was the objective. I shared a 3-minute teaser including break-in video, images, and a narration about jealousy. A movie blog took it up. Views increased from hundreds to tens of thousands. The attention generated fresh opportunities. A tiny documentary group contacted out to provide input. They even asked whether I would consider submitting negative space to a festival with which they collaborated. I wasn't prepared yet, but I thanked them. The prospect of my narrative reaching a genuine audience motivated me to push harder. The documentary collective waived my application cost as part of a festival relationship. Without that, I would not have been able to pay the $100 entry. Then I received an unexpected email. Negative space has been approved for a forthcoming presentation at a major indie film festival. I looked at the message for a full minute before believing it. My first feature-length production, born of sabotage and rage, was scheduled to be shown in front of actual reviewers and industry professionals. The timing couldn't have been better. For only a few hours later, I received another email from my mother. We are having a family dinner this weekend. Your father thinks we can help you rebuild your reputation if you're prepared to be reasonable. Dad sent a different message. We can repair it. Let us speak like adults. There was no apology. There is no allegation of vandalism, theft, or lying. Just another attempt to make me believe I needed them. I showed the text to Daniel. He raised an eyebrow. They're scared, he added. And they're trying to pull you back in before you do something they can't control. I promised to go, but not to reconcile. I want information. I wanted to record their words. Daniel and I planned everything out. I'd have a little recorder in my pocket, and he'd sit in the car outside with a laptop, recording timestamps while I texted him coded messages. The strategy was not about vengeance, yet. It was about being ready. By the time dinner arrived, Negative Space was well into production. I had hours of film, more proof than I'd ever dreamed, and a legal road was beginning to emerge. For the first time since leaving home, I did not feel helpless. And this supper wouldn't change that. They believed they were bringing me back under their control. What they didn't realize was that I was finally prepared to reveal everything. And I was not going to accomplish it through ranting or vengeful posts. I planned to accomplish it with proof. I arrived for supper at my folks' place on a chilly Sunday evening. I hadn't been there since the night I left, and it seemed weird to stand on the same front porch where I used to sprint as a child. Mom answered the door before I even knocked. Jake, she continued, beaming as if we were long-lost pals. She drew me into an embrace that lasted too long and seemed artificial from beginning to end. Inside, everything looked the same. My old middle school portrait was still hanging in the corridor, crooked and ignored, as if no one had realized it was skewed. Dinner was already prepared, a huge table filled in far too many dishes for 4 people. Dad sat at the head of the table, holding a glass of water and looking through his phone. Andrew reclined back in his chair, phone in hand, seeming bored as if he was doing me a favor by just being there. Glad you could finally make time for family, Dad replied without looking up. Glad you invited me, I answered, keeping my voice steady. The small conversation began straight away. Questions about my short films and remarks about how busy I must be with all of my internet activities. It was their method of minimizing things without seeming too blatant. I did not bite. I answered each question quietly and in a neutral tone. I knew every word was important now, and I wanted them all recorded. Halfway through the dinner, Dad cleared his throat and put his phone down. "Let's talk about why we're really here," he advised us. "Your mother and I think it's time you started thinking about the future, about the family's future." I nearly laughed. "So what precisely does that mean?" Mom leaned forward and folded her hands. "Andrew is starting a medical consulting practice," she announced, as if the words were sacrosanct. "It is a great chance, but he cannot do it alone. We were hoping you could work with him." "Partner how?" I inquired, even though I already knew. "You have a platform," Dad explained. "A growing one. You could manage marketing, publicity, and outreach, all of which you excel at. And in exchange, you'd be a part of something larger than your online endeavors." For years people referred to my employment as a pastime. Now that Andrew needed assistance and I had an audience, it was suddenly a useful talent. They did not respect what I did. They simply saw something they could use. Andrew grinned. "To be honest, Jake, the entire plagiarism incident and grant situation did not help your reputation. Working with me might assist to tidy that up." I gazed at him. "You mean the plagiarism controversy you started?" He shrugged as if it was nothing. "Water under the bridge. People forget stuff. But people don't forget when you're associated with someone successful." I took a slow breath. "Let me get things straight. You want me to use my skills and name to help Andrew's business so that I may solve an issue he caused?" Mom jumped in soon. "This is our chance to put the past behind us. We're family, Jake. Families benefit one another." I held my voice steady. Where was the aid while I was struggling to pay my rent? When my work was taken, where was the help? Dad frowned. "You are being theatrical. We have always backed you. We gave you everything you needed." "You gave Andrew everything," I explained. "And you blame me for being upset about it." The room was silent for a time. Mom attempted to recover with a gentler tone. "We are trying to construct a bridge here. Do not ruin it with bitterness." I slumped back in my chair. Bitterness is not the issue. Reality is. That's when Dad moved a folder across the table. "We had a draft agreement drawn up," he told me. "This is a basic family partnership agreement. Read it over." I opened it. The words were ambiguous and one-sided. It granted Andrew authority over branding, content, and income decisions. My name was mentioned once under marketing support. That was a joke. I closed the folder. "I'll look into it," I said coldly, placing it into my jacket pocket. I wasn't signing anything, but I did want the papers. It could be beneficial later. As we finished supper, Andrew accompanied me to the hallway as I put on my coat. "You're not as important as you think you are," he remarked calmly. "You can't win without us." I met his gaze. "We'll see." He flashed the same arrogant look he'd had all my life. "Good luck with your tiny film project. I hope it works out." Outside, the air felt colder than when I first came. Daniel was parked down the street, waiting in his car with his laptop open. I climbed into the passenger seat and handed him a little piece of paper with a timestamp on it. He nodded. Every key aspect of the talk was documented and annotated. "How did it go?" he asked. "They want me to build Andrew's business for him," I told them. "And they think I owe them for everything they've done." Daniel snorted. "That isn't surprising. But we got what we needed." "Every word," I said. That night I transferred the audio files to an encrypted folder and forwarded a backup to the lawyer. I did not feel content or triumphant. I felt numb. But I knew one thing for certain. They were not attempting to make peace. They were attempting to get me back under their control before I went too far away from them. They still didn't comprehend. That control was gone. They just didn't realize it yet. The day of the film festival seemed like the biggest day of my life, and the most terrifying. Negative Space was ultimately completed. Daniel and I came early. He assisted me in setting up the tiny booth they provided in the networking area. I created a simple poster called Negative Space, which tells a tale about betrayal, ownership, and creating something from nothing. Nothing fancy. I just wanted people to grasp how it felt to be trodden on while continuing to grow. The screening was held in one of the mid-sized auditoriums, and to my surprise it was nearly full. A few students, some local filmmakers, a few reviewers, and even a couple of producers I knew from YouTube projects I had watched. I sat at the back with Daniel. My hands couldn't quit shaking. The lights lowered, and the opening scene began. An image of my destroyed desk, memory cards thrown on the floor, and that note tacked to the wall. "Stay in your lane." Then came the interviews. An artist whose song was stolen and reissued under a label's name. A photographer's work was republished thousands of times without attribution. A designer's sibling seized his portfolio as his own. My story was interwoven with theirs, not overblown or dramatized, just facts. Emails, images, timestamps, and video proof are all provided as support. When the credits rolled, there was stillness, then actual applause. Not polite clapping, but the type that becomes louder as people mean it. A couple of people stood up. Someone screamed, "That was incredible." I sat there paralyzed, trying to grasp everything. Afterward, folks approached to speak. A small indie studio asked if I would consider making Negative Space into a series. A journalist from an online cinema magazine approached me and requested an interview. Even a documentary festival administrator sent me a card and stated, "We'd love to feature this next year." It was overwhelming, but in the greatest way. Then, as Daniel and I were packing things, I noticed them. My parents. Andrew stood at the exit, studying the people around me. My stomach twisted. Of course they showed up. Of course they couldn't simply stay away. Mom was the first to speak. "We saw your film," she explained. "It was intense." "Honest," I corrected. Dad crossed his arms. "You made us look like monsters." "I did not make you appear like anything. I showed what happened." Andrew moved forward. "You could have handled this privately." I laughed once. "You created bogus videos about me, broke into my home and took my work. You don't get to lecture me about privacy." He flinched, but did not back down. "You're not going to get away with this." "Get away with what? Telling the truth?" That's when Dad took a new approach. "You have shamed this family. Do you have any notion how this affects our appearance?" "Yeah," I said, throwing my rucksack over my shoulder. "That's the point." I went away before they could say anything further. I did not owe them a debate. 3 days later, an article on the film appeared. It went viral on social media, a brutally honest documentary that everyone should see. It was not a trendy topic, but it was prevalent in the artistic community. Not mainstream viral. Most people had no idea who I was. Andrew's name, however, was toast in indie cinema circles and creative areas where he was attempting to establish a career. My parents didn't get it. They believed they still had influence since the documentary had not reached their social circle. They hadn't realized the game had already shifted. The message struck people deeply. I received emails from strangers thanking me for stating what they could not. Some even recounted their personal experiences with family members or corporations stealing their work. I hadn't heard from Andrew for months. Aunt Diane stated that he attempted to say I altered things out of context, but other individuals he had wronged began to come forward. His name became a running joke in artistic circles. She informed me that at a family meal, he threw a glass and yelled that I had wrecked his life. Dad suffered a stroke a few weeks after that. The attention resulted in more than simply accolades. The lawyer called to tell me that our case had strengthened. The stolen film, the false plagiarism charges, the vandalism, and the messages were all now part of an official legal lawsuit. Andrew was being served, and because my parents had protected and aided him, they were also identified. The fallout was swift. Andrew's film festival entry was denied when the organizers reviewed the evidence. The medical consultancy firm he had planned abruptly lost funding. Even the clinic he was attempting to collaborate with backed away. When you get caught lying, word spreads quickly. Then I got the message I never anticipated. Aunt Diane texted me, "Your mother called. They're in a panic. They want to communicate before the case moves forward." I disregarded it. A few hours later, Dad phoned, followed by Mom, and finally Andrew. I let all calls go to voicemail. If they wished to communicate, they could do so through attorneys. One night, approximately a week after the festival, I was working on a new project when Daniel stepped into the room with a smile. "You're not going to believe this," he muttered, flinging his phone onto the desk. It was a news article. A viral documentary inspired fresh financing for a creative rights program. A foundation has developed a fund to assist small creators in legal disputes over stolen material, citing Negative Space as an inspiration. I wasn't sure what to say. I just sat there gazing at the screen, amazed that something I created in a little apartment with borrowed equipment was suddenly causing genuine change. Of course, my folks attempted one more ploy. A few days later, I received a long, beautifully written email. "We apologize for the way things turned out. We never intended to hurt you. Can we meet and discuss this?" I read it once, then erased it. Because the reality was, I no longer needed them to understand. I didn't want them to sympathize with me or feel bad about it. The harm had been done, and they now had to deal with the consequences, just as I did with theirs. The night before the lawsuit papers were formally filed, Daniel and I stood on our apartment's balcony. The city hummed underneath us. And for the first time in a long time, I felt relaxed. "This is only the beginning," he remarked. "Yeah," I said, observing the lights in the distance. "But this time, I'm writing the story." The litigation was proceeding slowly but steadily. Andrew's lawyer attempted to settle twice, both times with disrespectful offers that essentially said, "Let's pretend none of this happened." My counsel declined both. We weren't looking for a payoff. We sought responsibility. The civil claim for slander, theft of intellectual property, and property damage was robust. The digital forensics, emails, break-in evidence, and phony videos, it was all watertight. Their defensive plan was simply, "He's exaggerating." That wasn't going to work. Then, one rainy night in late November, I had a tap at my door. When I opened it, Andrew was standing there drenched, looking nothing like the pompous version of himself I had grown up with. He had lost weight. His hands trembled. This was not the same man. This was someone who recognized he had hit rock bottom. His clothing were crumpled, his hair was tangled, and his face appeared worn in a manner I hadn't seen before. "Can I come inside?" he inquired gently. I hesitated but moved aside. He strolled in carefully, eyeing the room as if looking for the version of me he once knew. I offered him a towel. He did not accept it. "Dad's been sick," he explained after a lengthy silence. "Stroke?" "Not awful, but he isn't the same." "Mom's?" "She's not handling it well." I nodded. "I heard." He touched his cheek. "Everything is coming apart. Investors left. My name has been ruined. Nobody wants to work with me. I can't even obtain interviews since every search result mentions your video or the lawsuit." I leaned on the countertop. "That's what happens when you spend your whole life thinking you're untouchable." He flinched. "I know I screwed up." "Screwed up?" I murmured, my voice low and steady. "Andrew, you didn't simply goof up. You attempted to ruin me. You broke into my house. You disseminate falsehoods. You took my work. You observed me with a camera. And you never believed you were incorrect." He did not argue. He simply stood there, eyes burning, gazing at the floor. "I thought I was supposed to be the successful one," he said quietly. "That is what they have always told me. If you started outperforming me, what was I?" I did not have a response for it. Perhaps he didn't either. After a lengthy pause he murmured, "I'm sorry. Not because of the litigation, or because my life is falling apart. I'm sorry for treating you like you were less than me. You never were." For a brief moment, I nearly believed it. But part of me realized it was probably too late. Years of harm cannot be undone with a single apology. Nonetheless, hearing it was important, not for him, but for me. "I appreciate you saying that," I told you. "But sorry doesn't erase what you did, and it doesn't mean I'll drop the lawsuit." He nodded. "I understand. I am not asking you to." We stood there for a long, the rain striking the windows, and neither of us knew what to say. He turned to look at me one final time before leaving. "I'm leaving town and starting fresh somewhere else. I doubt anyone here will ever forget what I did." "Maybe that's a good thing," I said. He departed silently, vanishing into the rain. I never saw him after that night. Aunt Diane subsequently informed me that he had moved to another state and was working under a different identity. I didn't feel glad or angry, just finished. As if that chapter in my life had finally come to an end. The case was resolved a few months later. We won. The judge found in my favor on all counts. Andrew and my parents were required to pay damages, make a public apology, and delete any remaining incorrect information. More crucially, there was now a permanent legal record of what transpired, which they could neither change or refute. Life after that seemed lighter. I launched another piece, a short series about creative ownership in the digital era, which received even more attention than Negative Space. My following expanded, as did the opportunities. I was invited to speak on panels, work with other films, and train younger creative who had experienced similar experiences. Every time someone said, "Your story inspired me to keep going," I remembered all the times I nearly gave up. 6 years after Negative Space premiered, I had a small celebration in my studio with a few close friends, Daniel, Aunt Diane, and a few folks I met along the road. We got takeout, had coffee, and watched the movie together. Near the conclusion, Daniel lifted his glass and exclaimed, "To staying out of lanes." We all laughed. But I understood what he meant. I had spent the most of my life being told where I did and did not belong. Finally, I was able to live fully on my own terms. Later that night, I went out onto the balcony and gazed out over the city. It was silent, with only the faint hum of traffic below. I remembered the terrified 20-year-old boy who left home with a backpack and $1,500. I reflected on the destroyed camera equipment, the phony movies, the treachery, and every time someone told me I wasn't enough. And for the first time, I didn't become angry when I remembered it. I was grateful because if they hadn't attempted to break me, I wouldn't have realized how powerful I was. If they hadn't removed everything, I'd never have created something genuinely mine. Standing there, I knew I didn't need vengeance anymore. I had already won. They had to deal with the consequences of their actions. I got to live with what I'd created, which was more than enough. At 16, my family kicked me out after my adopted sister framed me. 10 years later, she confessed, but it was too late. They'd already destroyed me. My family eliminated me overnight because of a single untruth. After all, the truth has finally come out. I'm not looking for pity. I just want to tell you how everything went down. Ryan, a 29-year-old guy, was 18 the night my life ended without dying. My family was having one of those large Saturday meals. Grandparents, uncles, cousins, the entire family. My parents enjoyed putting on shows when the house was filled. Mom was always in her element when there were others watching her, chatting loudly and boasting about how close our family is. Dad barbecued meat outside, while my brother and I carried chairs from the garage. And then there was Claire, my adoptive sister. My parents brought her home when she was 10 because they had always desired a female. She fit well in from the beginning. Quiet, courteous, and bashful. I used to help her with her homework, teach her how to ride a bike, and defend her when other kids mocked her about being adopted. I never thought of her as anything other than my sister. That night, she was acting odd. She wasn't eating and kept fidgeting with her hands. I believed she was either unwell or exhausted. After dinner, while everyone was in the living room, she stood up, shivering, and announced that she needed to tell everyone something. I recall her voice. It cracked like if she was about to weep. Then she said it. Ryan. He forced me. It did not even register. Everyone froze. The room fell silent, save for the ticking of the clock. My brain did not process it at first. I assumed she meant something different. Perhaps this was a bad joke. Perhaps she was puzzled. Then she said, "I'm pregnant." My father's hand was on me before I could say anything. His punch landed on my face so hard that everything became white. My teeth buzzed and my ears rang as I landed on the floor. My mother started screaming as if someone had died. My brother stood there shaking his head and moaning. "Ryan, what the heck is wrong with you? You are nasty." "Dad." I did not. I attempted, but the next hit arrived before I could finish. "You sick bastard," he shouted, cheeks flushed and eyes wild. "You brought humiliation to our family." Claire was screaming into her mother's arms, shaking, and stating she was terrified. My aunt drew her close, whispering, "It's okay, sweetie. You're safe now." My brother Nathan came forward, spitting straight on my shoe. "Get out," he snarled. "You don't deserve to breathe the same air as us." I looked around at everyone's looks. People I had known all my life. None of them treated me like family anymore. Simply disgusted. I said, "She's lying." My voice broke. "I swear on my life she is lying." Nobody cared. My mother yelled, "Don't even mention her name. Don't talk to her." I believe my uncle phoned the cops. When the cop arrived, I was sitting on the porch, bleeding from my lips. One of them asked my father if I was the suspect, and he simply nodded without looking at me. They didn't even cuff me harshly. They could see I was merely a child who appeared half dead. Still, riding in the rear seat with the sirens blaring was like being buried alive. At the station, they asked questions I couldn't comprehend. When did this occur? What did you do that night? Has she said no? I kept saying that it never occurred. None of it. They did not book me. There was no proof. Just nothing. They let me go in the morning. I recall one of them mumbling the words, "statutory case," under his breath. Claire was 18 and I was 16, just a year difference. Yet they had to ask every question in the book. They took statements, contacted a social services representative, and even checked timelines on our phones. In the end, there was nothing to hold me up. So they sent me home with a warning to be available for further interrogation. But when I went outdoors, the world was already aware. Our town wasn't large. By morning, half of it had already determined that I was guilty. I didn't go home immediately. I walked till my legs gave out. When I returned, my belongings were heaped on the front yard. clothes, school books, and my rucksack. My father stood at the entrance like a guard. "Get out," he said. His tone was not hostile this time. Just chilly. "You are done here. Dad, please, you recognize me." "I would never. Don't call me that. You aren't my son anymore." I attempted to grab for my mother through the doorway. She turned aside, cradling Claire as if she were a victim of a murder scene. Nathan slammed the door behind them. I stood there. My hands were so shaky that I couldn't pick up my luggage. That night, my phone vibrated. It was Lily, my girlfriend. We had been together a year. She knew me better than anyone else. She whispered through tears. "I believe you, Jack. I swear, I do. But my parents won't allow me speak to you. They believe it's true. They stated if I ever see you again, they'll contact the police. Please do not do this." I said. She wept. "I apologize. I cannot lose them." Then she hung up. I gazed at the phone's screen until it became black. That was the last time I had heard her voice. I stayed in my car for the remainder of the night behind a petrol station 2 towns away. I peered at the shattered window, watching rain fall in crooked patterns. In less than 12 hours, I went from being a regular kid with a family, a girlfriend, and a future to being viewed as a criminal by everyone. Every time headlights drove by, I assumed it was my father's truck. I assumed he'd pull me back to complete what he started, but no one arrived. When the sun eventually rose, I peered in my rearview mirror. My face was bruised. My garment still had blood on it. And I discovered something simple but significant. Nobody was coming to help me. And that's when it struck me. My family hadn't merely thrown me away, they eliminated me. That notion stuck in my chest like a stone. I drove through the night without a plan or a map. I just had clothes on my back, a bag, and $250 in my wallet. I drove till the gas light flashed red. The engine coughed at a sign reading, "Welcome to Maplewood." I didn't care where I was. I stopped. Into a parking space behind a row of businesses that appeared half abandoned. My hands shook with hunger and cold. I'd been surviving on vending machine chips for days. A help wanted sign was attached to a diner window across the street. I stood there gazing at it, trying to work up the nerve to step in. When I walked in, the bell above the door chimed. A guy stood behind the counter, with big shoulders, a gray beard, and deep creases on his face. "Can I help you?" he said, his voice raw as gravel. "I saw the sign," I said. "I can wash dishes. Do anything, really." He examined me. My clothing was crumpled. My shoes still had muck from the road. "Have you ever worked in the kitchen?" "No, sir." He grunted. "You seem hungry." "I am fine." I lied. He groaned and nodded to the back. "My name's Paul. Sinks are there. You begin right now. You are given a supper at the end of your shift." That was it. No questions, no paperwork. Just work. The kitchen was tiny, noisy, and heated. I cleaned plates and pans till my hands were raw. Paul served me his first meal, a half-eaten burger and fries from a client who did not complete. I didn't care. I devoured it like if I hadn't eaten in weeks. When it was time to close, I tried to offer him the plate back, saying I'd find somewhere to sleep. Paul cleaned his hands and added, "There's a room upstairs. It ain't pretty, but it's got a bed and a lock. You can work it off." That was the first gesture of compassion I'd seen in weeks. The room was small, perhaps 12 feet across, with a stained mattress, a flickering bulb and wallpaper peeling from the corners, but it was a roof, and the floor didn't move beneath me. I dropped into bed and slept for 14 hours straight. Over the following 3 days, I settled into a groove. Paul didn't say much, but he'd grunt something like, "Good job." Those words were more meaningful than any apology I'd ever received. One night, approximately 2 weeks in, I went downstairs to lock up and discovered Paul sitting at the counter reading the paper. He glanced at me and asked, "Kid, what's your story?" I froze. "What do you mean?" "I got a client in here today, a trucker traveling through who said he saw your photo in a paper a few towns over. Some family issue." My stomach plummeted. I began shaking. "That is not what it appears to be. It is a falsehood. My sister is my adoptive sister. She made it up. I swear I never." Paul raises his hand. "Calm down, kid. I don't care what they say." I blinked at him. "You don't?" He leaned back on his stool. "Everybody's got a story. You're here working. That's what matters. Keep your head down, do your job, and rebuild your life. The rest will sort itself out. It took a second for those words to sink in. For the first time since that night, I did not feel like a monster. That night I sat on the side of the bed, gazing at the damaged wall and attempting to understand it. Paul did not know me, but he gave me a chance. My own family couldn't do it. One night I was scrolling through my phone's contact list. I hesitated before phoning home because I needed to hear my mother's voice. Perhaps enough time had passed. Perhaps they recognized the truth. She answered the third ring. "Mom, it's me," I said gently. Silence. "Ryan." "Yeah, I just wanted you to know I'm okay. I found a job. Don't call here again," she told me. Her voice crackled. "Your father does not want your name spoken in this house," she said before hanging up. I gazed at the phone till the screen faded. That was the last time I attempted. Weeks became months. I worked double shifts and saved what I could. Paul began teaching me tiny things. How to repair a leaky pipe, patch a vent, and inspect a thermostat. "Learn to fix things, kid. It's the only way to survive," he'd tell you. Curiosity overcame me one night after closure. I searched for Claire's name. There she was, smiling in images, tummy round, relatives surrounding her, clutching pink balloons that read, "It's a girl." My mother stood by her, pleased, carrying a baby carriage-shaped cake. My brother was in the corner of the frame, smiling as if nothing had occurred. My throat stung. My stomach twisted so badly that I had to close the laptop. Then I determined that I would never be Ryan Winter again. After that night, something inside me turned off. No more attempting to explain. No more waiting for someone to come around. I had had enough of being the version of myself that they had buried. I put myself into working at the diner. I'd arrive before daylight and depart well after it closed. I repaired leaking faucets, cleaned grease traps, and learned how to replace filters in outdated air vents. Paul noticed. One afternoon, when I was unclogging the sink with half my arm down the drain, he said, "You ever thought about learning this stuff for real?" I looked up, perplexed. "Like plumbing?" He chuckled. "Nah, bigger. Heating, cooling, air systems, HVAC. People always need heat or cold, kid. That skill feeds you forever." The way he said it stayed with me. I was bored of cleaning the plates. I wanted something permanent, something that could not be taken away from me. A few weeks later, Paul handed me a leaflet for the community college down the road. "Night classes," he explained, slipping it over the counter. "You'd be good at it. You pay what you can, and I'll cover the rest until you're on your feet." I looked at the page for a long time. Nobody has ever volunteered to help me in this way before, not even my own relatives. I joined up the next day. The first several months were terrible. I'd work 12-hour shifts at the diner, then take the bus to night school, struggling to remain awake during lectures on compressors and coils. Every time I mended anything, whether cold air poured out of a vent or a damaged machine roared back to life, I felt as if I was repairing myself piece by piece. Paul continued pushing me. "Don't just get good," he stressed. "Get so good they can't ignore you." When I got my GED, I was nearly halfway through the HVAC program. I started making modest repairs on the side. Paul's home, the diner's vents, and a few regulars. When the certificate arrived in the mail, Paul hung it in the diner's corridor like it was his own child's diploma. "Not bad for a runaway," he commented, touching my shoulder. I laughed, even if hearing that word stung. With Paul's aid, I was able to save enough money to purchase a used pickup truck and a set of used tools. I left the cafe and began working full-time for a local HVAC firm. One summer afternoon, a coworker named Chris was accused of taking money from a client's kitchen counter. The employer was prepared to terminate him on the spot. Something about Chris's expression, the same terror I saw in the mirror 12 years ago, drew me in. "Check the vent," I stated. Everyone gazed at me. I went up and removed the cover, and sure enough, the envelope had been sucked halfway down the duct by the return air. The client had probably placed it too near to the vent. Chris nearly cried. The boss apologized to the client. After that, Chris shook my hand as if I had saved his life. Paul learned about it via a source and phoned me that night. "Good job, kid," he remarked. "You didn't just fix air, you fixed a mess." That's what separates men from mechanics. It has stayed with me. Years went by like that. Work, sleep, eat, and work again. It was straightforward, predictable, and safe. But occasionally when I returned home at night, I felt a vacant place inside me, like if another existence was still buried somewhere. One night, while completing invoicing, I opened an old account that I hadn't used in years. My hands trembled when I logged into social media. I should not have done it. My family was standing in front of a birthday cake, smiling and laughing, with a small girl, her daughter, who appeared to be about 10. My mother was holding her, and my father put his arm over them as if nothing had occurred. My brother was in the background, beaming as if he hadn't spit at my feet once. The comment said, "Happy birthday to our miracle girl." Family is everything. Family. As I looked through the images, my chest pained. And she looked cheerful and dazzling, as if she had never damaged anyone's life. I closed the laptop and sat in the darkness, shivering. For years, I feared they would break apart without me. However, they didn't. They just replaced me. That night, I sat in my truck in the parking lot after finishing my shift and made a decision. I went home and erased every old account with the name Smith. I broke ties with the past as if it were a loose wire. By morning, Ryan Winter, I had filed the papers for a formal name change. It was my grandmother's maiden name, and she was the only one who had ever treated me with genuine respect before to this. When the new ID arrived several weeks later, I gazed at it for a long time. The image appeared to be stronger, tougher, and no longer resembled a boy. That was the day I stopped fleeing from what they had done to me and began creating something they could never destroy. 12 years later, I founded my own firm, Winter Heating and Air. Only a few vehicles, 3 staff, and a regular stream of clients who trusted my work. We were not flashy, but we were dependable. Life had finally leveled off. Everything began to split open anew in the early summer. I was working on an old air unit behind a bakery, perspiration streaming down my back, when my phone began to vibrate non-stop in my pocket. Unknown number with hometown area code. I disregarded it twice. The third time, it would not stop. I cleaned my hands and said, "Yeah, this is Winter." There was a little hush, followed by a voice I hadn't heard in over a decade. "Ryan." My chest clenched. "Ryan, who's this?" "It's me, Lily." I paused for a second. Everything around me, the fan noise, the street sounds, had vanished. "Lily, how did you?" She let out a sigh. "I know I shouldn't call, but I thought you should hear this from someone who actually believes you." That line alone made my throat tighten. She went on, "Claire's been arrested." I blinked. "Arrested for what?" "For lying," she said. "For accusing another guy in the same way she did to you." I leaned against the vehicle, woozy. What?" The man she accused this time fought back. "He hired a lawyer. All of it. It turns out she made up the entire tale again. During the inquiry, she confessed to the first one. To you. She admitted to lying back then too." The words struck like a sledgehammer. I had fantasized hearing anything like that for years, but it didn't feel right. There was no relief. Only quiet. Lily kept speaking, her voice trembling. She claimed authorities she became pregnant following a one-night affair with Colin, a local heroin dealer. He vanished when she told him. She panicked and accused you since you were present, and everybody believed her. "Ryan, they've cleared your name." Officially, I could not talk. My hand got numb while holding the phone. She paused. "I just thought you should know. I'm sorry it took this long." "Thank you," I eventually said, my voice low. Before I could say anything further, she muttered, "I'm married now. Kids. But I never forgot what they did to you." I smiled faintly, but she couldn't see it. "You were the only one who believed me, Lily. You don't have to feel bad for that." We spoke for another minute, uncomfortable yet gentle. Then she said her goodbyes and that was it. I sat in the vehicle for over an hour, looking at the driving wheel. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to yell, weep, or laugh. My identity was cleared, but it was 12 years too late. By daybreak, the call had begun. Private numbers come first, followed by emails. My company's inbox even received one with the subject line, "Please call us back." Curiosity got the best of me once. I answered a phone number I didn't recognize. "Ryan," a weak voice replied. I immediately recognized that voice, said my mother. "Don't hang up, please," she pleaded hastily. "Claire told the police everything." "We didn't know." I hung up. "They didn't know. They didn't care to know." Later that week, a local newspaper requested a statement. I said nothing. I wasn't interested in sympathy or publicity. I wanted something better. Silence. But the stillness did not endure. My brother then texted me, stating he'd been young and dumb and wished we could start over. My father left a voicemail. We just want to see you, son. We made mistakes. That's okay. Mistakes happen when you neglect someone's birthday. What they did was their choice. So, instead of responding, I sent letters. Not what they anticipated. No forgiveness. No sweet words. Just the reality. I told them about the nights I slept in my car, shivering. Regarding the moldy room above the restaurant. About Paul, the stranger who took me in after my own family tossed me away. I explained to them how it felt to burn my school ID because their names made me ill. How it felt to see pictures of them laughing around Claire and her daughter as I was cleaning oil pans for scraps. I informed them they hadn't only ruined my reputation. They destroyed my home, my trust, and any remaining sense of tranquility. Every letter concluded the same way. You didn't believe me when I told you the truth. Now you can live with it. I never mailed them. I just piled the letters in a shoebox and stored them in my desk drawer. That night, as I sat in my workshop reading over bills, I glanced around at the tools, trucks and company name painted on the walls, all of which I had constructed myself. Everything I had lost was gone forever. But I couldn't lose everything I'd worked for. For the first time in years, I didn't feel completely erased. I felt written again. They did not do it. I did. However, peace does not last very long. When the truth about Claire went across town, the same individuals who had thrown me away suddenly recalled my existence. It began with a knock on my office door one afternoon. I was working on a thermostat unit on my desk when I heard someone yell my name, Ryan. I stopped. I turned, and there she was. My mother. She appeared smaller and older, as if someone had sucked the life out of her. Her hair was gray at the roots, and her hands shook as she grasped a foil-covered casserole dish. I made your favorite, she said quietly. Chicken and rice. You used to love it. I was unable to move for a brief moment. The fragrance reached me and my gut wrenched. I remembered the last time she had prepared it. The night before, everything exploded. I stood up gently. Why are you here? Tears flooded her eyes. I just want to see you to say sorry. We were wrong. Claire lied. We know that now. I leaned on the countertop. You're 12 years too late. She wiped her nose. I didn't know what to believe back then. She was weeping. And your father, I interrupted her. You didn't even ask me. You didn't let me speak. You kicked me out and told me never to call again. She was getting closer. Please, Ryan. Don't call me that, I retorted. You lost that right. She flinched as if the words had touched her physically. I pointed to the door. You should go. She paused and placed the dish on the counter. At least eat this, please. I gazed at it. Throw it out when you leave. I felt nothing when the door closed behind her. There is no wrath, no grief, nothing. 2 days later, my father showed up. I was out on a repair call when I noticed him standing outside the office, leaning against his truck as if he owned the building. He grinned as if we'd had a normal quarrel years ago. Hey son. I did not respond. You've done good for yourself, he replied, gazing around. Business, trucks, employees. I'm proud of you. Get to the point, I instructed. He moved his jaw. Your mother's not doing great. She cries every day. I assumed we could all sit down and clear the air. Cleared the air. I nearly laughed. You beat me and threw me out. You left me homeless. You cleared the air that night when you told me I wasn't your son. He was fuming. I was angry. You have to understand it was a different time. Things looked bad. So, you hit first. Asked questions. Never. His expression hardened. You don't have to keep holding on to hate, son. I'm not holding on to hate, I said, taking out my phone. I'm holding on to self-respect. He frowned. What are you? I pushed a button. Security. I've got someone trespassing at the front. Big guy in a red jacket. His demeanor immediately shifted. You're calling security on your own father? You're not my father, I said. You're a stranger who ruined my life. A few minutes later, the security guard from the adjoining building approached and ordered him to leave. Dad cursed all the way to his truck, slammed the door, and drove out of the lot. When the stillness returned, I just sat at my desk, gazing at the exact location where he had stood. Meanwhile, rumor reached me through old acquaintances. My family was breaking apart. Dad had lost his job at the company for shouting at a supervisor. According to reports, he was almost detained for it. Mom hardly left her house. Neighbors claimed she was unwell and no longer herself. My brother's wife had taken their children and moved in with her parents after learning what had transpired years before. Everything they'd established, every fantasy of being the ideal family, was crumbling. People love to suggest that karma takes time. I'd say it arrived right on time. One afternoon, my employee Sam entered the office carrying a tiny package. "Hey boss, this was sitting outside the door," he told me. Inside, there were scores of notes, each with my name, Ryan Winter, scribbled in unsteady handwriting. There's no return address. I didn't need to open them to find out who they were from. My mother had always been theatrical about her penmanship. I brought the box into the rear room, placed it on a shelf above the storage bins, and then walked away. That night, I sat in my office and glanced up at the window, where those letters were. I considered all of the phrases within, which were most likely apologies, justifications, or maybe Bible verses about forgiveness. However, forgiving is a luxury for those who have not spent nights sleeping in their car, wondering why no one believed them. I did not seek closure. I desired distance. So I kept the letters sealed. Every last one. I kept them in the box, locked up. They sought forgiveness because it made them feel lighter. Not because they earned it. They did not want me. They want atonement. And I was not giving it to them. I gazed up at the sky and said to myself, "They erased me once. Now I will erase them forever." I assumed that was all. The end. However, the past has a way of finding gaps to crawl through. It was 3 months later when I received the letter. Plain white envelope with no return address. The inside contained a single piece of paper. "Claire Harrison requests to meet with you in Maple Ridge Correctional Facility." For a long time, I simply gazed at it. Her name appeared odd on print, like if it no longer belonged in my life. I dumped it in the garbage, then got it out and threw it away again. But the concept remained. For the last 12 years, I'd pondered what I'd say to her if I ever saw her again. Perhaps it was time to find out. So a week later, I drove to the jail. It was 2 hours away, in the middle of nowhere. The guard at the front desk read my ID, buzzed me in, and brought me to a drab visiting room that smelled like antiseptic and stale coffee. I sat down at a metal table, my hands flat on the top. Others around me muttered quietly. Wives, children, and parents were all visiting loved ones. I was not one of them. Then she stepped inside. I scarcely recognized her. She was slimmer, almost delicate in appearance. Her complexion was pale, her hair was tightly pushed back, her face was lined, and she looked fatigued. The girl who screamed in front of our family, gripping her tummy and calling me a monster, suddenly resembled a ghost. She sat across from me, her eyes flickering up briefly before dropping to the table. "Thank you for coming," she said quietly. I didn't answer. She twisted her hands in her lap. "You look different," she added after a pause. "Older." "You look guilty," I remarked. Her eyes filled instantaneously. "I deserve that." "No," I said quietly. "You deserve worse." She nodded slowly, tears forming. "I understand, and I apologize. For everything. For lying. For wrecking your life?" "Why?" I inquired. My voice came out low and steady. "Why me?" She glanced down, her voice shaking. "Because you were safe to blame. You were calm and never fought anyone. I worried because I knew everyone would believe me since you were the sweet and easy one." I leaned forwards. "You panicked, so you destroyed my life. You panicked, so you made your own brother the villain?" Her shoulders trembled. "I didn't think it would go that far. I thought maybe you'd just deny it and people would forget and I'd get sympathy until I figured something out." "Sympathy," I reiterated. "You got that? You got a house full of people loving you, protecting you, throwing parties for you while I slept in a car behind a gas station." She put her fists against her eyes. I know what I did, Colin." She paused, her breath seizing. "Colin was the one who actually got me pregnant. He was a traitor. I slept with him once. I informed him I was pregnant, and he laughed. Said I was insane. He threatened to flee if I informed anybody. And he did. I wasn't sure what to do. So I blamed you since you were present. I simply gazed at her. I didn't feel furious anymore. Simply hollow. You ruined my life, I said calmly. Do you realize you took everything from me, including my family, girlfriend, and name? You turned me into a monster and made me afraid to trust anyone again. She cried and wiped her nose with her sleeve. I've thought about you every day in here, she said quietly. I hate myself for it. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see your face from that night. Good, I said frankly. You should see it. You should never stop seeing it. She glanced up in desperation. There is something more. My daughter was never told the truth. Claire responded. Mom said it would confuse her to change the story. So she still thinks it's you. I gazed at her, startled, even after all had been revealed. She nodded faintly. They argued she was too little to comprehend, and admitting they were wrong would only reopen old hurts. They'd rather retain the deception than face the consequences of their actions. Claire mentioned seeing your photo. Older ones from before anything. She wonders why you haven't come around. That hurt her more than anything else, she said. Somewhere out there was a child, not mine, roaming around believing the same lie that ruined me. I rose up, my chair scrapping against the floor. Several folks turned to look. You don't get to tell me that, I said. You don't get to throw that on me now, like it's something I can fix. She extended a shaky hand. I'm sorry, Ryan. I really am. I can't undo it. I just needed you to know. I gazed at her and didn't feel anything. Not relief or closure. But the end of anything. You took 12 years from me, I remarked gently. I hope you never sleep peacefully again. She was weeping hard and choked on her words. I deserve it, she stated. All of it. I bent down slightly and caught her gaze one final time. You do. Then I turned and went away. The guards remained silent as they buzzed the door open. I got into my vehicle and sat there, hands grasping the steering wheel, looking at the fence in front of me. I expected to feel free after seeing her, like if I had won. But I did not. There was no win in it. It's just fatigue. When the truth is revealed, certain things remain unchanged. Some things remain fractured even after you stop caring. But when I started the engine and drove away, I knew something. Walking away, not forgiving, not exploding, simply leaving. That was its own type of strength. For the first time, I did not feel erased. I felt done. A year passed following that visit to the penitentiary, and life began to make more sense. I sold my previous modest house and purchased a new, nice one just outside of the city. 3 bedrooms, a fenced yard, nothing extravagant, but it was mine. Every wall, every nail was paid for with work I did myself. Then there was Olivia. I met her through a customer. She was a graphic designer who came in to redesign the company's logo. I hadn't planned on dating anyone, yet she exuded calmness. She didn't ask many questions about my background, just saying, whatever it was, you're not that guy anymore. We'd been together for a year now. She moved in with her cat, and I adopted a rescue dog named Edgar. Between the 3 of us, the place seemed alive again. Work, Olivia, Edgar, and tranquility. Then one morning, an envelope arrived in the mail without a return address. My stomach constricted. I assumed it was another apology from my family, but as I opened it, the name inside made me halt. Thomas Kenderson. Claire accused a second man. His penmanship was tidy, brief, and to the point. Mr. Winter, I'm filing a civil case against Claire for defamation and emotional damage. You deserve that justice too. My lawyer says your testimony would help both of us. If you're interested, call me. I read it twice. Then I phoned him in the afternoon. We went to a coffee shop the next day. He was about my age, perhaps a few years older. He shook my hand as if we had known each other our entire lives. Feels weird, doesn't it? He remarked, as if we were both affected by something. Yeah, I commented. But I guess we both survived it. We spent an hour chatting about everything. When he asked if I wanted to participate in the case, I said yes without hesitation. I'm in, I said. The case took months, but this time I wasn't fleeing or hiding. I appeared in court, sat across from Claire and spoke the truth, calmly, steadily, and without anger. I didn't even glance at them when I talked. The attorneys lay everything out. false charges, manipulation, emotional harm, and proof that she had done it again. When the judge finally ruled, the courtroom fell quiet. Walking out of the courthouse, I felt lighter than I had before. My reputation was officially clean. But it wasn't just that. It seemed like a ghost had finally ceased following me. For once, my name was not hidden in shame. It stood beside phrases like truth, justice, and vindication. Then the voicemail arrived. It was late, around midnight. I was wrapping up invoicing in my office when my phone rang. Unknown number with hometown area code. I almost ignored it, but it got to voicemail, and something compelled me to listen. Son, it's Thomas. I don't know if this number is even right anymore. Your mother found it online. I don't have much time. The doctors say it's cancer. Stage 4. I don't want anything. I swear. I just want to see you one last time before it's too late. The message concluded with a long pause and a trembling gasp. Please, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, son. I sat there for a minute, gazing at my phone. Then I pressed play again. And then I erased it. Nor out of rage, nor out of vengeance, simply nothing. I recall the night he punched me. The sight in his eyes, the way he informed me I was no longer his kid. I recall sleeping in my car behind the gas station and tasting blood and rain. He chose the truth. Then I chose mine. I spoke to myself. They threw me out into the cold ones. Now I fix other people's air. That's irony, I guess. And peace. They erased me once, but I rebuilt myself. And this time, my story ends on my terms. Steady, quiet, and always north.